Hello! Can you guys hear me and all of that shizzle dizzle? And welcome in. I don't know why I'm in the security center. Why am I in the security center? What am I doing? I want to see if there's any updates. Hey Taxaxian, Nab, Homic Beast, Oni, David. No, we can't hear you. Well, you just answered my question, so apparently you can. Arch Linux. So to be a little bit, what do you call it? Seriously, there you go. Arch Linux don't have specific security projects. Arch Linux just takes software and bundling it. So what you should be asking is there any interesting security projects out there? Because if there is any security projects out there, Arch Linux probably have the software for it. Either in the AUR or in the package manager. So Linus and stuff like that. Breach protocols, penetrating testings, and not in a dirty old way, where you're penetrating people, but, software. Arch Linux don't basically stand for that or control that. They just look at, software in the community and package it. Debian, on the other hand, they do a lot with security. I'm a main Arch Linux user since 2 days now. Also, my main Linux user is generally since 2 days. Oh. Yeah, you'll get tired of Arch fast. Oh, it was update I was looking for. Oh, there's actually updates. Oh my god. I can't remember when the last time I logged in here. It's been like a month or something like that. So let's do the asinine slow updating of Windows. No, this is in a VM. I'm not dual booting at the moment. I need to buy a new SSD because my my editing software don't run that well off spinning hard drives anymore. I noticed that it slows down once in a while I'm editing. Then I try to run it, run the source, the media files off an SSD, and that kinda fixed the problem. But I only had one spare SSD, and I had Linux on that one. My name is Kent, so I kind of have to ditch Linux until I buy a new SSD. So I don't dual boot right now, but normally I do dual boot Linux and Windows. Sorry, you're not late. Actually, I'm a couple of minutes early. Up sheep in Montana. Oh, I really love Montana. It's such a beautiful place. Just too many nutcases there. Or religious people. Okay, I left Windows 11 on 1 terabyte on the side. Yeah, I have two. I always had. Hey Benjamin, I always had 2 SSDs in my rig. One with Linux and one with Windows on it. And I must admit, this year I barely booted into my Linux partition. That's why I didn't have a problem with running using my Linux SSD as an editing SSD, because I think I booted into my Linux SSD 1 or 2 times this year. Everything I do with Linux I do in VMs now. I don't game under Linux, and everything else that I do under Linux I can do in a VM. I can code, I can compile, I can I can do all of these things in a VM. And I run my VMs off an SSD, so they are running like native performances, basically. I don't see any... this is run off an SSD, this Windows here. And all my videos, like 99.9% of my videos are done in VMs. Do you do No, I don't do any TPU pass-through. This is my philosophy. Why overcomplicate something simple? if I really need GPU for Linux, I would not run it in a VM. I would just run it on a hard drive. But I don't game under Linux because I feel gaming under Linux is subpar compared to Windows. And I don't care that, oh, well, Elden Ring runs faster or better and Fallout. Yeah, but if you take, let's say, 1,000 games, which operating system play most of those 1,000 games the best? Windows. So I'm a philosophy of using them. Let me rephrase this. I'm a little bit crazy in my head today. I can't think like that. This is nothing new, but yeah. Why overcomplicate your life? Who cares if I run Linux or not? But if I run Linux and it overcomplicate my life, why the fuck do I run it? Like, why overcomplicate my life just so I can go onto the internet and say, hey, look at me, I'm running Linux, everyone. Hello, look at me. Honestly, nobody cares. So I use Linux for what I like to use Linux for. And I use Windows for gaming and editing. And I tend to game a lot, so I run mostly Windows. And I tend to edit a lot, so I run mostly Windows. And then, like I said, if I want to go and fiddle around with Linux, I do it in a VM. I exclusively code in a VM. I don't code under Windows at all. When I do any form of coding or any software testing or anything like that, I do that in a VM. That's why I have Windows 10 here in a VM. So if some of you guys are sending me a link, hey, try this, this crazy software out, well, I can install it on here. And I can see if you guys have sent me like a Trojan horse or something like that. And then if it pans out, I can run it on my native system. Also, this is also a really good idea to have like your main operating system, like a copy of your main operating system on a VM. Let's say you run Arch. So instead of you see a new software you want to test out. So instead of downloading it onto your main system, download it in a VM first and see if that software is something you want to run. Because Linux have the same problem with Windows have. When you uninstall something under Linux, you don't uninstall it all. There is still config files messing around. There's old folders messing around. So if you are like me that experiment with a lot of software, if you download and uninstall software, you tend to overcomplicate your file system, for lack of a better word. So do that in a VM and then only install, tested software that you're going to run on your main system. So that's a really good idea for having a VM that's set up and running the operating system you like to run, just to test out software so you don't pollute, your main system. And it just keeps your Linux system, your Windows system more clean and efficient. Because you don't have, things laying around. Like my SSD that I run Windows on is from 2015 or something like that. I have never reinstalled Windows on it. I installed Windows on it one time. And that SSD have changed motherboards 3 times, CPUs 4 times or 5 times. I changed chassis, computer cases like 5 times. And the SSD that I'm running my whole system right now is a Windows SSD that I just updated Windows 10 every time there was an update, and when Windows 11 came out, I just updated that. I never had to reinstall Windows. At all. In at least 5 to 6 years. But yeah, virtual machines, if you like to tinker and mess around, do it in virtual machines, because if you fuck something up in a virtual machine, you just ruin your virtual machine. You don't ruin your install. You don't ruin your main system. So if you're a tinker, I can't stress how important virtual machines is for geeks. Like, if you really like to tinker and mess around, go have a virtual machine and do it in. Like, I can go in here and do whatever I want in this. I'm just waiting for its slow-ass fucking download here so we can update Windows here. It takes for fucking ever. But yeah, virtual machines, you can do whatever you want without having to be afraid, oh, did I update this if things goes wrong and blah, blah, blah. You can do whatever you want. It's kind of like a playground. Gaming has gotten way better under Linux, like massively better under Linux, but it's still not the same standard as under Windows. We don't have HDR. We don't have, DSLR and all of those new technologies. We don't have those. I was thinking of to buying an AMD to do that. I own a 2070 Super and was thinking of going with an RTX, perhaps not sure if it's practical. Or do pass-through. Here's the thing. The CPU pass-through, GPU pass-through to a VM, it's way too much hassle than just having a SSD with Windows on it. It's too much hassle. You need either 2 graphic cards, or you need a script that unplug your graphic card for your main system and plug it into your virtual machine, and that so many things can go wrong with pass-through. If you really need this operating system to take advantage of your graphic card, dual boot. It's way less complicated. What kind of software development projects have you been working on lately? I've been basically just updating my scripts. I have a script collection on how to set up. Every time I install a new distribution, I have scripts that install the software I want, that enable stuff I want in the distribution and stuff like that. So I have like Arch scripts, I have Fedora scripts. I have a video of, if you go into my catalog, it's like a month old or something like that, called Working on Linux Scripts or something like that. It's like 40 minutes to an hour long. It's the script collection that I'm building on. I have not done much GUI like GTK, TK Inter development lately. I need to get more into TK Inter, and I abandoned GTK because GTK is a fucking mess to develop with. They change the standard all the time. They change the libraries, and Windows. Yeah, Windows is sucky. I was wondering if you're familiar. Kali Linux, yeah, you can try and ask. If I don't have the answer, someone else may have the answer for you. I pricked Windows more than I destroyed Linux systems. I actually have pricked Linux more than I destroyed Windows, to be honest. But I do mess more around with Linux than I do with Windows. This is not a Gentoo stream. What the fuck, man? Yeah, I don't do Gentoo. Like I ran Gentoo in the early 2000s. I was compiling software on 1-core CPUs, and after that I was like, yeah, this is not fun anymore. And ever since then I just forgot about Gentoo. Windows 11 is actually really stable. Ever since Windows 8, even like Windows 7 and up, Windows has been massively stable. What's so great about HDR anyways? I have yet to see a single HDR. You can't, like most monitors nowadays, if you buy a middle to high-end monitor, supports HDR. If you have a mobile phone today, and they are, the display is crisp and bright, that's basically HDR. That's what phone kind of, what HDR does, gives you a brighter, crispier picture. So a lot of people, if you're a gamer, you really like HDR. Or if you're working in with photos, graphical artist. Someone is messing around with gasoline outside. I can fucking smell gasoline. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I think they are working on a moped or something like that. Maybe it's his fucking motorcycle he's working on, my neighbor. But yeah, HDR is really big with gamers and graphical artists and stuff like that. They really love that shit. Windows 10 was much less stable, that's true. I haven't had, like I said, the SSD that I'm running off right now. Oh, we need to restart. Why didn't you tell me to restart, people? The SSD that I'm running on right now, I installed Windows 10 on that in 2015 or 16, and I have never had to reinstall Windows since. And I ran off that SSD up till this point right now. You and I are talking on Windows 11, hosting Windows 10 on that SSD. Never had to reinstall it. Never. And it's running just as fast as it did in the beginning. I'm going to try OpenSUSE Sleep when they release it. They should release it either this month or next month. OpenSUSE kind of released the Leap versions around summer. So either like this month, next month, maybe the month after that. But normally these, one of these 2 months there. Just pipe all your scripts into Synity. I don't like Synity. Synity is also, if I'm not mistaken, Synity is deep. I don't think it's supported anymore. I don't think it's supported anymore, or they are trying to phase it out. Because Synity is kind of like a legacy. Yeah, I do have Discord, it's in my description. But I can't help you on Discord right now. Yeah, but it could still be supported, but another thing with Synity is not a full-blown GUI development tool. Synity is just meant to basically give your scripts a GUI. So a lot of the things that you can do with the TTK, Qt, tkinter, you don't have those capabilities in Synity. Like, Synity is massively simplified. It's really good for having a pop-up, or if you let's say you're doing a Fitsky, you don't get help by pestering people to help you. Let them research. If they can't help you, or if they're researching the answer, you need to let them give them time to answer you. If you keep asking, please look at me, help me, nobody's going to help you. I'm sorry to say it. Give them time to respond, my friend. Synity is just too... It's too simple for what I'm doing with my UI. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but every time I do something, I always fall into a trap. If it's editing, photo, graphical work, or coding, I always fall into this trap where I can't use the simple tools. But the professional tools are too complicated and too powerful for what I'm doing. So I need to find the middle answer. So when I'm editing, I use a lot of really simple things, but I also use a few really things that a lot of professionals are doing that Kdenlive don't support, or any open source editor don't support. So I have to use you can't get DaVinci Resolve to work under Linux. But I need DaVinci Resolve. I can't use Kdenlive and stuff like that. And DaVinci Resolve under Linux is iffy. And it's the same with TUI development when I do TUI development. The little things I do. If I use Synity, there's a lot of things I want to do with the UI. Lock windows, parent windows, child windows, and all of that fucking shit. Either becomes too complicated or or they just don't... Like, I can't build a terminal emulator easily in Synity. There's so many limitations with Synity. Like I said, it's really good for having like a really simple pop-up menu, or if you have like a updates, you want an update manager down here, you can do that in Synity. If you're going to do stuff like that you would do with a file manager, or like even something in key of this here, where I make my own control centers for Linux to administrate my Linux install. So I make my own control centers to maintain Linux, and I like a GUI tool for that, and that it just becomes way too complicated with Synity, or it just can't do it. It just can't do it. Look at it this way: if Synity was that fucking good, why would the people develop for Qt? Why would people be using Qt and GTK? Where I went on a little rant here. Just what are you trying to do with Synity? You can nested windows, terminal emulation in a window. What the fuck am I else doing? I'm doing, like I said, it's been months. I need to look at my scripts, what I'm doing, but I just found, I tried Synergy, and GTK was just better. Qt was just better. And like I said, there was some feat, and also Synergy, if you have to do some things, you have to kind of hack your way around it, where in Qt and GTK and TK Inter, it's built in, you just add a module and you have all you need. Hey Lamer, it's... Like I said, if you're just doing one script, a simple script, and you need a info text or something like that, yeah, you know. I'm not trying to make a desktop environment. I'm trying to make desktop environment friendly scripts or programs. You know, I want. It's hard to. If you don't get it, what I'm trying to say now, I can't help you. I'm sorry to say it, but like, Synergy is not meant to replace GTK. Synergy was meant as a simple, easy way to get, you know, a GUI to your scripts. Let's see. Is it typo on the title supposed to be V then? I have no fucking idea. Because I just made a title. But what is it saying? Oh, it should probably have been then. Yeah, then Linux. Or yeah, I don't know. I can't see the title here because my window is not. I'm doing some tiling. What is it saying here? Prove me. Oh, it seems to be okay. There's no spelling mistakes anyway. But when I do the live streams, I just figure out a fucking you know, a title, and then I just put it up there. I don't care about spelling mistakes and all that stuff. How does Shortcut compare to KDN Live? So Shortcut is like way more simpler than KDN Live. That's like the general gist of it. How do I prevent my settings resetting, like wallpaper and username? We need context. I don't know what you're asking here. What are you trying to do, Fretsky? How do I prevent my settings resetting wallpapers and username? Where are you respinning a distribution? We don't know what you're doing, so that can be thousands of answers. Again, try googling it. Calamares can be used for more than just an installer. You can modify to just be a control center like style. Yeah, that's not what it's meant for. Can you hack it? Yeah, probably, but yeah. I like Qt better, but Qt have licensing problems. I don't like. Like, you can use Qt for what I want to use it for, but there are way more limitations than using something like TTK or TK Inter. TK Inter basically don't have a license. TTK is also a little bit finicky with its license when you're using that, and I don't like that. But I do like Qt best of them all. It's also more optimized, it's less battery hungry and stuff like that, but it's just the licensing problems I have with it. I try to prevent my caddy settings resetting. I have followed a tutorial, but it's a link so I can't send it. Yeah, you can't send links in here. No, I don't get it because you're horrible explaining what you're trying to exactly do. Execute some scripts. I don't even see a repo, so I can see your because I don't have them. Joshua, you can't sit here and criticize me when I didn't ask for your help. First of all, second of all, I like using what I like using. Okay? And third, I haven't looked into making a GUI tool, like I said, in 2 or 3 months. So I can't even remember what I wanted to do. Fourth, I have videos where I make GTK applications. So you can kind of see what I want. I have videos that's 2 or 3 minutes long that I explain what my control center are. I'm sorry to say it, but if you want to help me, or criticize me, or guide me into a way, do your research first and figure out if I have done what you want me to do first. Because if you look at you just Google, search my videos, and most of the answers that you're looking for are there. I do so many things with Linux. I don't sit and code for 10 hours a day. I do so many things that coding for me is a hobby. I do when I have an hour, you know. I don't live and breathe coding. And if you can't understand that the Synergy have some limitations that GTK Qt and GTK Inter don't have, you don't understand GTK Qt and GTK Inter. Because they can do things Synergy can't do. And I happen to use some of those, like VTE, the library is VTE in GTK, which is basically I don't have it here, but that's the library which you build up a terminal within GTK applications. I use that quite a lot. Synergy don't have that. Yes, you can get terminals in Synergy, but it's not as powerful, or it's not the way that I like to do it, from a resource way and stuff, managing way and stuff like that. And like I said, I think I read somewhere that Synergy is on the way out. So why would I support a system that's on its way out? Sat6, I'm here for the title. How dare you? Linux sucks. Everything sucks. Yeah, if you want Linux Kali on hardware, just install Debian and the Kali tools. Yeah. So if I want another profile to make another password, I have to make it each time I launch. Again, I don't know that about. Hope you guys are having crazy. Yeah, take care, Benjamin. Use Mailer Enlightenment's toolkit then. Why are you? Oh, for fuck's sake! Watch my video I just uploaded yesterday. I'm not smart. Most people are dumb. You're doing exactly what I'm talking about in that video. I don't need the mail client. I don't need the Enlightenment. I actually do like the Enlightenment toolkit. I just don't like the way it handles themes. But I cannot custom passwords. So Frederick Fitsky, I don't know how the fuck to pronounce your name. I think what you want is Kali on a USB that remember your password and your wallpaper every time you use it. That's what I gather from this here. Can you write Kali Linux on a USB with persistent space? I think you can. Fun with Chris and Linux. I think you can. Okay, so that's what you want. Okay, then you have to look into how Kali Linux use persistent space, because what you basically want to do is what the MX Linux does. MX Linux you can run off a USB, and you can download updates to it, you can change the wallpaper, and you can save that to the USB. I don't know how Kali Linux handle that. So what you should be searching here. Let me help you a little bit here. What you should be searching for on the good old Google ski here is how to make Kali. How do you spell it? I can't spell it. Kali Linux. Remember my settings on a USB. Adding persistence to Kali Linux. Here, this is the one you want. I Googled it for again, people learn to Google. Here, adding persistency to a Kali Linux USB. Here, this will help you. This should help you, because what you want basically a partition on your USB that's working a little bit like a hard drive, and that's what a persistence partition is doing. So it's in that doc here, kali.org dock, USB, yeah. This should be helping you. Because then it should be function a little bit like a USB. But MX Linux, maybe it just can't save your username and your wallpaper. Maybe it can't. Maybe it's out of the possibilities, because when you're running off a USB stick, you're not really running Linux as if you're running Linux off, a hard drive. Because there are some limitations of what Linux can do and cannot do. How Linux can run and cannot run on off a SSD. USB. I just got a text. I don't know why I got distracted by that. It's just my secret admirer, a hot little chick. But what you want to do, why not just use MX Linux? They have all of that built in from the get-go. There is in MX Linux, when you boot up the USB, you can update the kernel on the USB drive. You don't have to install it or rebuild it or anything like that. You can download packages and then save them on the USB, so next time you boot up, those packages or programs are installed. Then you can just download, because MX Linux is not hacker man. Well, it's Linux. Kali Linux and MX Linux are running from the same repos, if I'm not mistaken here. So you just download the Kali Linux tools in MX Linux onto MX Linux's USB, and Bob's your uncle, you have what you need. Like, you don't need Kali Linux to do what you want to do. If you want to do security testing, hacking things and all of that, you can use any Linux distribution. Kali Linux is just like a collection of tools. But you think it will save it if I use Kali Linux VM? Yeah, if you're running it in a VM, it will save your settings. Yeah, because then you're installing Kali Linux into a virtual machine and it's running as it would be running off a hard drive. But it's the nature of how a USB functions versus how a hard drive functions that makes some Linuxes run a little bit crazy. I want to white hack with my friends to see who gathers more info about them. Yeah, here's the thing. Install any distribution you like onto a virtual machine. And then just download the tools you want. Because Kali Linux, if you use Kali Linux, they have so many tools that you're probably only going to use, penetration tools, sniffing tools, and stuff like that. And why not just, install Debian Stable, even Arch Linux if you want to, or Gentoo if you want to. And then just download yourself the tools that you need, instead of just installing everything. That will make more sense for me. If you run a USB persistent OS, your USB lifetime will do. Yeah, it will reduce. Yeah, but again, what is the cost of a USB stick nowadays? It's almost as cheap as getting a bag of chips or something like that. And by the way, yeah, listen to what Esnik is saying. And Joshua saying the same. So, Fetskik, here's the thing. What I'm going to tell you right now sounds really bad, but they are not. They are meant to get you motivated. If you don't know what tool you need to do what you want to do, you need to do your research. Okay? You can't just install Kali Linux and become a white hat a hacker of any sort. Hacking is not about the tools, it's about knowing what tools you need to do a task. And if you don't even know what tools you need, like sniffing tools, penetration tools and stuff like that, you should not be thinking about doing any of that. You should learn those tools first. Learn how you can sniff packages on an open network, for example. Learn how you can figure out the handshaking going on in Wi-Fi and stuff like that. And again, go to Google and research that the first time, because what you are doing it sounds like what you want to do is what a lot of people tend not read the fucking manual, learn. Don't read, but learn, because what it sounds like you want to do is like, think about it like this: you're a baby, you're a little tiny baby, and you want to be a marathon runner right away. You just came out of your mom's thingy-madooski, and you want to be a marathon runner or a elite athlete right now. You forgot all of the steps in between. You need to learn to crawl, you need to learn to walk, then you need to learn to run, and then you can become whatever you want to become. So what I will recommend you to do is to find some videos on YouTube about security. Or go on to Google how to sniff packages on a network. And I will spell. I will do a lot of spelling mistakes. I'm dyslexic, so. Oh no, Wi-Fi. You know, read stuff like this, Wi-Fi packet sniffer and stuff like that. Yeah, Emacs is coming. It's coming. I'm going to install that via proof on the Windows. But yeah, this is what you need to do. You need to figure out what to. Again, let me try. Let's do it a little bit better here. Let's see if we have a text. We have Notepad here. So, what I would do if I was you. This is a really good exercise that I think a lot of Thingamedooski. This is an exercise I think most people should actually do before they send out to do a task. So first, ask yourself, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? What is your goal? Do you want to see, like in your case, you want to see who can get most of the information of each other? Okay. Then number 2. How do I learn to do that? So you find ways of figure out how to. First you say to yourself, what do I want to do? You know, what do I want to learn? How do I learn it? Where do I find it? And then 3, in your case, would be, what is the best tools? Like, this is like a really simple way of thinking about this. First figure out what you want to do. How do I acquire that skill? So that could be YouTube, it could be websites, you know, you go out and figure it and then learn that skill and then figure out what tool is the best tool. And then maybe 4 could be do the thing I want to do. This could be the same if you, let's say you want to learn to repair a car, so that could be up here. What do I want to do? I want to learn to repair a car. How do I learn that? Well, YouTube have tutorials, websites, and then you get the skills. So 2A could be, if we do 2A, could be learning. You know, learn the skills. And then number 3, what tools do you need? Well, you need spanners, and so on and so on. And then down here, work on your car. I see way too many people jump from number 1, they figure out what they want to do, and then they go right down to number 4. Which is really bad, because you're missing all of this step. And doing something or learning something is all about these 2 steps in here. How do I learn it? And where do I find the tools I can use? That's where you get your experience. Doing the thing is basically easy when you know all of that. Nope. Okay, I get to, so I learn better. It's easy to get MX because I have to install research tool myself. Yeah, if you use MX things, you have to install the research or the the penetration tools and the sniffing tools and all of these things yourself. Also, if you're just doing a desktop capture, why are you stream at 60 FPS? It's literally a waste of bandwidth. No, it's not, Joshua. If you understand Linux videos, if you understand how all of this fucking works, you will not answer that question. 60 FPS gives a smoother experience when I do stuff like this here than if I'm running 30. It's smoother for animations. Like, it is choppy now, but it would be way more choppier for you to look at with 30 FPS. Even with the 15 and so on and so on. It also gives you a crisper image. YouTube provide a crisper image if you go up in FPSs. Here's another hack. If you want your 1080p videos to look better, upload in 2K. Because then they up the bandwidth for 1080p, 720p, and 2K. I don't do that because most people watch in 1080p or 720 anyway. Again, all of this. Again, if you Google here, why do people stream in 60 FPS? Here's another thing. My screens are 60 FPS. So my software is automating to 60 FPS. I don't have to downscale it and use resources on that. It's just automatically set to... Another way of saying it is, if you're recording off a screen, the best way to get the best picture as possible is to use the native resolution and frame rate of your displays. That's how you get the best, you know. Yeah, you get what I'm saying here. Get the best experience. Yeah, Joshua really likes to complain. Again, Fetsky, first go and learn. Like I said, you need to do this here, Fetsky. I hope I pronounce your name right. Do this here first. Make a list. Take a pen and paper. Joshua, this is my stream. If I want to stream in 120p because I have had people tell me they like that and I like to do it and I have found it gives me and my resources the best outcome, I do it. You're not my dad, okay? Like I said, Google this shit. If I have to explain to you why 60 is better than 30 FPS, you are making me a stupid fucking idiot looking smart. Like I said, if you want to watch the video I just uploaded, I'm not smart, you're just stupid, or most people are just stupid. You are making me look smart online. You should not be making me look smart online. I'm stupid, okay? I'm fucking stupid. If I have to explain to you why most streamers nowadays upload in 60 FPS, most fucking streamers on Earth, even fucking most YouTubers are uploading their videos, even 720p in 60 FPS, is kind of becoming the standard. If you don't understand that, you are making a fat, stupid Danish idiot look smart. That's not a good outcome for you. That's all I'm going to say to that. And if you keep doing that fucking shit, I'm have to fucking boot you out of here, get Estim to kick you out, because he loves kicking annoying people out of the door. Which VM do you use? I use Joshua, Google it. If you have 10 plus years experience making media content, first of all, what kind of media content is it? Understand how YouTube is handling rendering compression in the back end of YouTube, okay? Do you know how YouTube handling compression in the back end? I've spent close to 10 years researching that fucking shit. Okay? Why do you think people upload in 60 FPS? I can see a difference in my videos when I record in 60 FPS. When I upload them. Okay, you can't read the... I will type them in here, Fetske. I hope you can get this. He's not that clever, though. He's sadly not that clever. Can you tell me? I work in radio, not video. Then you can't... Dude. Oh my god, you're so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Go watch a 15 FPS video. Or go play a game in 50 FPS, okay? In 4K. And play a game or watch a video in 24 FPS in 4K and 1080p. And then go and do this. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Again, YouTube. I will explain this so if other people have questions about this. Because Joshua, I don't know if you run into the wall every time you wake up in the morning, but you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. So, he knows some stuff, apparently not a lot of stuff. So, here's the thing. YouTube is weird. So, here's how YouTube does it. And it's crazy, but this is how YouTube works. No, I'm done with Joshua. He can go fucking fuck a donkey. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm done with dealing with stupid people. I really am. I can't with stupid people. So anyway, so this is how YouTube works in the back end. You will tell... Yeah, I will talk about the VMs later. I will just explain how YouTube works so people understand why people like me do what we are doing, so you probably can learn from it. And just remind me about the VM after that. That would be amazing. So, YouTube is crazy. So, most people on YouTube watching in between 480p to 1080p. Okay? But here's the thing. If you upload, let's say, your content in 2K, so that will be a resolution that's... what is it? I can't fucking remember the resolution of 2K, but it's 1440p. If you upload your video in that, your 1080p gets more bandwidth. It gets a better bitrate, a higher bitrate. Higher bitrate mean better picture quality. Bitrate, it's all about bitrate and how they're handling bitrate. But on YouTube, the higher the bitrate they give your videos, thanks for the subscription, the better your videos will look. But if you only upload to 1080p content like I do, like 1080p 30, they limit your bitrate. If you upload your video in 2K, they up the bitrate for 2K, 1080p and 720p, meaning that you will get a better looking outcome. I have noticed that if I upload in 1080p 60 frames per second, they also up the bitrate on the videos in 1080p. So that means that when the bitrate is higher, you get a better picture out of it. Plus you get smoother animations. That don't matter that much when you're doing what I'm doing right here. But it's a neat little hack to get YouTube to allocate more bitrate to my videos. If that makes any sense. So it's kind of to make sure that my 1080p videos and 720p videos look the best they can on YouTube. Because when you are uploading to YouTube, they compress the shit out of your audio, they compress the shit out of your videos. So by, in quotes, tricking YouTube, you know, to give you a higher bitrate, less compression and all of that fucking shit, you do that by uploading in 1080p 60 or 2K videos. The best would be to upload in 2K videos, but I don't have a 2K monitor. So I have to upscale my videos, and then you can get artifacting and all of that fucking shit. So I just have it on default 1080p 60 frames per second because it helps my videos look a little bit better than they normally would on YouTube. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. And it's kind of become the default standard for YouTube videos. Go watch any Yeah, less FPS means movement will be more blurry, exactly. So that's why, if you look at most content creators nowadays, they at minimum have 720p 60 frames per second. Because that allows you to have better bitrate on your videos on YouTube. That's how YouTube works. How do I... There, put him on a timeout. There you go. Let's see if that works. I can't fucking deal with stupid people. I'm sorry. Well, let's see. Let's see what you guys are up here. Again, go into my Discord, Fetsky, if you're still here, and we can, you can ask people in there. It's a better form of asking people. Knowing a lot of stuff isn't necessary. Knowing a lot of the correct... Exactly. A lot of people think they are fucking smart. I have a problem with smart people also. I hate people in general. People, they get knowledge or they get some information about one or two things and now they think they're fucking experts. Like, a really good example is Chris Titus Tech. I hate fucking ranking on that guy, but... Man, when he's talking Linux, a lot of the things he's saying is like you can disprove it with fucking, you know, a 10-second Google search. The same with Joshua. Everything Joshua is saying, you can disprove him with a 2-second fucking Google search, and I don't have time for that fucking shit. Emacs is better OS than Windows. We can't debate if Emacs is even a fucking what was... Oh, he's not there. He's just timed out. I don't know how long a timeout is, by the way. I have no fucking idea. Watch the nomadic ambience videos. Joshua, don't bother. It's not worth it. Here's I'm willing to debate and go with people if they think they're smart to a certain point, but at some point they you know, mouth-drooling idiots only get so far with me. And here's another thing. Learn to be a troll, okay? People don't know how to troll people anymore. I'm sorry to say, like, I'm an old fucking guy. I grew up with the internet, and in the 90s and early 2000s, people knew how to troll people. Nowadays, it's just like, oh, can I get them to say a dirty word, or can I get them to act in a certain way? No, that's not being a troll. Dude, if you're a troll, if you're a true troll, you go for the fucking long one. You know, you... I should not say this, but... I don't know, can you make a video about how to be a troll without YouTube getting angry at you? Like, I don't know if... when I was a kid... I should not be saying this, but... I got a fucking teacher hospitalized, okay? We were trolling a teacher so much we got them fucking hospitalized. We were not being mean to them. We were just trolling them. And they ended up in the fucking mental ward, okay? Like, that's why every time I see people like this on the internet doing these fucking crazy things, like, you have no idea how it is to be a troll. Like, it's not something I'm proud of. And I think trolling is a really low effort. But yeah, it's... Yeah, people don't know how to troll nowadays. Let's talk about virtual machines. What was your question about virtual machines, Marcus? Here's the thing, Tax. He looks stupid. He looks stupid. Here's the thing. If you're a great troll, you know more about the subject than the guy or girl you're trolling. That's why you can troll them. I hope you can follow what I'm saying here. If you know more about the subject than the person you're trolling, then you can really troll them. Because what Joshua is doing here, he's looking stupid. Like, if I can disprove him with a 5-second Google search, he looks stupid. That's not a troll. That's being a mouth-drooling idiot. That's being stupid. That's making yourself look stupid. If you are smarter about a subject, you can make the person you're trolling look stupid. That's the goal of being a troll, is that you want to make the other person look stupid or lose their argument. And you keep going at them to lose one argument after another argument, after another argument, after another argument. That's how you're being a troll. Did you not listen to what I just said? Yeah, I know what YouTube streaming FAQ said, but here's the thing. There's something called what they say, and there's something called what they do. Okay? I have over 10 years experience with YouTube if you want to throw credentials at you. Okay? I am doing what other YouTubers are doing. Do you think they do it because here's the thing. If 90% of people are doing something, 90% of people are wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about. Also, YouTube have an upload limit on, what is it, 4,000 kilobits or something like that. I'm uploading 10 right now. You know, they recommend that you should not go over 4,000 kilobits. I'm doing 10 right now. Why? Gives a little bit better quality. They don't like it, but they don't recommend it. And that's also if you yeah, its limit is 12,500. But they don't recommend it, and they can throttle down your stream. Anyway, again, you have no idea what you... Oh, fuck, you're so stupid, man. Again, go fig... Oh, let's talk VMs, because this dude is fucking mental in his head. So, I am using good old VirtualBox. VirtualBox, there you go. That's all I'm using, VirtualBox. Then, and I'm sure Joshua... Yeah. Joshua, what did I say? Do you know what confirmation bias is? Look up confirmation bias, okay? Look up confirmation bias. Just because you're Googling it, you have to read more than one article. You also have to look at what is the most common practices. Again, look up confirmation bias. So, I'm using... do I have paint? Do we have paint in here? Yeah, we do have paint in here. So, where the fuck is my mouse cursor? It's here. So, how do this work? Let's do this. How can I explain this in a better way? Oh, I just activated my Google Assistant. That's really nice. Okay, so yeah, this is my computer, and this is hard drives. I'm trying. Well, MDME again. Look up confirmation bias, and also you said WebM and X264 is not the same. For fuck's sake. You have a confirmation bias because you only looked at one article. Yeah, X outputs the WebMD. Well, it could be. I don't know. I just know what Google are doing in the back end. The fact is, my videos look better when I do 60 FPS. That's it. They look better. They are more smooth. Who gives a fuck? Let's just do it. That's why I'm doing it. So, where's I have a brush. I haven't used this in forever, man. Is this a line? Yeah, that's a line. I don't want that. I want this one here. So, this is my computer where my VM is running off. VirtualBox is running in here. Yeah, I know it's an encoding protocol. Like, I don't want to have this debate with you. Okay? You're just going in circles right now. So, what I'm doing to help my virtual machine to run better, and this is for Linux and Windows, it don't fucking matter. I always give it at least 4 cores of CPU. Hey Tasha, we have a smart ass in here. So what I'm doing is I know Linux can run on less than 4 cores, but in my experience, that if you want to run any operating system in the VM nowadays, you're best off doing it with 4 cores. So I always give them. I can give it, if you only can give it like 1 or 2 cores, that's fine. But I give it 4 cores because I can. And I give it between 4 to 8 gigs of RAM. Again, I will say, if you're running any operating system and you want to do something with it in a virtual machine, so that means that you want to do normal tasks in a virtual machine, aim for 4 cores and 4 gigs of RAM as a minimum. Yes, you can run them on less, but it will give you the best experience. Meaning that, if, let's say you want to code, you want to have, tabs open in Firefox or Chrome, and you want to do normal everyday uses in your virtual machine. Give it a little bit more RAM and give it to, 4 cores of CPU, because that's what most things are built around, or what they, not built around, but fuck am I saying? It's kind of becoming the minimum nowadays to some extent. And I noticed something, and this is like only a fucking hell, Google Assistant. This is a VirtualBox problem. Okay, this is a VirtualBox problem. Is that if you're running off, I can type here. I don't know if you guys can see this. Let's make it bigger here. That is not good enough. Ah, that's too big. There you go. And can I do another one? I'm going to explain what I'm doing here, SSD. So, what I've noticed is that if you run VirtualBox off a spinning hard drive, Joshua, you have no idea what you're talking about. Just, like, if you keep with this, I have to ban you, okay? You are making no sense, and you just... This is not the place. I'm trying to explain someone how I use virtual machines. Why? Oh, for fuck's sake, Josh, you can get your sorry ass out of here. I don't want to deal with your stupid idiot here. How do I ban? I don't know how to ban people from this fucking shit. Here, hide user from channel. There you go. So, if you are running SSD, where was I? Yeah, if you're running virtual machines, like the hard drive on virtual machine. So, when you're making a virtual machine, he's not funny, he's being stupid. Honestly, I don't find that funny at all. If you think that's funny, your intelligence must be really limited. That's the only thing I'm going to say. So, with VirtualBox, when you do your hard drives, you make your virtual hard drives, I found out that if you run them off hard drives, spinning hard drives, they become a limitations of your speed on your virtual machine. So the I always was like, why do my virtual machines run junky? They didn't run as good as I expect them to do with 4 cores, 8 gigs of RAM. And then I did some testing and found out that the limitation was actually the read-write parts of the bottleneck to some extent was the read-write you did with your hard drive. So when I ran them off a SSD, you know, that's faster than a spinning hard drive, they ran almost identical to if you had a 4-core 8 gig computer sitting next to you, besides the whole graphic card issue that I don't have passed through. So I bought an SSD to basically run all my hard drive, all my SSDs off. And I actually have tried VMware. I'm going to talk about that in a second here. And I found out that if I ran off an SSD, I just got a way better experience. Like, I'm not even joking here. My boot up time, just like when you see on your own computer, if you haven't installed an SSD yet and you do it, you're like, oh my god, it's like getting a whole new computer. But especially in VMs, if you run your VM off a SSD, you will not notice that you're running off he got you turning on me. No, I just said if you find him funny, Tax, I question your intelligence. That's not turning on you. I have no problem with you. Why does everything here has to be a fucking problem? Have fun with Chris and Linux. Don't engage with him. He's a know-it-all. He's just an idiot. Have you tried to see if you get better performance? So you do get better performance in VMware. Sober. I'm sorry about your name. I'm really bad with names. So VMware does provide a little bit better performance. But here's the thing. It's not free. Meaning you can use the VMware player. But it's really limited on what you can do compared to what you call it, VirtualBox. So for the features that you get from the free version of VMware versus the tool set you get from VirtualBox comes out ahead. If I had the money to buy for, the commercial license of VMware, I would use that, no doubt about it. It is heavier. It do use more resources on your host system. But it does give you better VMware performance. It also gives you better graphic card performance out of the box. But I have tried VMware. I also tried QEMU and all of those kind of things. I do like Linux. I did this to basically... So what I do, CR Tech, I like making fun of Linux fanboys. So if I make a video where I say Windows is better than Linux, I know a lot of open mouth drooling idiots will come in here and be like, no, it's not, it's more secure, it's more stable. And I had a grandmother that ran Windows XP and she got herpes and all of those kind of things. I just love when those those people come out of the woodwork and try to tell me and everyone else what to do instead of just use whatever the fuck you want. We have one here, screw Windows and Linux sellers. Is the Windows Temple OS, Linux Temple OS is the best. Yeah, Temple OS all the way Temple OS. But yeah, I just love making fun of people that see Linux as a religion, because it's just like, what tool do you need? And she got herbs. Yeah, like here's the thing. If you want to say Linux is more stable than Windows, give me a study that is universally acknowledged as being what do you call it? Approved study, or it's scientifically approved or something like that tells us Linux is more stable. If you can't, then it's just anecdotes. If you want to say Linux is more secure than Windows, give me a study that shows Windows or Linux is more secure than Windows, that is universally approved as being done correctly, it's done with the right methods, and it's recognized in the industry as being a recognizable study. Then I will believe you. I don't believe Windows is better than Linux. I don't believe Linux is better than Windows. It's all about what do you like to use. Yes, Windows do some things better than Linux. Linux do some things better than Windows, and that's what you use. Use what you like. Like if you like to run Linux, but don't tell other people that they should run Linux because you feel that it will enrich their lives and they will open a utopia of ideas and they will live, out in the woods and get virgins forever. It's never going to happen. Linux will not change the world. Windows will not change the world. Well, Windows have changed the world, but Linux is not going to change the world. No, AirOS is the best. Oh, that's the Workbench Amiga OS clone, if I'm not mistaken. And I miss Amiga OS. Amiga OS got me into operating systems. Don't save. Can I actually see how? This system info. I can't fucking spell today. I wish Linux had... Linux do have something like this called IAXNXI or something like that. Yeah, this is from November last year. Sorry. And this is all the hot fixes. Let's see. I need to catch up with you, you guys here. Yeah, Adobe. I don't like Adobe software, dude. I don't like the way that they are doing it. I don't like Adobe. I went away from Adobe software a long time ago. I use something called Affinity Photos or Design, or what it's called right now. Oh, tax you. Oh my god. If you think I'm angry at you, yeah, I'm not. I just don't like Josh. I actually think I've talked to Josh before. I won't use Windows. I will use them for only gaming. For video graphic, I will use Mac. Yeah, if I had the money, I would use Mac for those things also. My goal is to actually save up for a Mac Mini and use that as my editing rig. That's kind of my unofficial goal right now. Linux is more secure than Windows because it's open source. No, so that will not be a troll, Nick. That would be a debate. So there's a difference between a troll and a debate. Like, I would love to talk for hours about open source versus closed source. And look at all of the aspects of, is it really more secure? Is it better? And all of these things, because there are no studies that show us that they are. But I would love to talk about it. And my stance on open source versus closed source is that I don't know. I honestly don't know which one is best. I think it depends on the situation. I tend to use this argument here. Do you want the guidance system to your, let's say, nuclear missiles to be open source and on GitHub? So the Taliban, for example, can just use a really, really good precision software for their missiles? Probably not. And when we're talking missiles, software is like a massive part of that. So I don't know. But what I do have a problem with is that people just automatically think it is because it's open source. That's where I'm like, prove it then. Like, prove to me that it is. I hope you can get what I'm saying here. That's what I like to talk about. Like, when people are becoming like, what you call like, okay, it's like this, and it's for sure it's like this. I'm like, then prove it to me. And then they get all angry and get all Josh on me. Well, Linux malware is a brand new thing. Oh, no. Linux malware has been here since the fucking inception of Linux. When was the first ever Linux virus? Linux malware. Oh my god, Esnik, do a reaction video. Yeah, Esnik does great work. I hope the OS embedded on the cruise missiles are closed source. Why do you hope that's closed source? Because if open source is more secure, then it will not matter. I think the first, was it a worm or Trojan for Linux, came out in the 90s. No. Oh, social engineering, that's not it. Again, I hate calling it trolling because I honestly, if I love being trolled, okay? I just don't like arguing with people that don't know what they're talking about. Because, like I said, there's a difference between being a troll and trying to get a reaction out of people. And getting a reaction out of people is not being a troll. If he actually knew what he was talking about, like he could, like, say to me, here, this is what exactly the algorithm or the compression is doing on YouTube videos with these and these settings. Yeah, I will go for it all day, man. I will start to believe him. Why can't I see when the first ever Esnik probably know this. Easing. I think you mean Esnik. I burst out laughter when he acted like Linux. Should we react to that video and should we watch that video now? Should we watch his video now? I think we can watch it now. Yeah, I know, Esnik. I know you were joking, but I was just saying, like, it's not a troll. That's not, again, you guys, you don't know what a troll is. You don't know what a troll is. Like, what you did there, Esnik, or what Joshua is doing, is like going up to a fat person and say, "Ha, you fat," to get a reaction out of them. That's not being a troll. That's being an obnoxious idiot. Like I said, if you want to troll people, you outsmart them. And you make them look stupid. Then you're trolling them. You're going in pretending to be stupid, and then you're making the other person look stupid and catching them in their own stupidity all the time. That's being a troll. All these gotcha moments where, you're fat, and then, oh, no, I'm not fat, and how dare you call me fat? That's just like another form of being a fucking unintelligent idiot, to be honest. Malware grew by 35%. Holy shit, oh really? In 2021, malware families identified for Linux jumped from around 40 to 50 malware families. Oh, ooh. Yeah, but again, when we are comparing, and this is my problem with comparing Linux to Windows, is that you can't say that, oh my god, Windows have so many more viruses than Linux. Yeah, of course it has. And of course they're getting more and more faster than Linux because more and more people are using it. There is a level. Tax, I would love to have you in a call and explain. I can't talk about it here because I will probably get kicked off YouTube if I talk about trolling and stuff like that. But I would love to try explain to you how you do that the right way. He's not even like he's a reactioner, okay? He goes in and he's doing what I did with my title. Windows rocks. Linux is better than Windows. Or Windows is better than Linux. Prove me wrong. That's what he did. That's not a troll. That's a reaction. There's a difference. What are you describing? It takes too much energy. I like low pro troll. That's the thing. That's exactly the thing, Esnik. Being a troll takes effort, okay? It takes effort to be a troll. Because a troll is not a bully. A troll is not a obnoxious, a troll is not necessarily out there to hurt you. They're just out there to make you look stupid. I hope you can get what I'm saying here, but that takes effort. Bullshit, Linux is better. If you feel Linux is better, then Linux is better for you. Linux first. Let's see if I can do this here. First virus. Yeah, 1996. Yep, stock. STAOT. STAOT was the first computer virus written for the Linux operating system. It was discovered in the autumn of 1996. VirtualBox don't support Windows 11 yet. They still need to figure that TPM kind of shit out. Yeah. Yeah, I know that's what you meant, Johan. Should we watch eBoss's newest video about malware? Because I will probably get a rage about that fucking shit.
Udskrive en ordrebekræftelse her. Tidsrøver overalt. Hvordan skal man kunne levere hurtigt og grønnere?
Fucking ads.
Fulfillment-løsning fra Bring.
Hey everybody.
Yeah, let's watch this video here. Link to the IBM malware stuff it published in 2022. That's actually... Why don't you make a video about that, Esnik? Both are great in their own ways. Windows is leaps ahead on the desktop, but tyrannical. Linux is fantastic for servers, but lack everything. I'm kind of with you on that one there, Hank. I'm with you on that one there. Oh, you play? Okay. So, if you were going to make a video about it, I don't think I will then. It's not. It would be stupid if both of us are doing it. But should we watch this video here? Malware, Linux malware. It's real and getting worse. Also, I never seen him on a webcam before. He looks really short.
I know this is quite odd seeing me on camera because I'm got a face for radio.
Yeah, welcome.
But I've been working today on a client's PC, and something come up, and I think we really need to address it. I think we've overlooked something as a...
So, I want to ask something about here, because I noticed on his videos, it sounds like he's in a fucking refrigerator all the time. I don't know if that's just me or if that's,
community, and I think the sooner we address it and the sooner we're on our toes about it, the more we can be prepared for it. And that is malware on Linux. Yes, it exists, and it is getting worse. That's what we're going to cover today on eBuzz Central.
Oh, built-in mics. Oh, I thought he was using a microphone. Also, is that a glass ring he has on or something like that, like a football ring?
I'm in a client's office right now. He's actually out to lunch, and I wanted to do this video. It was on my mind, so I pulled my laptop out of my bag. So if the audio's off and the camera's not quite perfect, so be it.
Oh,
like
that
I said,
explains
this is the first time you're going to ever see me do a video like this, and we'll see what kind of feedback I get from this one. We'll see if we might do more in the future. But I think people need to understand that Linux, for one, is a coveted target. It's a host operating system for numerous application backends and servers, and powers a wide variety of Internet of Things devices. Still, there's not enough done to protect those devices. Linux malware has been massively overlooked. That's my opinion.
Hey, I'm actually agreeing with him here.
Since most of the cloud hosts run Linux, being able to compromise Linux-based platforms allows the attacker to access an enormous amount of resources or to inflict substantial damage through ransomware and wipers. In recent years, cyber criminals and nation-state actors have targeted Linux-based systems The goal was often to infiltrate corporate or state-based or government networks.
Yeah, again, they've done this, like Esnik said, for ages. There's nothing new in this one here.
To attack critical infrastructure. And what they do is they leverage weak authentication, unpatched vulnerabilities, and server misconfigurations to their advantage. Linux malware is becoming not just more prevalent, but also...
He's a hand gesture talk. Yeah, I'm the same. Johan, I'm the same. I talk with my hands also. I try to keep it down on my videos because my webcam... I won't put it on right now because it's hot as balls here and I'm topless. I don't want to show you guys my man boobs. But I use my hands, but when I use my hands a lot, I tend to hit the table and my webcam starts to bounce all over the place. And I try, but I talk a lot with my hands. Some studies say that people that use their hands a lot when they talk tends to be generally creative people. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's some people say that. But it could just be an urban legend or something like that. Good marketing with though. I don't know if it's not good marketing. It's just something people do.
More diverse. Security
actually, some people. I'm sorry for stopping this quickly here, but some people are actually saying that it takes away the focus of what you're saying when you're moving your hands. That they tend to watch your hands and not listen as much. So when public speakers, for example, goes into training and stuff like that, some companies or some places where they take that training tells them to not, use excessively hand movements and stuff like that. Again, if it's true or not that people don't listen that well, some studies say, again, I don't know, I'm not a professional in body language, but yeah.
Companies have been looking at code uniqueness of malware strains to see how innovative the authors are. And what these companies have found is an increase in most malware categories in 2021 over 2020, including ransomware, banking Trojans, and botnets. This increase in Linux targeting may be correlated to organizations increasingly moving into cloud environments, which frequently rely on Linux for their operation. And I also read the other day, I can't remember where it was, but there was a report that said the level of innovation of Linux malware came close to that of Windows. So basically what they're saying is the uniqueness of the code, the effort put into it, is starting to match that of Windows. Now you're probably...
Why don't he make more videos like this? I actually, I kind of like this here. He's not telling you what to do. He's not telling you you're a bad person. He's not telling you you were stupid for running Windows. He's factual. He's a little bit opinion in it. But I kind of like this approach here. Instead of like, oh, they can suck my ass and my balls and lick my fucking toes and all. Like, yeah, why don't you just do this? Say the man with a hand avatar. Yeah. I think Tax is a little bit like he's one of those people that live out in the woods with a tinfoil hat on. And every time he gets a boner, he's afraid that the NSA can hack in via radio signals into his body. I talk a lot with my hands too. That's just the way that I express myself. So every time I talk to you, Tassia, and you hit me, it's not because you're angry at me, you're just talking with your hands. You're not giving me a slap around.
Asking, how can that be when not a lot of people are using Linux on their desktop? It's for the reasons I just stated. It's used for cloud infrastructure. Mm-hmm. It's used for banks. It's used for ATMs. Linux is used so much worldwide that people just don't know or haven't heard about. And I think it's very important because as Linux malware continues to evolve, organizations need to pay attention to the most common attacks and harden their security for those attacks.
And they do. Again, watch DJ Ware. He talks a lot about this. Go talk to this Digital Life. The German guy I talked to, the Windows admin or Linux, he's also Linux admin or security. Well, I can't even remember what the fuck he is anymore. He's DevOps for both Windows and Linux, I think. He has, he's deploying Linux servers or have deployed Linux servers and done it for years, and they are already doing this. Trust me. If there is a Linux server somewhere, they have done everything they can to think about security. It's not like they're just downloading Ubuntu, installing it, and running away. No, they are hardening it and clocking and plugging and logging and all of that fucking shit, holes in firewalls and software and all of that. Yeah, they are thinking about it.
While Linux can be more secure, than other operating systems?
Again, I need proof on that. These kind of statements I don't like because they are not based on facts. Show me a study that's industry approved to be correct that tells us that Linux is more secure than Windows. And it's not just we think it is or it probably is. No, I want to see facts.
It's important to note that an operating system is only secure as its weakest link.
Yep.
So if we don't stay up, and these corporations don't stay up on it and protecting it, there's going to be issues. After reading that article the other day, I did a lot of investigating. And
was that going to the fridge and take a beer and then go back again? I have no problem with the first part of this video when he's speaking specifically about... Yeah, okay, so is it starting to become really bad now? Am I starting to lose my fucking balls or something like that? Do I need to be prepared? Do I need to have Dasha have like the emergency services ready so she can't call them when I pass out?
And here are the 6 things as a Linux user, even if you're just using it.
Yeah, Johan, you're correctly 100%. I'm sorry for stopping, but I don't want him playing while I'm talking to you guys. What needs to be said in this discussion is that Linux does typically have exploitable ports by default. If you get exploit, it tends to be Apache or something. Oh, look at Hank. Look at the sudo exploit we had. Look at the apt exploits we have had. Look at the kernel exploits we have had. We have had many security problems within Linux software. Many.
Home, these are the 6 things you need to look for. One of the major ransomware attacks right now is attacking VMware images. And what they call these is ransomware gangs that attack pre-made VMware images of operating systems or of applications you are launching.
I 365 Discount holder vi åbent i pinsen. Enkelte butikker holder lukket. Se mere på 365discount.dk.
You can see some Danish advertisement here. I will answer you after this advertisement here, Johan.
In the cloud.
So, didn't Joe Collins have a video why Linux is more secure? Well, Joe Collins is not approved to be an industry expert. like I said in the video I made that I'm not smart. Most people just stupid. Don't take what we are saying on these videos here as gospel. Don't take what you read as gospel. Like again, a little bit what the problem that Joshua was trying to disprove me is that we can all find what we want to find online. If I want to find a video that say that Linux is more secure, I can find many videos that say that. If I want to find articles to say that, I can do it, but we don't know how legit they are. We don't know if there's any biases going on here. Just like you can find plenty of videos to say that Linux is not secure, and you can find plenty of videos to say that Linux is, not more stable and stuff like that. That's the confirmation bias going into it here. A really good way of going about this is that if you think Linux is more secure than Windows, you should actually try to disprove your own idea. So you should be setting out to say, okay, I think Linux is the most secure operating system, so therefore I basically have to disprove that Linux is the most secure operating system. And if you cannot disprove that, and it's done in a recognized way that the industry recognize, you can then say Linux is not more secure because you couldn't. Linux is more secure because you could not prove to yourself and the industry that Linux was less secure. That's kind of how you can go about it. I'm aware, but the only remotable one I have was the kernel exploit. Hank, go Google. More secure than... Yeah, exactly, Marcus. Google, trust me, there are plenty of problems with Linux. There have been vulnerabilities in Linux, like you mentioned, but how many were remotely exploitable? Local exploits are almost... There has also been remotely exploited problems. Here's the thing I would say to that, Esther, is that if it takes us 10 years to find an exploit in apt, there could be hundreds of thousands of exploits in Linux that are remotely executable that we don't know about. That's the problem. My problem is not so much that people say that Linux is more secure, it's that when people think Linux is more secure, they start lacking on security. They don't take security what you call it, seriously. That's the word I'm looking for. They are not looking at taking security seriously, because when I'm using Linux, it can't get malware, it can't do that, and it's more secure than Windows. So why should I think about security? And that's when the problem starts to come. It's not so much that I think Linux is less secure. I just don't want to be a spokesperson telling people that, because then they automatically think that, oh, I don't have to do this. A good example is that if I is selling you a house and I'm like, hey, Esnik, this is a really secure neighborhood. There's no crime here and blah, 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 blah. Then you will be like, oh, do I even need a fucking lock then? Do I need to lock my door? And then one day you wake up in the middle of the night, you want to have your peanut butter sandwich, and there's a homeless guy jerking off in your living room. And you'll be really angry at me. What the fuck is he doing in here? Well, just because I said it was a low crime neighborhood, there's no crime in here, don't mean that you should not lock your door. And that's how the mentality that I see, sadly, a lot of Linux users have, is that, oh, I don't need a firewall because Linux is more secure than Windows. I don't need an antivirus. You get what I'm saying here. And that's kind of that's why I'm a little bit combative when I hear people talking like that. Did meltdown and other stuff affect Linux and both Linux and Windows, Marcus? Yeah, I agree completely what you're talking about, running a server, but for your typical... Here's the thing, Esnik, already there, when you're saying for a server, but not for a typical desktop user, exactly for a typical desktop user. You should not look at your operating system any different if it was a fucking server or not. I'm not saying you should go out and harden Linux and have 10 firewalls and software firewalls and stuff like that. Here's what you should have as a minimum. Have one firewall. Most people have a firewall in their modems, okay? Have a firewall on Linux. That's the bare minimum you can do. If you're sharing files with other people, be a good citizen and have an antivirus scanner. And then scan your system once a month. Or scan, especially if you're sharing stuff with other Windows users, even if you're a Linux user. You can be like the middleman for a virus. So scan the files before you give it to them. Be a good citizen. Like you're doing exactly what I'm afraid of, is that I'm not a server. I'm a desktop user, so therefore I should not think about security. You should. The same goes for Windows users. The same goes for Mac users. Just because you're not a Windows server don't mean you should slacking on your security. Just because you're a Mac user, or just because you are a FreeBSD user, don't mean you should not be slacking off on security. The real meat is how many ports are open by default. Windows have a lot of those are on all machines. Linux is depending on what you install. So here's the thing, Hank. Most Linux distributions don't even come installed with a firewall. So they, by default, have a lot of ports open. What the fuck, I do not want servers under Linux. I have no need to block ports that are not in use by a server I'm not running. You're overcomplicating this, Esnik. Like I said, have a basic firewall running, and if you're living on Linux full time, it will not hurt to do a virus scan once in a while. And if you're sharing files with other people, be a good citizen and scan the files for them. So you don't look like an asshole and giving them herpes. You get what I'm saying here? So locking a door that nobody goes... So what you're saying is it's useless to lock my back door because all people comes in my front door. Esnik, that's not a good point to have. Wouldn't you... You know the term better be safe than sorry? I would rather have my ports blocked that it's not being used, so someone can't exploit them. Because here's the thing, just because a port is not being used right now, that don't mean that people can't get access to your system via them, or through them. They can still get access to your system through a port that you don't run. Yeah, if you don't have a door at all, but that, yeah, hey, it's been Viking. But yeah, again, maybe it was not a good analogy with the ports, but ports can be utilized even though you're not doing anything with them. Like, they can still be misused in some instances. There have been cases where people have used ports that people forgot they have used at some point, or they have used ports that were open, that they, because they, like, there's so many things going on with our open range system. You don't know all the ports. Do you know exactly how many ports you have open right now, and what each individual port to your system is doing? Do you know that? If you do that, that's... I'm with you on that one. No, a port is not akin to a door. No, I know it was just... I'm trying to simplify to make it virtual, understandable for you. No, a port that is not listening is not accessible by the outside world. But again, what if you installed a program that have opened a port that you have forgot about and stuff like that? And Firewall takes care. Again, this is a meaningless debate. Because Esting, he don't care, so he don't care. But what I'm saying is, if you want to live an easy life, have a firewall, okay? It takes no fucking effort, and it does nothing to your fucking system. It does nothing to your day-to-day life. Just have a basic firewall. You will not notice it's there. Yeah, but how often are you running SS, Esting? Every time you install and uninstall a program. That's basically when you should do it. Or every time you have some program connecting to the outside world. Like I said, if you really want to micromanage your operating system, you can live without a firewall. But yeah, run a basic firewall. No, not all. No, Esnik. No. You don't. A lot of programs, or a lot of firewalls, for example, if you open Samba, if they are set to like a lesser restrictive, what are you calling it, scheme or something like that? Like if you're setting it to not be as aggressive, then they can see, oh, this is Samba, and Samba is typically using these and these ports, so therefore they will automatically open these ports. It depends on what level you set your firewalls on. I think you think that firewalls are just aggressive by default. It depends on how they are set. And some of them will even also, when you uninstall Samba, they will be like, okay, we don't see Samba anymore. Hey, Adam, so therefore we are closing the port. I hope you get what I'm saying here. Like, firewalls do a lot of these things automatically. That's why people use them, or else they will not be using them. But like I said, if you have a router, you probably have a firewall in the router anyway. Like most routers nowadays have a firewall. But what I'm saying is that use something like, what is the one from Ubuntu? The Unified Firewall, or... Yeah, it's because it's Pride Month, so they yeah. What is the Ubuntu one called? Use that one. It handles most things automatically for you. UFV, there you go. Yeah, but Esnik. You can still get access to a port. You can still open a port easier from the outside world if you don't have a firewall. Look at it like this. It's like having an extra lock on your door. It's not 100% the same, but you get my idea here. Use it. What do I do if a port is plugged? Like I said, there are penetration tools that you can do this with Kali Linux, for fuck's sake, okay? How to open and close ports in Windows. How to open a port in Windows. You know what, Esnik? Here's the thing. Make a video that disproves this hypothesis. if no server is actually listening on a port, the port is close to the outside world. Yeah, but there are still ways you can open that port. There are software that can get into that port. Like I said, there have been hacker attacks attacking where they have open ports that were closed that didn't have firewalls on them. You can even go into ports that are open, and then this is another reason why you should have a firewall. So let's say you do have an open port, like an FTTP port or something like that. They can then go in via that port, and they can open your SSH port. And then they can do stuff there, because if you don't have SSH port open by default, you don't use SSH, you will not look after SSH. You get what I'm saying here. A firewall will prevent that to some extent. Anyway, that's fine. That's fine. You cannot open a port. It's not possible if there's no server listening to it. That's fine. That's fine. There's no reason ever to run a firewall. Yeah, that's fine. What do you I missed some things here. UFV, that's the one I was talking about, yeah. So Windows don't need a firewall either, because it also just closes its ports. Yeah. If there is nothing on the port, it won't reply, and that's better than a plug, unless your plug does not reply. Yeah, again, like I said, Hank, you can also go in through open ports, and like I said, there have been cases where people have done shit, clever shit to get ports open and whatnot, and a firewall can help you with that. I don't know why people are so afraid of running a firewall. It don't take any resources. Let me ask another way, instead of debating this thing here, or reports and stuff like that. Instead of doing that, what is so dangerous for you to run a firewall? Why? What is the reason why you don't want to run it? And don't use this argument, oh, I don't think I need it. But, yeah, I get that. You already said that. But what is the other reasons for you not wanting to run something you don't have to interact with at all, that gives you a little bit of extra protection? That would probably be a better way of coming about this. Why is it so bad, or why is it so taboo to run a firewall? The firewall is to close port that you have running, so that only stuff that you want. Yeah, I get that, Hank. But what I'm trying to say here is, do you know exactly, and that's what I'm coming back to, do you know exactly 100% what ports are open and running on your system 24/7? Do you know every time you install a program if it's going to open or close a port? Do you know every time your ports are active if they also are utilizing other ports? That's kind of what I'm like I said, you can sneak... it's not taboo, it's just my preference. Okay. Yeah, I'm with Johan. They'd better be safe than sorry, yeah. I know people that live in neighborhoods that never close their door or lock their door also. And I'm shaking my head at those people also. But they don't do it because they never have had someone break into their house in 20 years. I get it. My grandmother is like that. She lives in a really, really safe place in the middle of nowhere, where there's like 1K to the nearest neighbor, and she rarely closes her door. But you get what I'm saying here. But I'm on, when it comes to security, I'm on the mindset, better be safe than sorry. I do, but on my servers, I do use firewalls to block things I don't want, and everything is safe until it's not. Yeah, exactly. Why again, Hank? I don't understand it. I honestly don't. Why not just have that extra bit of security on your main system? Just to, it's just a little, it's like having sex with a condom on if you don't know the girl, okay? It's just giving you a little bit of extra security. What's so bad about that? It don't make Linux less secure. It don't take you any extra work, and stuff like that. And also, yeah. Exactly, Johan. I do the same if I'm using a firewall. I'm just using the default settings. And I kind of like it because I download a lot of fucking software, people. Like I do, I download a lot of shit and install it and uninstall it. I can't keep up with what ports are open. I don't want to sit and SS every day and every morning and 10 times a day to see if this program I just activated is also activating a sub port or something like, or not a sub port, but another port or a third port that I haven't thought about. I just want something that makes my life more convenient, and firewalls do that. They take care of things that if I by mistakes open a port, or if a program wants to open a port or something, it takes care of that fucking shit. And I don't get why, because the thing is, Ethnic is the standard of Linux users. If you mention firewalls and antivirus scanners to a Linux user, they get, I don't need that. You probably don't, but wouldn't it be nice to have it? Like, I don't need to lock my door, but I kind of like that it's locked. Because then I know that if some drunk idiot should fall into my door, they can't get in it that easy. If I was allowed, I would have 2 locks on my door, but I'm not allowed to do that. I never said I don't firewall through since I null route all the ports, but I'm also the kind of user who hosts a lot of temp stuff at home. Yeah, but like I said, I get that a lot of you guys are nerds and you look at your computers all the time and stuff like that. I get it. But why not just have this little extra thing that takes no effort on your part? Why not just use it? So in my case, a firewall, all the default ports I know I won't need remotely, and everything else is open. Again, like I said, if you want to nerd out and tweak every little part of your system, do it. But why not just have that little extra part of security? I have cops and systemd with salt running, and all those are the only port open on my system. All other ports are in use. Are not in use, so nothing is listening, and no access is going to happen. Well, your web browser using firewalls, ports. Look, SS your system right now and see what ports are being used right now. Let's see what he's saying
These
here.
gangs, one was Conti, Dark Side,
Conti.
Evil. I think that was them. I'd have to double check.
Wait. Did he say Oniball?
That attacked pre-made VMware images of operating systems or of applications you are launching in the cloud. These gangs, one was Conti, Dark Side, Evil. I think that was them. I'd have to double check.
I thought it sounded like he said something that a PAD was called that bodybuilders used. It sounded like that in my brain. Yeah, you can filter your ports. In my case, I don't want... Again, Ethnic, SS, look at your system, see what you're doing. In my case, I don't want to consistently have to look up which port I need to open multiple times a week just because I want to play a game or host. Yeah, again, like I said, most firewalls, you don't have to interact with them at all. Like, I have had firewalls on Windows for fucking 30 years almost. And if I have to approve a program every time I install it or every time I run it, open up, let's say Spotify, I have to, do we want Spotify to allow? I kind of don't mind they ask me one time, but if they keep pestering with me, it's set too high for me. Most firewalls, they know that, let's say when you install Samba or something like that, they know that, okay, this is a Samba. They are this is the default ports. So we are now automatically opening those ports for you and then protecting them when you're not using it anymore. They're handling that. The Windows firewalls is efficiently. I'm not using the Windows firewall. I use third-party firewalls. I have never used the Windows firewall. I use third-party antivirus and firewall solutions on Windows, and I use the free ones that are being and I keep up with stuff like this. I research firewall antiviruses and this once in a while. I just was it last month I changed my antivirus under Windows because no, I don't use Commando. I actually use what the fuck do I use? I used to use AVG, but that fucking sucks balls under Windows 11. Avira Security. It seems to be, if you look at all the tests here, it seems to be the one that performs the most consistent, that gives you the best features for free. I used to use, AVG is spyware, and it runs like shit. It's slow. Like, I used AVG for years on Windows, AVG, and it used to be really good. But the last couple of years, it's been really bad. But I never, I'm lazy. Okay, I'm a lazy motherfucker. So, I just recently changed to Avira, or what the fuck it's called, because if you look at I spent a day just looking at antivirus test results from security firms, and test results from people that test, security testing, antiviruses and stuff like that. And this one here, and Bitdefender, and that one there, and then there was another one. Not Bitdefender. Bitdefender, I think it's, and what was the other one? Bulgard is also a good one. Kaspersky. McAfee seems to be really good. And Norton. Was it Panda? Trend Micro. So these were the ones that were kind of like... I don't run antiviruses under Linux because I don't share files with other people on Linux. But if I ran Linux as my everyday driver all the time, and I had USB sticks with me that I shared with other people, I would be scanning my USB sticks. Yes, but on my physical hard drive, I have a firewall. When I had that, I don't have it anymore, as I said before, but when I run Linux on my physical hard drive, yes, then I used firewalls. In VMs, not so much, because I'm in a VM for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours at the time, and then I change the VMs all the time. And when it comes to VMs, you could debate that you're a little bit more secure. So the ones that I spent a day researching this, so don't take this as gospel. But where is the other one? Avira, where is that? Why can't I hear this? These are kind of the ones that, on a consistent basis, score high on antiviruses and virus databases and virus and malware protection for free. Oh, sorry, both free and paid. So Bitdefender, both the free version and the paid version, seems to be one of the best. They tend to pester you quite a lot when you are installing programs that, do you want to enable this, and blah, 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 and all of that. Avira seems to be the best all around. Kaspersky, they like, but because it's Russian owned, they are a little bit like, we don't know how, they are a little bit like iffy with it. Bulgard seems to be okay. McAfee seems to be really great if you pay for it. The same with Norton, seems to be really great if you pay for it. The problem with Bulgard, McAfee, Norton is that they are really resource hungry. Where Bitdefender and Avira were the ones that take less resources out of your system when you were running them. So that's also something I'm looking for. So what I'm looking for is that how consistently are they in the top 90, how consistent are they in 90+% detection rate. And how much resources on your system are they taking? And Bitdefender and Avira seems to be the ones that are performing most consistent in the top 90% of detection rate and take less resources. Trend Micro seems to be like a third. That's just for the research I have done. Do your own if you want to. But these are kind of for free versions, I think this is kind of like the top 3. Bitdefender, Avira, Kaspersky, or how you pronounce it. And then the paid one tends to be Bulgard, McAfee, Norton, and Trend. I get what I hope what you're saying here. You get what I'm saying here. And they do test, where they download new, old viruses and stuff like that, and they look at how often do the virus database being updated and stuff like that. So that's also something they look at. I think Avira, the one that I'm using, is on the free version. They are 24 hours behind. Bitdefender is on the free version 12 hours behind or something like that. You get what I'm saying, but they tend to, these 3 here, Kaspersky, Avira, and Bitdefender, if you're getting them for free, seems to be the one performing the best on detecting detection rate. I can prove wrong. It depends on use case. F-Society, like I said, I spent a day looking at people testing security software online and offline. And in general, like I said, these 3 here seems to be the one performing the best in general, meaning that they seem to be the one being consistent in the top 90% of detection rate. That they, on a consistent basis, found 90% plus of the viruses. Not 100, but 90%. They seem to be the most consistent. Some go under 90. If they go under 90 for a while, I don't like using them. They seem to be the one detecting most software in the top 90% tile. No, okay. I'm sorry. Let's see. Hank, I do have. I need to scroll up here a little bit. Okay, that's what I came to. The Windows Firewall is useless. Okay, yes, but on Windows, MS Office will open port, but Office Suite really needs support. Of course, you need a firewall on Windows. So MS Office open. So here's the thing with software. A lot of software open ports because they are phoning home. There's a lot of Linux software that phones home. Commando, I assume. Hank, I have used Commando. I have people that use Commando. But I had a lot of problems with Commando, and I had a lot of people saying Commando was bad. And from the test that I have seen, Commando seems to not perform that well. Somebody give me a quick recap. What are his points? I don't know what you get, Cosmic Fusion. We are talking about a lot of things here. I use Commando Firewall on Windows for a while, but I think the Windows Firewall is good enough. The Windows Firewall is okay if you're not a heavy internet user. Commando is not that good. Do you run an antivirus on Linux? Like I said, yeah, if I share files with other people, I don't think antiviruses is as important as firewalls. I am on Linux, I'm more of a believer on firewalls. But if you're sharing files with other people, scan them. Like if I have a USB stick, I don't do this at all because I don't know any people share my shit with that I have. But if I'm going to share my files with my brother or my mom or someone at work and stuff like that, I always scan the USB stick before I give it to them. Or if I get someone from people like a USB stick, like I said, nowadays we get it over the internet. But when I did that back in the day, I always scanned the files. My like Gmail scans for viruses by themselves, so I don't need to do that, you know. My sister used both AVT and Windows Defender, but she still got COVID, so I don't think they're good antivirus to do. Yeah, I get it, man. I don't use antivirus. On Windows, any program running as admin can change your firewall setting. Yeah, of course it can. I always use admin account. I do the same. I always use admin account. And here's the thing. Like, I think we talked about this before. The big security risk nowadays is not so much the software, it's the human behind the computer. I hope this makes sense. It's people clicking on shit they should not click on. It's people visiting websites they should not visiting. It's people downloading stuff they should not be downloading. Because antiviruses and firewalls and all of that are doing a really good job to protect itself. Even the operating systems are doing a really good job at protecting themselves against the user. But it's mostly the user fucking things up. And yeah, if you're not running as administrator, that can help you a little bit. Of course it can. You know what's better than Windows or Linux? Sunlight and touching crash. I just choose not to use the best. I choose not to use the best option here. Yeah, going outside, go to the gym, way better. Antivirus is always behind on the latest viruses. Of course they are, because you need to detect the latest virus before you can patch it. But they tend to be really quick. Like, it's like saying that, it's like saying vaccines is always behind the latest human virus. Yeah, of course, because you need to understand what the virus is before you can, vaccinate for it. I can prove you wrong. So you were talking about Linux versus Windows. Yeah, that's what I mean, F Society. That I just want people I just want all the Linux sellers to come out. That's why I made this title I read here. A bit different to 3 on my Pixel 2. I have never tried. Like Samsung has their own antiviruses, and they have Nox and all of that shit. So I haven't tried any third-party antiviruses. Is a firewall just blocking ports? It depends on what firewall you have. They can also do a lot of other things. But in general, that's kinda, what they started out as. Just got done moving. Where are you moving in? IP tables, for example, is just blocking ports. Yeah. That IBM malware report I linked earlier. Oh shit, you guys are scrolling up here. I can't read. The IBM malware report I linked earlier points out most attacks are done through phishing. Yeah, and social engineering, phishing, call it what you will. Antivirus these days has broad signature and blocks a lot by behavioral and yeah, exactly. Again, social engineering. Nope. So I'm just speed reading this here, Esnik. I don't want to sit here and read with my dyslexia for fucking hours. But yeah, like I said, I see a firewall as a condom. Why not use it, man? I have to see firewall critical. What security benefit do you get from blocking closed ports? One that I can come in mind of is that if some program by mistake open a port that you don't want it to open, you have a firewall there. They can also give you early warning if programs are starting to open non-standard ports in your system. So if they're going outside the standard range of, let's say you install Samba and it's going outside the standard port range, they can be like, oh, do you really want to open this that's outside the standard port range? And all of it can do so many things. Like I said, it's just like having a condom on. I don't know why people are so afraid of running them. Yeah, IP tables is really good. IP tables are really good. So apparently stop watching his videos. Like this, like here, this system here, this is a VM. This is what I'm running. This is my Windows. This is the if you're running Windows like I'm doing it here, this is just for testing purposes. You don't need any more than this here. I have a last scan 1 minute ago. Ransomware protection. Like Windows security is actually becoming quite good. I have Firewall is on, private network is on, public network is on. Yeah, like for what I'm doing here in a virtual machine with Windows 10 here, this is, you don't need more. Again, if I was running this 24/7, because my computer is on all the time. So I kind of like to have that extra protection via Firewall and an antivirus. I just want to see. No, I know you are. It's Estig I'm poking at F Society. Yeah, but yeah. So again, your argument is that if you are setting up your software and you're micromanaging your software to, you know, in quotes a proper way or in minute details, you don't need security protocols. I like them. Even if I did that, I would still run a firewall in case I fucked something up. Because then you're relying on that you are a really good administrator, Estig. You are now relying on your skill, your master craftsmanship skill as a Linux administrator. You're relying only on that. Why not have something that could protect you against you being pissed drunk on whiskey one day and forget to set a period in a Samba config file? But hey, I'm not just talking servers here. I'm talking on your on your own system. Like, this is how I look at it. Let me boil it down to in this way here. I am sure that most people watching my content, if they spend the time and they really nerded out under either Windows or Linux, they could tailor-make Windows or Linux to be massively secure without having all of these extra firewalls and maybe even antiviruses and stuff like that. They could probably secure the system really, 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 really well. But then I'm like, but what if you have an off day? What if you are not on the ball? What if something you haven't, you know, you just download and install a program, you haven't thought about it, do something you don't want it to? Don't you want something that catches those mistakes? That's what I see under Linux. That's what I see what a firewall does under Linux, for example. It catches those off days. It's like a safety net. It catches those little mistakes that I may be making. And I see the same that with Windows. I could probably run Windows without a firewall and antivirus and not get as many infections as my mom, for example. Because I don't click on all those crazy emails that I get, and I don't go onto websites I don't trust and validate and stuff like that. So I could probably have a much better experience under Windows just running this here. But I still run better firewall and network protection, firewall, network protection, and antivirus and threat protection software in case I have an off day or I by mistake do something I should not be doing. So it's like, you know, it's like this little safety net. And I'm like, why don't we just do that by default? That's kind of my approach to this. Is like, yes, we could all secure things to like fucking Fort Knox. But what if we are off one day, you know? What if we forget something? Like I said, what if Esnig gets pissed off drunk and forgets something in a config file? You know, hopefully there should be protection against that. On my home desktop, there are no open ports. again, firewalls do a lot of... some firewall software do other things also. I've not added any new software to most host machines in months. Yeah, if you're living the Spartan life, like again, it's not so much what you do, Esnik, it's the message that you are sending. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say here. My problem is when Linux users are saying to other new Linux users, oh, you don't need a firewall, you don't need an antivirus. That's kind of one of the selling point of Linux. Oh, you know what's really great with Linux? We don't get viruses, you don't need an antivirus. I kind of don't like that. Because you may not need it. But you are smart. Again, my previous video. I'm not smart, most people are stupid, but you are smart. And most people are still stupid. So when Linux authorities or Linux gurus or Linux experts or what you will call them that have some saying in the Linux world just blank say to people, oh, you don't need an antivirus, you don't need this and that. People start to believe it. But they are not you. And that's my, like I said before, that's my problem with this. So why is it that bad to tell people to run an antivirus? Why is it this bad to tell people to run a firewall? And again, why don't you? Just to be sure. Like, I get it's personal preference, but again, like yeah. Why just do it? Just do it, man. We need that that actor that do that just do it thingy. If you do that on Windows, what a vulnerable version the Samba worms get you. I actually think Windows just updated Samba. I always answer the question about antivirus. So if you are hosting Windows apps or Office docs, your Linux server is a vector for virus. Yeah, exactly, DTWare, exactly. And hey, by the way, from 4 months ago, I can't fucking read today. 4 months ago, I added a firewall to my easy answer for people that wanted it. Yeah, I like. I honestly wish that the distributions that are tailored towards the everyday user, that they had firewalls enabled by default. I really wish that. The same with antiviruses. It would be a good idea, but I won't be. The antivirus thing, I can kind of be a little bit. I don't like it, but I can kind of understand to some extent. But firewalls, I'm a little bit more pesky about. Let's close all these antiviruses, or I'll get PTSD. I actually had one. Like, I've been using Windows since the early 90s, and I had... This is how stupid I am, okay? I think it was Windows XP, and I ran a cracked version of Windows XP. And that cracked version only worked for like a week, then it locked down everything I had. It was some form of malware that was built into the ISO or the CD image that I ran. Something went wrong. I wasn't on the internet. It locked my shit out. And I was like, oh, I just need to reinstall Windows then. So I reinstalled Windows with the same fucking CD, okay? I installed Windows XP from the same fucking CD and ran it for like a week, and everything got locked down again. Until I was like, oh, it's probably the CD that's something wrong with here. So in my 30-ish years with Windows, I've had 1 or 2 ransomware where I just reinstalled everything. And I had some viruses that had locked down my computer. But if I can tell you how I got those viruses, was because of privated software. I was young one time, like in the late 90s and early 2000s. You know, I was like a youngling. I couldn't afford Photoshop. I couldn't afford a lot of games. So what did little tiny puny little Ken do? Yeah, he went on to Pirate Bay and torrent this and torrent that, and the same with movies. I got a lot of viruses. I got a lot of viruses. Even my Windows was cracked back then. It was a cracked version of Windows. I have not run a paid version of Windows up to 2000 and... Was it 5 or 6? And I started to use Windows in like 92 or something like that. All of the Windows I had up to then was all cracked versions of Windows. I should probably not say that online, but I couldn't afford it. And like I said, I mained Linux from 2000 to 2008 or something like that. I still had Windows on a laptop or something like that. I always had both Windows and Linux running. Well, that was cracked versions of Windows back then. So I've dealt a lot with those fucking not so desirable ways of getting software. And 99% of the problems I've had with security under Windows have been because I pirated software. If I was a mindful user on the internet and I didn't download things, from all over the place I should not be downloading it from, I never really had a problem with security under Windows. And that just should tell you that it's the human, man. The only version of a copied version of Windows I ever ran was... Oh, you mean... Oh, yeah, I think I know what you mean. Was NC 3.5 or 3.51. Oh, I remember. Like I did Linux for 6 months for this. Okay, like I became a massively Windows fanboy for this. I got my hands on Windows 2000 release candidate or something like that. That a friend I worked with had. Like I was like I took the trash out and mopped the floor and stuff. Like it was like work after school I did. And there was some computer nerds there, and he got a version of Windows 2000 before it got released. And I got my hands on it. I gave him some CDs. And when I installed Windows 2000, I was like, this is going to blow any other operating system away. Linux, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It was so fucking good. But I couldn't tinker with it that much. So I went back to Windows. Actually, I went back to not FreeBSD. BOS for a while. I ran BOS for a while after Windows 2000. And then it was Linux and Windows, I think. Yeah, it was Linux and Windows, but it was definitely like it was. I went back to SUSE. I went back to Mandrake. I went back to was it LibreOS? Something like that. Windows 7 was the last good version. Windows. Johan, I will say Windows 7, 8. 10 and 11 are all great because they're building on the same base. They are all great. Windows 8 gave us a shitty UI. Windows 10 started to become really infringing on our privacy. Windows 11 had TPM by default. So they were not consumer-friendly systems, but from a technical level. Windows 7, 8, 9, and 10, or Windows 7, 8, 10 and 11 is some of the best products that Microsoft have ever done, beside the anti-consumer practices that they are doing. But in 2017, my Linux life bargain ends. It was goodbye, or begins. So it was goodbye Windows forever. I don't think I could live without Windows. I'm going to be honest here. There are so many things Windows just do better than Linux. There are so many things. I like that Windows just do better. Linux just haven't done better for decades. And that's like audio under Linux has been shit since its inception. Windows 2000 did blew every other OS away at the time. Yeah, and the problem with Windows 2000 was that it didn't take long for Linux to catch up. And we still had OS 2 that was actually really good compared to Windows 2000. And Windows 2000 was good for its time, but they didn't evolve. It just kept it was stagnated basically. And Windows XP is built upon Windows 2000 to some extent with the NT kernel and stuff like that, but it was a totally different beast, man. Yeah, XP will probably go down as the most popular and most fondly remembered, if that's the right word, Windows version. I avoided XP and stock would do. XP was great, man. I don't game. Yeah, if you don't game and do, yeah. By the year 2000, OS2 was dead and unusable on modern hardware. But there was still a lot of servers and stuff like that used OS2. That still is to this day, by the way. And I ran OS2 in 2000. My computer ran OS2 in 2000. Like, there was a lot of people I knew that ran OS2 in 2000. My compact Picasso had a sticker on it with Vista ready. Oh my god, Vista, yeah. Like, here's the thing. Like, let's be honest here. If there ever was a point in history where Linux should have taken the ball and could have run away with it and scored all the touchdowns, was when Windows Vista was around. Linux was just not good enough for it. Because if you look at the market share trend, if you go on to Google when Windows Vista came out, Linux saw a surge in users, but they didn't last that long. And we didn't capitalize on it, sadly enough. IBM dropped OS2 internally in 1997. Yeah, so that's 2000, is 3 years after they dropped it. Yeah. I ran OS2 from 94 to 2000. So that's 7 years to run OS2. You must have been really sad when that ended. I don't know why, I just loved OS2 Warp. Like this whole Star Trek feeling. Oh, I loved it. Vista with Service Pack 2 was like, Vista. If you had the requirement, the hardware specs to run Vista, it was actually a really good system. Like my brother's girlfriend at the time bought a brand new high-end laptop for university that ran Vista, and it was really great. But they were too ahead of their time with Vista. And I think that kinda was why it kinda hurt them a little bit. They were pushing the future in quotes or what they want the future to be like. Because if you think about it, Windows 7, 8, 10 and 11 is a lot like Vista. You get what I'm saying here? There's a lot of things that we benefit from the Vista days today that we actually love. But they just released a system that was not the hardware was not ready for. And had they waited with Vista till the hardware were ready, we will be talking a totally different story today about Windows Vista. But if any of you have had the luxury to run Windows ME or Millennium Edition, like I did, I feel you, man. I'm so sorry you have to have that experience. Windows 98 was kinda buggy, but Windows ME, oh my god, man. You sometimes, if you just move the cursor, your whole system fucking blue screened. Like, it was a mess. I had to downgrade to Windows 95 because I played a lot of games and it just crashed my computer all the time. The blue screen edition of Windows, yep. I was an OS2 fanatic. And the Linux virtual palace in comparison. And the Linux virtual palace in comparison to the crap that went down on the OS news group. Oh, yeah. There was a lot of fucking flag or debate on the OS2 news groups. I ran Vista for a while on a laptop, and I actually liked it, yeah. Yeah, ScanDisk, yeah, that was a joy. That was a joy, man. Oh, I don't want Windows Media Creation Tool. What are you talking about? This good little thing. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, yeah. This was the only thing I liked about Windows Vista. Oh, sorry, ME. This here, the media player. I love the media player. You were listening to music coming out of the head of a fucking alien. I loved that. Everything else was sucking balls. I could make coffee from scratch, grind beans and sesame by Windows Vista booted up. Oh my god. And then you need the caffeine to stay awake while it was doing stuff. I miss running defag on Windows 98. Yeah, you don't actually, like, I still check defag sometimes on my Windows SSD and my hard drives, but I never had to run it. It's just an old habit from the Windows 95 days, even XP days. Even the XP days I ran a lot of defag. Oh. But XP, man, I actually liked Windows XP. But they also pushed XP a lot. Like, they really pushed Windows XP. But there was just something about XP. It was the right look. After Service Pack 2 or something like that. GOS, is that the... Oh, I need to see it, but I think I know what it is. Is that shell for DOS or what it was called, right? Like that Windows shell for DOS or something like that. A Commodore, yeah. Yeah, Registry Cleaner, I ran that a lot also, yeah. Yeah, but Windows XP, like I said, it had the right look. It functioned like it was... It was just the right product for the time, man. I do miss it quite a lot, to be honest. But it's probably because I used it for so many years. I had it on my... Mostly on a laptop, because back then, like I said, when XP was out, I was maining Linux on my normal computer. So when I ran Linux, or when I always had a normal computer and a laptop in from 2000 to 2008, 2010 actually 11. I had laptops, and if I was I always had Linux on one of those systems. But most of the time I mained Linux on my main system, and then my laptop was like my backup system that I had Windows on. Because the where I lived, I couldn't get internet, so I had to use those dongles you put like a SIM card in them, and you put them in the side of your computer via USB stick, and then you got the internet that way. But Linux didn't work with that, so I had to have Windows on my laptop with the dongle in its ass, and then I have to share the internet connection from my Windows laptop to my computer. So that was how I ran Linux from 2000 to 2008 is thereabout. I mained Linux back then, was having a Windows laptop that basically shared the internet connection via USB dongle. So I could actually run Linux. But honestly, Linux was so far behind. Both with multitasking, memory management. Actually, memory management, they are still a little bit behind on. But Linux was so behind. Until, actually, Ubuntu came around. Like, I would say, until 2009-10, Linux was like, it was not doable for most people, man. There were so many things that didn't work. Like, I remember when I built one of my computers, was it Linux hardware? Oh. Database. Linux hardware here. I had to go in here and like, okay, what motherboard can I buy? That was how we did it back then. Okay, what motherboard could I buy? You know, like okay, what motherboard could I buy? I don't know if it's this exact site, but there was sites where you could see what motherboards worked. And here's the thing. Most motherboards, all the things didn't work under Linux. Like, okay, this worked, but you can't get sound. So you had to buy a external sound card. Or this worked, but the network didn't work. So you had to buy an external network card. That was how we built Linux computers in the late 90s, early 2000s. We scoured the internet for the right parts. It was almost like, it was almost what made it great to some extent, because you finally got a system put together that could actually run this thing, and you spent so much effort into making sure it could run. So you kind of appreciate it much more. Where nowadays you just buy a stock standard fucking computer and you plug a USB stick with Ubuntu on it or something like that, and you can run Linux. But back then you had to put a lot of effort. And then, oh, you want to have your Windows hard drive. Oh, you have to go into FS tab and mess around with that. And automatically mounting of USB sticks. Back then you have to manually mount the USB stick via a command or tool. It was not just plug it in and it showed up. No. You have to go in and mount it. Like a fucking caveman. You kids don't know how good you have it with your Linuxes nowadays. I say this and it's in fun because I'm glad Linux is where it is today, but I will bet that 99% of the Linux YouTubers we have today would not be Linux people if they ran Linux as we ran Linux in the late 90s and early 2000s. They would be running away from Linux. Because just the way they think, what their skill level are, what their effort that they're putting into Linux and stuff like that, they will be running away. They will be running away. It's too much effort for them, basically. Donkey Kong. Yeah, I love Donkey Kong. I had it on a... I had Donkey Kong on a Game Boy as a kid. I'm a Commodore Amiga all the way, Jingster. I grew up on Commodore and Amigas. That, like I said, that's kind of, you know, how it is. It's what you grew up with. You kind of have an affiliation with to some extent. I never had an Atari. They were not that popular here in Europe. In Europe, we were really big on Nintendo systems, Commodore systems, and Amiga systems. Commodore/Amiga systems. That was like, and Sega, of course, Sega Dreamcast, and you know, the Sega systems. They were the ones that were really popular here in Europe. At least in the northern part of Europe. The tool swap space, it makes it on par with Windows. Oh, funny thing was when the Minx Linux debate erupted. Yeah, I wish I was part of the like I never went into bulletin boards or Usenets and stuff like that when I used Linux. I never really engaged that much with the Linux community, because when I did, I was just like, I don't want to deal with that fucking shit. Oh, yeah, the Tannenbaum Linus debate. We looked at that in my last live stream. I think I want to make a video about that whole debate, because it was so... we read it out loud in my last live stream, the Tannenbaum and the Linus debate. It reminds... here's the thing. It reminds me a lot about the John Depp trials that just have been going on. People just throwing shit at each other. It was so fun to read, man. But I kind of agree with Tannenbaum. Linux is the only... maybe not the only, but... the future seem not to be monolithic kernels. Windows got away from it, Mac got away from it. BOS or Haiku is away from it. It's only legacy, to some extent, operating systems that are using it. I think FreeBSD is also a monolithic kernel. I could be wrong right now. I could be wrong. Can we not see what kind of kernel it is? Yeah, monolithic, there you go. But a lot of the modern, in quotes, operating systems are running either hybrid or microkernels. But I think it comes down to preference, to be honest. You kids, I'm 55. You're still a kid, Jingster. You're still a kid, man. Yeah, Linux was pretty bad. I will debate. I will debate that compared to the other operating system choices out there for our everyday use, not a server, but everyday user, Linux only starts to get great in the 10s. Like in 2010-11, that's when I would say that, okay, now you could for sure say that most people could use Linux if they wanted to, and they were okay with the alternatives and stuff like that. Like if you were everyday average user, you could probably run Linux in 2010 and upward. It's only here in the 20s that I would say that almost most people can run Linux if they want to, if they're okay with the compromises. But yeah, and again, Linux is, like I said, there's still a lot of technologies that people use, HDR, what you call it, DSLR, and all of those fucking technologies that a lot of graphical artists use, gamers use, and stuff like that, that we just still don't have under Linux. I had to research and scour the right components to run OS2. Yeah, OS2 was really selective with the hardware also, yeah. Running Windows NT4 required knowledge of hardware compatibility. Yeah, back then, like in the 90s in general, you kind of had to scour. Windows was not that bad, but you still had to, figure out, what hardware you could run. They will run away from older versions of Windows 2. No. If you comparing Windows 2000, ME, even ME, XP, 95, like if you compare that version, if you compare Windows 95 to Linux in Windows 95's area, Linux was decades behind. If you compared Windows 98 to Linux, Linux was decades behind. If you compared Windows ME to Linux, they were kind of on par. If you compare Windows 2000 to Linux, they were Linux was more than decades behind. If you compare Windows XP to Linux, decades behind. If you compare Windows Vista to Linux, now we are closing the gap. Then we start to Windows 7, 8, 9, and 10, and 11. That's where the differences are not that great, Like I said, it took Linux, was it to the mid-noughts, like up to 2005, 6, or 7, before they actually did multitasking right. And Windows have done that for, close to half a decade or something like that. Still to this day, we don't have proper audio management under Linux. Like I talked to some audio files last year because I had problem under Linux. And they all said, don't use Linux if you're an audio file, if you're an audio producer. It's just way worse than Windows. We still haven't caught up to Windows when we're talking audio. Is it serviceable? Can you use it? Is it great for everyday use? Of course it is. But if you are an audio producer, stuff like that, the people I talked to that were mastering audio tracks and stuff like that under Linux, they said it was a mess. Like it's way behind on Linux when it comes to that. The same with the quality of the audio that we get. Like if you're really an audiophile. I'm not, but that was what those people told me I was talking to, is that we are still massively behind when it comes to audio. When Pentium 3 came out, Linux had settled into being a stable OS. Yeah, but there's a difference between being... When I say... I probably should clarify this a little bit here. When I mean with Linux being usable, I mean for non-technical people like you and I. Like, we don't mind fiddling around with the system, and we don't mind tweaking the system. But we are like 1% of computer users. I'm talking about, the everyday user. That's kind of my benchmark for usability. When my brother can use it, that's not a tech guy. When my coworker can use it, that's not a tech guy. That's when now it's like ready. You get what I'm saying? And let's be honest, now with the support we have with games and stuff like that, we are not that far from being close to becoming a real alternative. It's just because here's the thing with stuff like this. There happens a lot of things goes really, really fast, but it's the last 10-15% or 10 to 5% that always seems to take the longest. But it's the most important steps. And we just need those 10-15% before Linux is like almost replaceable with Windows. But it's the hardest 10%. Installing Linux was so fast compared to Windows. Yeah, it still is. It still is. And again, we did it here in the beginning of the live stream. I think that Windows to this day still can't fucking figure out is updates. I can update Linux 10 times while I update Windows 1 time. Like, every time I see there's an update on Windows, even on Windows 11, I'm like, oh my god, not again. Not again. This is going to take forever compared to Linux. Oh my god. And then you have to sit through all that fucking shit. Downloading, installing, pending, and... oh. Like, if Windows should copy something from Linux, please copy how they update. That has, like... when I talk to Windows people, that has been one of the biggest selling points, was how Linux handles software and updates. That has always been what they were most impressed with. Oh, you just go onto this software center and get everything. That's neat. Oh, it's really fast to update and upgrade. That's neat. If you want a really fast operating system, that installing operating system, Haiku OS. Like that installed in... I think I did it in 30 seconds. I got a full-blown operating system in under 30 seconds or something like that. Installed and up and running. This thing is... and it's not like, the operating system is only like 300 megabytes. No, it was like, I think it's like 2 or 3 gigabytes. It's almost as big as a Linux install. Can we see some screenshots? I want some screenshots. Where's the screenshots? Is it about? Where's the screenshots? Social media, development. They used to have... oh yeah, beta 3. They've been on beta 3 for like a long while. Last year, I think it was. I think it was last year, yeah. Ah, here it is, slideshow. Oh my god. It looks dated. I'm not going to lie. It do looks dated nowadays. They need to do something with the UI. But that they say they don't want to change it, but it do look dated. But here's... hey, humans. Here's what I think Haiku could take over IoT devices if they focused on it. Because Haiku is so slim. It's so optimized. That it would be like running it on IoT devices would be like, it would be kicking Linux ass all day, man. I wish this was more popular. I love Haiku. I love BOS. If there is one operating system that I am massively biased against, it's BOS and Haiku. Yeah, but Haiku isn't by default. It's like this by default. Where under Linux you have to do a lot of tweaking and nesting around, messing around and fucking around to get it to that point. Haiku isn't by default. Not to mention the way that the kernel is built up. I think it's a true microkernel. Or they didn't go mod hybrid. I think that they went through microkernel with it. I can't remember now. But yeah, like it's so like it runs on a toaster, man. Like yeah, but Temple OS don't have networking capabilities. You have to do your own little programming to get networking to work. And I also think that they are utilizing the FreeBSD networking stack and driver stack under Haiku. I actually think Haiku using a lot of BSD technologies. Just like I think BOS also use some BSD technologies if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I wish this was I wish this was Linux. If this had the Linux support, so hey, they have had multi-user capabilities for years, or not years, but for a long time. They just don't have anyone to support it or maintain it. That's what I have heard. That they have the capabilities, they just don't have anyone to maintain it. So if there's any bugs or something that needs to be fixed, they don't have any dedicated person to do that. But they do have it. But I kind of get it. They want to focus on the core system before they go out to those exotic things, as they call it. Or I don't know if they call it that, but we could look at it as exotic things. And if I'm not mistaken, their package manager functions a little bit like a semi-containerized system also. And BOS did that all, again, back in the 90s. They run a little bit like how... I think they run a little bit like how Flatpaks and Snap images are running to some extent. So, I'm not sure, but I think it's a little bit like that. You could always base your IoT device on TinyCore. And again... Haiku is one thing. Haiku is one system. It's not, you don't have thousands of distributions that are tailor-made to this. Like I said, it's one thing. Yeah, you could use TinyCore. But what is TinyCore? It's a really specific purpose-built Linux system. So that means that they spend a lot of time and effort making it into what it is. And again, like I said, Haiku... don't quote me on this, but I would almost say that Haiku takes less resources than TinyCore. With that GUI, I'm just pouring something to drink here. Just give me a second. How's the hardware support on Haiku? It runs quite well. But you don't, it don't have, NVIDIA drivers or AMD drivers and stuff like that. But you can almost run it on almost anything nowadays. The best way of thinking about it is that Haiku is probably where Linux was in 2008, 9 or 10. But will you use vanilla Haiku for OET anyway? Again, Haiku don't have the hardware support that Linux have, so you can't. You can't. You just can't. It don't have the hardware support for it. But if it had, I would say, if it had the same hardware support, Haiku will probably be competing with TinyCore. It will come down to a personal preference. Because running Haiku is kind of like running TinyCore Linux with a full-blown UI on. Like a more modern UI, a more responsive, not responsive, but more intuitive UI, a lot of bells and whistles on it. It also have a lot of, if you are a graphical artist or you are a media person, you have a lot of benefits by running Haiku compared to, there are things that Haiku does with multimedia that Linux still to this day can't do. Think about that. The file system has been ahead of Linux for fucking years. Its own BTIFS is probably BTIFS, ZFS, stuff like that. That is probably the closest you come to the BOS file system under Linux. And the BOS file system was decades ahead of its time. And that's what this is based upon. You have to remember, what you're looking at here came out in the 90s. It's built upon technologies that a company developed in the 90s. BOS had multi-core capabilities, multi-threading capabilities long before, or proper multi-core performance capabilities, long before Linux and Microsoft did it. The 10-bound Linus debate, I'm still trying to work out how to do that, because it turned out to be, I want to do it with text to speech, but I can't find any free ones where I can do more than X amount of words at the time, and then I have to wait for a long ass time, and I don't want to pay for software to do it. So I'm messing around with some other ideas. Choose an OS is like choosing between church sandwiches with different condiments. Yeah, to some extent. I will say this. If you want to be part of a community, if you think about what community you want to be part of, it becomes a different choice, because I would not recommend the Linux community to a lot of people. Sad that you think OS built over 30 years ago are good. Yeah, I am biased because I was a massive BOS fanboy back in the day. But from a technology standpoint, like Windows is close to it, to Haiku. In some, and like, of course, it surpassed it with support and all of that shit. And Linux and Mac, not Linux, Windows and Mac OS have surpassed operating systems from 30 years ago. I'm comparing Haiku more to Linux, because as good as Linux is today, and Linux is good today, it still have a lot of fundamental problems. It's like I said, it's those 5 to 10% that we need to figure out, but they are so big. Yeah, Mac OS. Here's the thing: Mac OS, I will not say is. I define the age of an operating system differently. Let me explain. So, if you take Mac OS 10. It came out in 2001 because that's when they redesigned the kernel, they redesigned, you know, the UI and stuff like that. I looked more about the kernel and the file system. So they redesigned that. They probably also redesigned the kernel since then. I don't know when but they probably have. So it's 23 years or 21 years old. And Windows didn't, I think they rewrote most of the kernel for Windows 7 or something like that. Or was it Windows Vista? I read it somewhere. Yeah, but it still was the Mac kernel. But I think they rewrote the Mac kernel when they came out with the iPhone and stuff like that. But even if it's still running the Mac kernel, it's still like it's the kernel from well, it's really not, because they used to be heavily based on BSD, but now the kernel that Mac OS is running today barely have any BSD code in. Like the driver stack was from BSD and the network stack was from BSD, if I'm not mistaken, and I think most of the network stack is rewritten in the Mac kernel nowadays, so they evolve all the time. But I think we got a new kernel. I read somewhere that they rewrote the kernel for Windows around the end of 2000. So I think it could be Windows Vista. Like, they still have old code in it, but most of the kernel have been rewritten, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be 15 years ago. So they are not really that old. because Windows do a lot of optimization. Mac is from 9. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think I'm mistaken here. They are using the Xeno kernel. It has a fucking here. This one here. Oh, it came out in 1996. Okay, yeah. This is the kernel they are using. I can't pronounce that shit. Yeah, it's based on Mac, but like I said, a lot of these things here, I heard that they took out I think the file system they have rewrote to their own, the networking. I read an article. Yeah, they took out X11. Yeah, I read an article not long ago, and I probably can't find it right now, because I want to see how much percentage of BSD code was in this kernel here. In the modern day Apple kernel, and some people said that they have almost taken all BSD code out of it, but that would be like almost rewriting most of the kernel. So what I'm trying to say here is that if you open up Paint again here, I love Paint. I don't know why I love Paint so much. So I think this is a better way of explaining it, is that with Linux, we just add on and add on and add on and add on to the kernel and add on to the kernel. What it seems like that Windows and Mac, or not Mac, Apple and Windows is doing is that they are making a kernel, adding on to the kernel, and then they're rewriting most of the kernel, or optimizing it, and blah 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 and stuff like that. And then they're building upon that, and then they're kind of starting kind of over again. So even though they are based, it's kind of like saying that Manjaro today is the same as Manjaro was in 2010. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's still the principles are still the same. Yeah, the principles are still the same. Yeah. What is the context? Desktop, automotive, defense, manufacturing. Here's my wisdom working in all of those area mentioned. Frank, I don't understand what you're meaning. I think, Frank, you took my title and thumbnail too literally. It's just we are not talking about anything, and we are talking about everything. It was just I do for my live streams. I tend to do random crazy titles to make fun of people. Yeah, but you say such a strange topic. We are talking about the Linux kernel versus the Xeno kernel versus the NT kernel, and then you're talking what is the context, desktop, automotive. I just want to understand what you're thinking about when you're saying it. That's all. How dare you use pimp? How dare you use pimp? No, you don't have to be sorry. I'm just trying myself to understand what your response was. So it makes sense if you're responding to my thumbnail and title, then it makes sense. I just want to make sure that I understand what you were answering here. So it's more to just clarify things in my own head. You have nothing to be sorry about. Like I said, it's so I understand what you're saying. Yeah, but to go back to the kernel talk here, that's kind of what I have a little bit of a problem with the Linux kernel, is that, and I could be massively wrong here, I don't know, I could be massively wrong here, but it looks like they don't really go back and fix their work. They do fix bugs and stuff, but you get what I'm saying here. Like, I don't know if the Linux people, the Linux kernel people, go back and rewrite and re-optimize old code, or they're only bug fixing it. Because Microsoft and Apple do that. What it looks like from an uneducated person like me is that Linux, they just add code, add code, add code. Oh, this don't work, let's fix it. Add code, add code, add code, add code, add code. And that could potentially end up being a house of cards. Which to some extent Linux is. Like, I read an article that Linux can recuperate from a hardware failure the same way like a network card failure like Windows can. What the fuck was I think we looked at it the other stream also. Context meaning is what area are we saying Windows is better than Linux? Oh yeah, yeah, like you were saying, it depends. It depends on what you're doing. It was more. It's more just because a lot of Linux people, they tend to get angry when you say Windows is better than Linux, and then you know they start to get emotional, and that's why I like poking them a little bit. Is it why Linux still sucks in 2022? Yeah, here it is. Like, if you want to, this guy is a little bit biased, I think. But he's basically doing a resume of all of the things that's wrong with Linux today on a fundamental level. And it's a really fun read. But I from a desktop user, which one is best, Linux versus Windows, is the one you like to use the most. Apple probably does have the right idea of only supporting a small pool of hardware to keep the kernel tight. Yeah, yeah. They have found their niche. Instead of trying to please everyone, they have found a selection in the market, a group in the market that they can support, they can satisfy in all dirty ways possible, and they can make a shit ton of money. And that's why they are so strong as they are, I think, because they know who they are, they know what they are, they know where they are, and they know why they're doing it. Where Windows is kind of like, let's do everything. And we all know, like, what is the saying? Jack of all trades, master of none. You know, that's kind of how I feel with Windows. And that's also kind of what I feel with Linux to some extent. Is that, not really, what I feel about Linux is that Linux have found its niche. It's the corporate world. You know, servers, desktops and stuff like that. And DJ Ware could probably talk our ears off about how it is to work with Linux. Then there is the other part of Linux, where people want it to be a desktop system. Like, they want it to be a Windows and Mac system. And I'm starting to think a little bit like Linux on a fundamental, not philosophical, but on a build level, meaning that the focus and build level, it will never happen, because that's not where the focus are. That's not where the build is like, when I say build, like features and stuff like that, is mostly coming towards the professional world. So I think that Linux have kind of put itself into a corner, because we are so heavily focused on the server market. But it makes sense. This is the only place we can make money, and you need money to have a successful Linux business to focus on desktop. So it's kind of like this chicken and egg kind of thing that we talked a lot about before. But it's a fun thought experiment to go through, that why or what could we do? What would it take? You know? Fuchsia and Oxygen OS are possibilities, but I don't want Google as my OS vendor. I think, sadly enough, I think Google is going to own everything computer at some point. Like, it will not surprise me if all you'll have like Apple and Android OS for phones, probably, and then a random Windows phone in the wild here and there, and on the desktop it will be Windows, Apple or Mac OS, and it will be Google, because Google have the money to make a desktop OS. They have the means, the money, and the infrastructure that Linux just don't have to sustain what it takes to sustain a desktop operating system. Like in my video where I talk about that's called Linux massively need this, where I'm talking about that Linux needs to be more potent in educational environments. I think the biggest hurdle is, as I think I talked about there, is we just don't have the money and resource to do it. And a lot of people have the mentality that either we do it big or we don't do it at all. Where I'm like, let's do it small instead. Let's start small. Because you and I, like if you're 30 plus, you're not the target audience for Linux on the desktop. We are already too old. We are already too set in our ways with our systems. You need to catch them while they are young, and not in a creepy fucking have a caravan or a van with a puppy in it kind of way. But the earlier you expose someone to a thing, the easier it is for them to stick with. Like I said, some people like Atari. I like Commodore/Amiga because that's what I grew up with. I like Paint. Why do I use Paint on my videos? I used to sit in school, on break and do these kind of things here. Oh. There you go. It didn't want to work. I sat here and I made small stars when I was bored. So I have like a affinity or something with paints. It brings me back to my childhood. So if you can get that feeling with people, have that with Linux, that you can't replace that. The fool saying is jack of all trades, master of none is still better than master of one. I have compiled my Linux kernel and I wonder why they keep old drivers for outdated stuff like old game controllers. No, that's because Linus have this philosophy that if there's just one person using it out there, it should be supported. And I think it's a flawed way of thinking. I'm a believer in moving forward. At some point, you cut out the old. One day, I can still live, I can still be functional, I can still contribute to society, but at some point, most of the things I have to contribute to society is too outdated if I don't keep up to date. I watched a video from a elderly person, like in late 50s or early 50s or something like that, and she was bitching and moaning over that Fortran, and I'm not joking here, she was bitching and moaning because Fortran was not being used that much in the IT industry anymore. So her years of experience with Fortran is now useless. And I'm a firm believer of either you evolve or you get left behind. So and I see the same way, like you said, with old driver support and stuff like that. If there's only one person using it, it's too fucking bad. It's too fucking bad. Make your own fucking driver for it then. I wish that Linux would go on a fucking diet. Maybe we can do it together so I can lose some weight also. But there's one thing in this world that you can be certain of, and that is nothing will stay the same, everything will evolve, and either you go with it or you get left behind. Fortran is used heavily in supercomputing. She just needs to move over to CERN. yeah, move her over to CERN. As he was also using a printer that only supported Windows 9, Windows XP or something like that, because he could get cartridges really cheap somewhere that he could refill or something like that. Like, it was... I don't want to say who it is because I really like this person's content. I think they were just venting a little bit, but it's a problem that society tends to have, I noticed. It's a person that's really stuck in their way, and they don't want the world to change because they don't want to change. Yeah, and a card reader, yeah. If you get comfortable, then you die. It's not so much that. It's like if you, no matter where you are working, if you don't go to school, if you don't stay on top of the latest and greatest and follow the trends and the evolution of what you're working with, you start to become useless. Like, I'm a mechanic. If I want to work as a mechanic right now, I had to go 2, 3, or 4 years back to school because the cars I got educated on are starting to be outphased by electrical cars. I do know electrical systems. I know, like, let's say 80% of what electrical car is about. But I don't know about the charging technologies. I don't know about the battery technologies that goes into electrical cars. Like the lithium batteries and stuff like that. So I could probably fix 80% of the car. But if I wait, and I got educated, sorry, I got educated, oh my god, it's 18 years ago. I'm getting fucking old. I think it's 18 years ago. I got educated in 2004. I got my certificate in 2004. So you do the math. Yeah, it's 18 years ago. Oh my god, I could have a kid that was an adult now if I got it when I got educated. Oh, anyway. If I wait 10 more years, I could probably not work on a car anymore. I need to basically take my whole education again. So if I wanted to stay a mechanic, I had to, you know, take the qualification courses. You know, I had to do all of those fucking things. Or else I would be left behind and I would be working in a shop that didn't repair anything other than old cars. Which that could be a market for, of course, because there's still like a lot of cars back. If you can program any language, you can still find a job for it. Like DJ Ware was saying, Fortran is still being used. It's just not easy because there are probably hundreds of thousands that have that skill, but there's probably only like hundreds of jobs, if that even. In 2004, I left the German elementary school. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know if it's a midlife crisis or something like that, but I need to get back in shape. I need to stop feeling like an old motherfucker. I'm not like in really bad shape. I need to, well, I don't, according to my last physical, I don't need to build more muscle, but I want to build more muscle. I have 90 kilograms raw muscles on my body. That's fucking crazy, man. I like, if you take all my organs, my skeleton, and you take my fat away, I still weigh more than an adult. And then you put all my fat on top of it. It's crazy, man. But I still want to get buffed again. I miss being buff. I want to get swole, as the kids call it. And I want to be able to go on the rowing machine and row for fucking a long time. I need my cardiovascular system to get up in shape. I do walk a lot. I walk actually quite a lot. But it's still not the same as getting on a treadmill. I like those also. Not treadmill, stepping machines. I like those, and I really like rowing machines. It's just my social anxiety has just been crazy the last couple of years. Just the thought that I have to say hey to the fucking receptionist when I go to the gym makes me not want to go. And I do some workouts at home. I have, you know, those electrical bands. I do some push-ups once in a while and body squats and stuff like that, but it's not the same. I miss lifting heavy shit, but my mental state or my social anxiety has just been crazy the last couple of years. So I hope I can conquer that either tomorrow or Monday and get my ass down there. To keep my muscle mass, and I kind of want more muscle mass, to be honest. I want to be able to lift heavy things again. I can, but I want to lift more heavy things. And also want to have a better cardiovascular system. Because here's a really good tip. If you are young, build a shit ton of muscle while you're young. Because it will help you have a longer, productive, and good period in your life. Like the more muscles you build up when you are like in your 20s, 30s, even 40s to some extent, will help you live healthier when you get older. Because muscles are the things that start to decay the first. And the more muscles you have that the body can decay on to some extent, the more healthy, the more agile, the more, the better you will feel the older you get. But again, it has also a lot to do with biology. We can't, like some people can build muscles, some can't. Like my brother, he can't fucking build any muscles, man. There are still companies looking for assembler programmers. How many? How many jobs are there? So Estic, he can get in and get his assembling programming skills up. Desktop Linux problems and major shortcomings. Video acceleration. Yeah, I actually had someone that was really pissed off about that lately. 3 in your area. That's not a lot, though. You're from Texas, right? You are a Texas boy. I kind of want to move to Texas, to be honest. I don't know what... So... If I should move to the States, it's I've always been one of my boyhood dreams, either to move to England, Australia, or the States. But if I should move to the States, I've always been... Denver I don't know why, but I always like Colorado, and specifically the Denver area. Because of the mountains and stuff like that. And San Diego, I kind of like... But I don't really like California that much, but I do like San Diego. It seems to be a really chill place to be. And then it would be northern Florida or Texas. Like somewhere in Texas, like Austin, Texas is one that I'm really hooked on. But I think Austin and Denver are probably 2 places I want to live in the most. San Diego, Austin, and Denver are like my top 3. And then it's like the southern part of England and then Australia. That's like if I had all the money. If I had all the money in the world, I'd probably move to Austin, Texas, or some in that area. If I had all the money in the world, I would probably I think I would move to Denver because I would be missing the cooler time. I think I would be starting to missing the winter time. And you get that in Denver. Because I've been used to having winter all my life. And I don't know how I would live if I didn't have winter time. Like proper winter time. So I will probably end up in Denver. But yeah. 3 in my area. Yep. But I am a nerd. How am I supposed to do sport? Hey, nerds do sports all the time, dude. Like this whole brain pattern about that you have to be an athlete to do sport is fucking bullshit. Go for a walk, lift some heavy shit, do some push-ups that you don't really need anymore. I just like the gym because it helps me with my anxieties and stuff like that. Even though it gives me anxiety to go down there, but it helps me battle depression. It helps me battle a lot of mental problems that I'm dealing with. I just feel more at ease, and that's why it gets me really angry. I get physically angry when if I've not been working out for 2 or 3 years. I get angry. Like if I never when I say not worked out, I mean I haven't done push-ups or anything like that. If I haven't done anything physically active in 6 months, probably 2 to 3 months. I get angry because I feel like I haven't used my body. I need to use my body. Well, my new laptop cannot update to Windows 11, so I have to stick Windows 10. Experience is better than that squeezy design and apps that sucks me at last. I have no problem with Windows 11, but I do miss Windows 10 once in a while. Windows can run Valorant, Linux can't, therefore Linux is better. Checkmate. Oh well. You personally prefer Europe. Like, if I should live in Europe, I would probably be living in Spain or Italy. Maybe the southern part of France. I just like it being hot. I like warm. I like the warm climates. I also have it better mentally when I'm in the summertime here in Denmark where I live. And in the wintertime, I'm really fucking depressed. That's why I love working out in the winter time, because it helps me. It's kind of like a mood stabilizer. But I also love working out in the summertime, but especially in the winter, I feel it a lot on my mood. But I will probably be living in Spain, southern of France, or Italy in Europe. Somewhere warm. If I had all the money in the world, I would go off-grid and in the mountains. Yeah, but then you won't have any internet, though. Like, I also like this idea to live in the woods. But then I'm like, I like my internet. I kind of also like that I can get pizza once in a while, you know? I also kind of like that well, I would wish if I had my own gym, I would be working out all the time. So that would probably be a benefit if I could build my own gym. So if I had all the money in the world, I would definitely be building my own gym so I could work out. But there's just all those small, you know, what about shopping? You know, I don't know if I want to hunt all my food all the time. And I like electricity. I like that I don't have to walk that long to get parcels and stuff like that, you know, deliveries. But I like the idea. I'm watching a lot of the van life, you know, people living in vans, and I'm like, oh, I really wish I could do that, because it seems like really amazing. You can just, you know, oh, today I want to live there, and then you just drive there. But then I'm like, toilet is an issue, showering is an issue, working out is an issue, deliveries is an issue, internet is an issue, gaming is an issue. You know, all of those, like, I would say this. 99% of anyone watching my videos or in here right now would not make it off-grid for a long period of time. They may do it for a week, a half a year, but they will always end back to what we are doing right now. Because we are people that are, like, our whole identity as a nerd and a geek, even to some extent people's jobs, are relying on we are living in a modern world. In California, a court ruled that bees are categorized as fish now. What the fuck? What's wrong with California? Oh my god. I lift heavy stuff. My PC weigh over 10 kilograms. That's not... Dude, that's nothing. That's what my backpack weighs. I walk with my backpack all the time. I'm opposite. I don't like rounded corners. I don't mind rounded corners. Supposed to be 34 degrees. Oh, I want to go to Austin. I just... a lot of people that I'm following, especially content creators and stuff like that, a lot of them are starting to move to Texas and Austin. So it seems like a really great city. That's why I'm a little bit hooked on it, to be honest. That I see a lot of people talking really nicely about Austin, Texas. Electricity is evil. Yeah, everyone secretly wants to live in a forest until we think about what that would actually entail. Exactly. I've lived outside the city most of my life, like on a farm where I did a lot of manual labor. So for me, it's not the work that goes into living there. What I wouldn't mind, you know, cutting and chopping woods. I wouldn't mind gathering water. I don't even think I would mind so much hunting and gathering food, collecting food. It's just don't have good internet, don't have good electricity, you know, those are the things I will miss the most. I wouldn't move to Austin, too crowded. I will probably not move into Austin, but I will live in the outskirts, or like a suburb to Austin or something like that. I don't think I will do well in big cities, like massively big cities. I would be living, you know, like in the outskirts of it, where, you know, there's not too many people, because I don't do well with too many people. I get anxieties of the fucking wazoo. I think they all are trying to kill me, man. I'm starting to wonder if I have PTSD or something like that when I'm around people. I mean, San Francisco has a poop map, human feces. Really? Yeah, the only thing that draws me to California is San Diego, because I've seen a lot of people live in San Diego online and follow some content creators in San Diego, and it just seems to be a more chilled, you know, a little bit like, you know, not retirement kind of city, but a really, 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 really well chilled city to live in compared to anywhere else. I actually have thought about moving to Germany, but there's a lot of things I don't like about Germany. I don't like the language. I don't like the language. The German language is awful, if you ask me. It sounds like they're angry all the time. Like having sex with a German girl and she's trying to speak nicely to you. You're like, what the fuck didn't I take out the trash today? Or what are you yelling at? And she's just moaning in German. No. It sounds like she's condemning me to the kitchen duty for the rest of my life or something like that. Not a joke, a poop map. Oh my god. Slovenia is nice, at least for vaccination. Or vacation, sorry. I don't think I would mind Slovenia, to be honest. I actually always have been fascinated by, you know, that kind of area. Poland, Slovenia, Romania, Russia. I would not live there, but I'm fascinated by the culture. Ireland and Scotland seems like I really like Scotland, but the thing is that if I should move, thanks for the subscription, Angel. If I should move, I kind of want to move to a better climate. You know, I want more sun, I want more warm, I want longer summer period and less winter periods. That's not Scotland and Ireland. Yeah, I don't want to sit and watch poop. I got enough poop with the Johnny Depp trial. I got enough poop talk there. I couldn't fucking stop watching that shit. Yeah, then Scotland is not for me. No, because the Scotland and where I live, we kind of have almost the same climate to some extent. I don't mind hot and humid. I love hot and humid. But I don't know if I love it 24 hours, or not 24 hours, but all year round. That's the problem. Like, my perfect workout situation, if it's hot and humid, so the first time I lift a weight, I'm sweating all over the fucking place. I love getting sweat in my eyes, even though I bitch and moan about it. I love it when I'm so fucking sweaty, I can bathe in my own sweat when I'm done. I love it. And then get home, get a shower, get a cold drink, sit out on the balcony and just watching nature. Oh my god. Tangier, Spain is a nice place. I do like Spain. Well, don't come to Greece. Slow internet speed, political... I work with some people from Greece. I do like Greece a lot. But yeah, there's a lot of issues there, sadly enough. Because it's an amazing... Greece is really beautiful. And the food, oh. We used to have a Greece restaurant here where I live many years ago. Oh my god, it was so good. Oh, I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. Like, it was so damn fucking amazing, man. I just want to escape the John Depp trial. Well, he won. He won. So you don't have to escape it. I kind of like... I don't know why, but I got sucked into that fucking thing. It was like watching a reality show. Iceland is one of the best options if you don't like hot summers. Yeah, I love hot summers. The hotter the better, man. But then again, I never try to be hot all year round, so I don't know if because my thing could be that I really love hot weather because we don't have it. That we have it for like in reality for 5 to 6 months, where it's like okay to hot to okay, and then the last 6 months we have like 2 or 3 months where it's like really fucking cold, and then we have to, you know, I kind of say that winter is like between 4 to 5 months there in Denmark, like really cold, massively cold, and then the rest of the year goes from okay to really hot, or not really hot, but from okay to hot, and then from hot to okay, and then the winter comes again. Sardinia is also good. I don't... Is that Spain also? Point. We have one of the best internet in the Netherlands. All broadband. Yeah, the Netherlands. I wouldn't mind moving there, to be honest. Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia don't sound bad. Like Atlanta, Virginia. Like the southern part of America I kind of like. I do like the southern part of America. Like, if you give me... Okay. Too much information coming out here. If you give me a girl that talks Scottish to me, she can make me do anything. If you give me a girl that talks Irish to me, she can make me do anything. If you get a girl that talks Australian to me, she can make me do anything. And if you give me a girl that talks Southern American, she can make me do anything. Any of those 4 accents, if there is a girl that talks like that, I'm fucking lost. I'm not even on this part of Earth anymore. I would run behind her, picking up her fucking poop while she's walking and pooping at the same time. I'm just lost. But those accents are just like tissues. I need tissues. Cable and fiber. At work, I love hot summers. At home, I hate it. I just like it. I don't know. California's okay as long as you stay between the cities. Yeah, I guess California is great outside the cities. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Is an island in the Med? I don't know what you mean, Point. If you are a street worker, heat waves are not fun at all. No. Yeah, Netherlands is the place with weed and ugly flowers. I don't think the flowers are ugly. Wooden shoes, weed, and flowers is what the Netherlands is known for. Yeah, California with all the forest fires. Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, I don't think tulips are actually nice. I like them. I think they are great. I like them. I think they are beautiful. This is probably from the Netherlands. Last year we recorded a person dying because of high temperature. Oh my fucking god. Where do you live, Peter? If I may ask. Yeah, the New York accent. Like if you go to like what is it called? Not Brooklyn. Jersey. The Jersey accent. I kind of like the Jersey accent. Oh, they come from Turkey originally. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, they're known for bad soccer. No. Denmark is known for bad soccer. Like, Danish, we can't play football at all. As it's probably called. Not soccer. It's a football because you kick the ball with your foot most of the time. And not like this American football. Like, they're looking at the ball like they're afraid of fucking kicking it, man. Come on. I do prefer to watch American football, though. I hate watching soccer. So boring. Yeah, I do like the Brooklyn accent, but if I should choose, I'm more a Jersey accent kind of person. I like the sassiness of it. Yeah, as a German, I have a hate towards the Netherlands and France. I have like the way I look at the Netherlands and Belgium and stuff like that. They're a little bit like people forget they are there, and the people that know that they are there, they either love them or hate them. But most people don't really notice them. Like if you were like in that area of Europe, they don't really notice you that much. But the people that do, they either really love them or really hate them. It's a really funny thing about them. I don't know what it is with those things. I have watched one thing on Apple TV Plus, but it's not something that I mess around with. Greece, Athens. Oh, I love that name. That must be a great city to live in, man. With sides of the politics and the infrastructure and stuff like that. But there's so much history in Greece. That's what I like about it. There's so much history. That's the same with Italy. You know, there's so much history with Italy. Like, Italy used to fucking conquer the most of Europe back in the day. Back in 2019, the heat record was finally broken after 72 years. It was 38.4. But now the record is 40. Ooh. I bet the Congolese really hate the Belgians. I don't know if I'm not that big into history, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, all of Europe have a ton of history. That's right. Like I love, and I should not love it, but I can't get enough of Second World War. I love watching stuff from the Second World War. I don't know why. I think I know why, because my granddad, when he was alive and when we were kids, if it was like thunderstorms outside, he was old, of course, but it was a tradition that because they lived outside, out in the, not in the woods, but out in the farming area, if you had thunder and lightning, you always woke up, caught all the electricity. You have electricity enough to bake a cake or warm up a cake and brew some coffee, and then you cut all the electricity off. You put on some candles, and then you would sit and wait. If some animals, if a barn got struck by lightning, you were ready to help the farmers if something went wrong while there was thunder and lightning. That was basically why we did it, or why they did it, like the old mentality. So while we were sitting there and waiting for the thunderstorm to go over, my granddad would always tell stories about him being a kid during Second World War. And he would have books and stuff like that and show us like, oh, this is where I used to do these kind of things. And we used to throw stones at the Germans. And and then he showed me a pocket knife that he still, I think I have it somewhere. But he showed me a pocket knife, and he was like, I used this to cut up tires from the German cars every time I saw them and stuff like that. And he told me he was on a date one time in the cinemas. And when he went outside, he got hauled up by Germans with guns in his face. And he was like 12, 13 years old or something like that. I was just like, wow, you know. And I think that's why I love everything about the Second World War. The history about it, what was going on, how people lived, you know. It's really fascinating to me. And I think that's because of, you know, when we were visiting my grandparents, and because they lived out in the farming area, that every time we had thunder and lightning, that was kind of the ritual. Have some food, and you know, good stories. I kind of miss that to this day. Most people don't do that anymore. Talk is supposed to be on Windows and Linux. Now you guys talking hate on other nations off top. Antonio, we talk about everything in here. The titles are just something I do to make fun of people. Because a lot of Linux users, they tend to get angry about this subject, so I just like poking at them. I never used Apple products or TV. I like Apple products. If you're interested in World War II, then you will love German TV. I would if I understood it. Like, I do understand German, I just don't like the German language. Me too, I have watched everything there's about World War II. Yeah, I what I love the most is the resistance and how humanity got together against a great evil. And I have nothing against the German people. I will put that out there because they just did what they were being told by people in power. It's not the people I'm thinking about, it's the regime. You know, it's about bad, you know, the people in control. And I kind of like that thing that almost the whole world united against a great evil. And stuff like that. And how people helped each other out, how it was to live under tyranny. Because here's the thing, there was a lot of German people that got fucking mistreated on the Second World War also. Because they have friends they should not have had, or helped people they should not have helped, according to this little fucking man with the Napoleon complex. But I also find him interesting as a person, how he can be that evil and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a lot of things, yeah. It's always a mix. Yeah, in here we are always talking about a lot of things. So no, the talk is not supposed to be on anything. I kind of want to know why you think that, Antonio. Why do you think it should be about that just because it's in the title and the thumbnail? Because if you read the description, I also say, who am I? So should I talk about who I am? Also, I don't know if something similar is going on your region, but day and night in TV is all about Turkey. Most people increase like Turks. All this fighting is nonsense. Increase love Turkey. Yeah, I don't like war. Like, I don't like the way that media is portraying war and conflict. So I tend to not watch it. I tend to not watch it from the news, because they are only telling us what sells. They're only telling us things that makes us watch. They're not... News is not news anymore. They're a reality show, and I don't like that. What are you using? We can talk about smelly feet. Yeah, I actually need a shower. A mixture of BSD and Linux. So what kind of BSD and what kind of Linux are you using? You're a distro hopper. Yeah. Here's the thing. Do a Linux user ever stop being a distro hopper? Like, do a Linux user ever stop being a distro hopper? I don't think so. I find World War II interesting because of the innovation and Alan Turing. Yeah, a lot. Like, here's the... Like, war and conflict is a massive driving force towards innovation. We can't get around it. Like, doing conflict and war is where most innovations are being made. Or maybe not most, but it's where innovation is at its highest because it's a necessity. You stopped, you will come back, Johan. You will come back. Trust me, you will come back. Does anyone know of any Linux-only applications that actually worth using? There's actually... Here's the thing. GIMP is not a Linux-only application. GIMP, you can also get GIMP for Windows and Mac OS. So it has to be an application that only works under Linux. And I don't think there is a program that only works under Linux, because if you're on Mac OS, you can install something called Pru, I can't fucking pronounce it right now. And you can actually get most Linux and open source software to work on the Mac OS in here. Not to talk about, it can also run on BSD. So I'm a little bit like, I don't think Linux have a program that only works under Linux. Like, you can't use it anywhere else. I don't think there is such a program, to be honest. I stopped on Debian now, maybe Arch sometimes later. That's distro hopping. Like, if you're going from one distro to another, you're distro hopping. I think it is, if you're not staying long term on a distro, you're distro hopping. So why do you like Debian? Why are you staying on the Debian stable and not testing, for example, and stuff like that? Do you like Twitter? I do like Twitter. I use Twitter. I tolerate it, but I don't like it as I used to. I don't mind Bing. It's actually the Bing wallpaper engine I'm using in the background here. This is from Bing Wallpapers. We all know that Temple OS is the best because it cannot access the internet. Yeah, hey, probably. Yeah, Bing has some great wallpapers, yeah. I run 3 distros, but all on their own hard drive. Peppermint, Mint, and Sorian. I think you can get Word Manager to work on the FreeBSD also. Oh, well, yeah, the Linux kernel is a Linux exclude. Well, what about subsystem for Windows then? Or Windows subsystem for Linux? Like, even though it is an emulation, but yeah. Debian gives me everything I need except excitement. If I want excitement, I switch to... why do you need excitement? What do you need to be excited about? Is it the new versions of hardware, software, or is it that you just can't wait till you get an update? Like, you can't wait for a new version of X, Y, and Z software. What do you mean Windows is better than Linux? In what way? Every OS have its thing. It's just it's a joke. Hemorrhoid, sorry. I was about to call you a hemorrhoid. I'm so fucking bad. Hemorrhoid. It's a joke. Linux have some really hardcore fans that if you say anything is better than Linux, they get really angry. So it's just a joke towards them. Excitement. Maybe it will break it today. Yeah, I don't like that. I used to like that when I was like in my 20s. Nowadays, I just want a stable system. But yeah, if you want to talk about Windows versus Linux, we can definitely do that. I don't mind that at all. Like, you're free to talk about almost anything in here. But I value stability and I use Ubuntu. I do like Ubuntu. I actually really like Ubuntu. But I run Kubuntu. Debian just got updated, by the way. I deleted my Twitter account because Twitter is like the Linux community. Okay? If you find the right people, it's great. But it takes a lot of effort. And you have to cut a lot of weed out. You have to knock a lot of people in the head. You have to push a lot of people away. But if you find the right people, it's great. It's just, are you willing to do that? I know Linux is not perfect, but Windows and Mac OS is not perfect. No, you are right. No operating system is perfect. Never use Twitter or Facebook. I have Facebook for one reason. And that is my family. They almost only want to talk on Facebook nowadays. They probably will send you a text once in a while. But I have family living in both ends of the country. And to see what they are up to, that's what I use Facebook for. So I go into Facebook like once a week, once every 2 weeks, just to catch up what have they been posting, and then I leave it again. Twitter I check like a couple of times a day. There are some people I follow and talk to on there once, But Ubuntu is the devil. Everything is the devil and nothing is the devil. Nothing is perfect. I am perfect. I'm more perfect than humans. Oh, Robo Linux. This is the one sudo reboot really hate. Oh, Bluestar. Is that not the Oh, okay, I was thinking about Red OS or something like that. My family are the same, but then I deleted Facebook and told them, if you want to talk to me, then use Signal, and now all my family use Signal. Yeah, I'm a little bit against that. I don't like telling people what to do. I don't like people telling people what to do. I really don't. I think it should be up to everyone's own decision if they want to or not. If we are forcing people into doing something that they not would have been done by themselves, I see that as being a little bit of a dictator. It's a little bit of dictating what people should do and not do. And I don't really like that. We can inform people, we can talk about it, we can advocate for it. But in the end, we should not tell them what to do. It's the same like when people say, okay, you run Windows, I will not give you support then. I don't like that. I think it's condescending and arrogant. Pop OS is my favorite. I do like Pop OS. You're perfectly imperfect. Yeah, I didn't tell them to delete Facebook. They still have Facebook, but now they have Signal as well because I'm not going to. Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. It's just that you said that you were deleting Facebook and told them, if you want to talk to me, use Signal. That's kind of like saying to them, either if we're going to talk to each other, you have to use this. So it's kind of like forcing them into doing it. But yeah, again, each their own, I guess. KDE is actually really good. I think I missed that. I think the investment of Twitter on space audio text has sold a user. I don't know what. Honestly, my viewpoint on Twitter, I've been using Twitter since it came out. So I may be a little bit like acclimated, or what you call it, like become too common to what they are doing. But like I said, I see it a little bit like Linux. You know, you can get great things out of Twitter, but there is a lot of things you have to fucking, go through. And if you're not willing to get a good experience out of Twitter, and you don't want to go through that work, yeah, like right out the bat, it's really bad. It's really bad. And trust me, I used to be on Twitter all the time. Now I forget that I even have Twitter once in a while, and then I post something. What if I didn't told them that they are forcing me to use Facebook then? No. Here's the thing. Let's say you don't want to use Facebook. You're like, okay, I don't want to use Facebook. I have Signal was the one you said. I have Signal. So if you want to talk to me, that's how you can talk to me. But it's up to you. And if they don't want to go on to Signal, then you just don't talk to each other. But if you think about it, they care about you. They like you, So why would they not do it? It is a little bit like, be like... I had to do the same. I was in a financial bad situation, like in 2010-ish. I couldn't afford a phone. So I had the choice. Either I could have a mobile phone or my internet. And I cut my phone out. I told my family, I said, you know what? I don't have my phone. What are you guys on? Some was on Facebook, some was on Twitter. Well, then I used that instead. I was the one having a problem. So I accommodated them. And the way I see the way you left Facebook, and again, it could just be me seeing it wrong, is that you don't like Facebook. So you should be like, is there other places we can talk to that they are also on? If there is no other places that they are also on, yeah, then you could have, for example, set Signal. I just feel that this is what I see a lot of people are doing. I don't like that, therefore I'm going on to do this. And if you like me, you better follow me. I don't like that mentality. I don't know how it went down with your family. If they don't have any other avenues of talking with each other, yeah, then signal this. But you get what I'm saying here. Is that it can easily become some form of oh, well, we really want to talk to our son or brother, and he really don't want to be on this platform, so now we have to set this thing up so we can talk to them. And I get it, but yeah, it is a little bit like maybe guiding them into a system, into another place, for lack of a better word. Did the same when I deleted Instagram. I can't live without Instagram. I love Instagram. If you want to see what I'm doing day to day, I don't post much, but my Instagram, I love taking pictures. You see stuff from my day-to-day life in there. That's kind of like me behind the scene, for lack of better words. I love using Twitter for that. When I'm at work, I take pictures. When I'm out walking and sharing crazy things I find on Instagram, sorry. I love Instagram, and I have met so many great people on Instagram. I follow a lot of fitness people, bodybuilders, weight loss people, and there's so many great people you can talk to on Instagram. There is a lot of fucking scammers on Instagram, though. You really have to be careful. That I will say that, because there's no easy way of banning them or reporting them other than just blocking them, which is really fucking irritating. But one of the best people I've ever met has been on fucking Instagram. But it can be toxic, but not as toxic as Facebook. I'm with you on Facebook. I hate Facebook. But it's me that have a problem with Facebook and not my family, so I stay on Facebook for my family. My family doesn't give a crap about Linux. Yeah, mine either, man. I only talk to people telepathically. That's why you're perfect then. Linux community has to get reality. Signal and metric isn't going to be popular. XTL, I'll go back to that. Remind me in a little bit. I just want to read the other things here because I have a theory about that. I use Linux on my laptop for fun, Windows 11 on another laptop for serious business compatibilities. I can't ask the rest of the business world to adjust to my Linux stuff. Exactly, Spin Viking. If you are the one that have a problem with something that most people, or 95% of people, don't have a problem with, maybe it's you that have to sacrifice and not them. The majority win. Negotiation power. Boom. Typo in the video's description. Oh, yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I just type something fast and quick. I do love that the grammar, the spelling police is coming out of the woodwork, though. I do most of my communication over Steam chat and sometimes Reddit. I would never expect Reddit to be a communication tool. On Reddit, you can talk to Arnold Schwarzenegger. You can also do that on Instagram. And I think he's also on Twitter. So, the Linux community... I'll just read it again, Exical. Linux community has to get with reality. Signal and metrics ain't going to be popular. They lost the battle 3 years ago. I am going to generalize a lot right now. I'm going to, and this is going to sound bad, but it's not meant as a bad thing. So I hope you'll kind of allow me to get my thoughts out here. But I know you're just being helpful, and thank you. But you're not the first one saying it, and yeah, I get it, and I'm thankful because you want to be helpful. Don't take it as me being snarky or anything like that. It's just, you know, you're not the only one saying it, but yeah, thanks for noticing it. My live stream is just me messing about, me fapping about, just doing crazy shit, so I don't care about the thumbnail, I don't care about the anything about my live stream. It's just us having fun. That's also why I don't monetize my live streams anymore. I used to do it, it just became a hassle, so I don't monetize my live stream anymore because this is us having fun. We talk about it, we can debate, we can be heated, but it's meant for us to just talk about anything and everything and have fun. I used to say it like, it's us going to the pub having a beer. My school state-owned was sent computers with Ubuntu pre-installed. It was pretty... Oh, that's actually awesome. So about the Linux community, they need to get with the time. So again, like I will say this again, don't take this in a bad way, negative way. It's just my observation, and I am generalizing a lot here. Linux users, when I look at them, and I'm autistic, so I analyze every fucking little aspect of life because I don't understand it. Then what I have noticed is that a lot of the Linux users I talk to, they seem to have this quality about them that they want to feel special, or they want to be special. They want to do something that's unique and special. And we all want that as humans. We all want to be unique and special, but they have found Linux. So they see Linux as being this little... We have found the goal at the end of the rainbow. We have found the holy grail, you know. We know something the broader world don't work. It's kind of the same mentality why people get into conspiracy theories. You know, or people be hipsters, you know, become hipsters. You know, they find this group of people where they can be unique. And they can feel a little bit like, oh my god, we have found something special here that the rest of the world don't really know about. So therefore we are on the forefront of something big and amazing here. And either we should tell everyone about it or we should not tell anyone about it. So they tend to be, like I said, the same people that start to get into conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Because they may feel that they're a little bit outside of the normal realm of society or something like that. And... they also they want to... Linux become an identity for a lot of people. It's probably a better way of explaining it. They live Linux. For them, Linux is not just an operating system, it's a lifestyle. Just like a hipster, it's a lifestyle. Just like a, you know, I don't know, a feminist, it becomes a lifestyle, you know. For them, it becomes a lifestyle. And if you say something negative towards them, or if you go against what they have deemed to be the do's and don'ts within that lifestyle, you are now the enemy. Like, Linux is the only community that has an enemy. Linux is the only community that want to see the death or ending or decline of another community. Windows users don't care about how well Linux is doing. The Mac community don't care about how well the Linux community are doing. Can they be toxic? Of course they can, but they really don't care. The Mac people don't care about how the Windows people are doing. The Windows people really don't care about how the Mac people are doing. They only care about, do they make fun of each other? Yeah, but in reality, Windows users don't like, oh, we have to win over Mac OS, and Mac people don't really go, oh, we have to win over Linux and Windows. Linux people are the only one that is in a constant war. And on top of that, we are in a constant war between distributions. We are in a constant war between package managers. Linux is one big war, okay? We are fighting everyone and ourselves. And with that community comes a lot of tribalism. Are you an Ubuntu guy? Are you an Arch guy? Are you a Gentoo girl? Are you a Pack? Are you a Snappack? Are you a Flatpak person? Are you a Systemd person? All of these things you have to now take a stand on. And then we are all debating or fighting or what do you call it each other way more than any other community. Like, I say this a lot. I am part of a Windows fan Discord, you can say. I've been part of few, actually. And I could go in there and I could be like, Linux is the best operating system in the world. I can go into a Windows server and say that, yes, I will get toxic asshole. But most of the time, they will be like, okay, that's cool. Why do you think that? And then you will have a constructive conversation with them, like, well, have you thought about this? What about that? This is how we see it, and stuff like that. I will get to your comments when I'm done with my thought here. You know, you can have a really, really down-to-earth, intelligent conversation. But if I go into a Linux fan Discord, and I say, Windows is the best operating system in the world and Linux sucks. Just look at what happened today with my stream here. You get toxicity. And they hide behind this thing called passion, and it drives me up the fucking wall. Oh, well, it's because we are passionate. Like, just because you're passionate don't mean that it's okay for you to be an asshole. And I think that's what makes... that's why people come into Linux. They kind of like that combativeness. They like being part of a tribe. They like being... They like to be... have found, like I said, this thing that other people have not found it yet. They like to be... We are part of this unique little group that have found this most special operating system in the world, the most stable operating system in the world, the best developed operating system in the world, and nobody really knows about it, or they don't use it, so therefore I'm special for using it, and I'm also smarter than everyone else because Linux is hard, okay? And we have to beat everyone else, on top of us trying to beat ourselves. And this is me talking from 25 plus years of experience within Linux and the Linux community. I've noticed those things. Like, I can almost... I can almost tell what a lot of people have as hobbies beside Linux. Or what thought patterns or ideas they support beside Linux. Because being in the Linux community is not far-fetched from being in the conspiracy theorist community. Because a lot of things that Linux, a lot of the things that Linux are championing is the same things that the conspiracy theory community is talking about. There's, like, if you want to talk paranoid computer users, go into the Linux community. Maybe the security community is a little bit more paranoid. But the Linux community, they're definitely paranoid. Okay? Like, they're a bunch of paranoid motherfuckers. And it's not far-fetched from being a conspiracy theorist. I've been dabbling in... I love reading and learning about conspiracy theorists because I find it funny. And I like to know why people think like that. So I would like to understand what makes you think that the Earth is flat. What went wrong in your education system, like education path? What makes you think that? I like to know why people think the way they do. So I go down all kind of rabbit holes once in a while. And Linux have a lot, like the Linux community have a lot of parallels to the conspiracy theorist community and to anti-Big Brother, anti-corporation. To some extent, I would even say that the Linux community have a lot of parallels to the communism, Marxism philosophies community. Not so much as I will call them communist or Marxist, but if you're talking politics, they are quite red. Like, if you didn't know any better, if you're talking the politics side of Linux, you were thinking that Linux was invented in Russia. Like, you know, it's really like that to some extent. But yeah, it's just like I think mostly it's because people have found a place that makes them feel special, and they really want to know the world that they are special, and also because it's, you know, it's tech, and not a lot of people still are really comfortable with technology. So they get a little bit of a superior complex, like, okay, I know this thing, I've learned this thing, I can use this thing that is hard for most people, so therefore I'm superior. Or I'm better than they are. And we all want to have that feeling. But yeah, anyway, I will go and read your comments, so I have to scroll up a little bit here. So please forgive me. Then instead of then. Yeah, I know, I'm dyslexic, Johan. I'm massively dyslexic. Sometimes I have to spell check my fucking titles for my videos for like 10 minutes, man. We still need to talk about Estic's smelly feeds. Yes, we do. Remind me of that when I'm done reading your comments here. I use Discord mainly to talk to my colleagues. I use Discord a lot. Like, I'm actually... Some days I'm more active than others in Discord. But I do talk a lot with people on Discord, and Dacia that's in here, the beautiful girl that comes in here once in a while, I talk a lot with her on Discord in DMs and stuff like that. Like, I send nudes all the time. I send fucking shower pictures, bikini pictures, car pictures, nudes, non-nudes. She gets it all, man. Maybe that's why she's slapping me around every time and she talks to me. And she's not in here right now, so she can't hear this, so don't tell her that. Windows is better, but Linux is free, and I love free stuff. Yeah. Actually, I forgot to talk about that. There's also a big part of the Linux community that just like free shit. And then they are hiding behind the open source and the philosophies and the political avenues. In the end, the only reason they are using Linux is because it's free. Like, they don't have to pay for it. And I don't mind that. I just think they should be honest about it. Yeah, they think that Linux makes them special. That also helps the hate on Ubuntu is that it's now become mainstream. Exactly, Peter. Exactly. Again, I'm sorry for I'm back reading comments here. So I'm a little bit behind. Yeah, exactly. When something becomes too mainstream in Linux, they start to hate it. Just like hipsters, when something starts to become mainstream. It's too mainstream, bro. You know. For me, Linux is better than Windows. That's great. Linux users are vegans. Yeah, I said this a lot. Ectical. I said this a lot. I think I was one of the first ones to say it in video form. That Linux users are the vegans of the computing world. I said that a lot. Linux is certainly more fun to use than yeah, Linux is fun. Definitely fun. Also, does anyone understand why all the hate that's on canonical? It's big business. Big business. Linux users don't like big business. Again, going back to the previous statements. Linux is definitely a fun hobby. New Microsoft Store is perfect on design. I do like the Microsoft Store, yeah. Peter Colley, Linux community like to make their life difficult. Yeah, I also noticed that. If it doesn't break or have drawbacks, it's the work of the devil. Yeah, I noticed this a lot. Linux users love to overcomplicate simple things so they can look smart. And they really like it when you're talking to them also. If you're talking to a Linux user and you're talking about a subject, they love to overcomplicate it. And then when you're dumbing it down, it's like, oh, you're too simplifying it. No, I'm just not overcomplicating it. I don't want to kill other communities. Use what you want. Yeah, exactly, Johan. Why would Windows users even hate on Linux users? Linux doesn't even have enough market share to be dangerous. I don't even think Windows users would like Linux if it was more popular than Windows. Because Windows users in general don't foster that kind of community. Again, there will be assholes in all communities, don't get me wrong. Or the closed source is evil thing. Yeah, that's also like, software cannot be evil. It's like saying my cup that I'm drinking off can be evil. No, it can't. It's what people do with it. Hate never solves anything. I don't like hate. I'm the same. Like, we all get angry and animated and passionate. But yeah, you're right. I use Gorilla Linux, not hard. I never needed to open a terminal. That's great. Too many Linux distros are nasty competition with each other for the same small of user base. Exactly, Spin Viking. Exactly, you hit it on the nail. I can name at least 6 that are after the same. I can name at least 6 that are after the same frustrated Linux users. Yeah, exactly. You want to really piss off on Linux users? Call VM outdated and pointless. Oh, I have a video about that. I will talk about it here in a bit. I remember when the Linux Experiment channel was down, everyone was like, that evil Google doesn't want Linux to thrive. Yeah, and it's because he didn't understand the rules of doing giveaways. It was him that fucked it up. Okay? They should not have taken it down. I didn't like that they took it down. But he fucked up. He did something wrong. He didn't read the fucking rules. And that you had to comment on his videos to be in the giveaway. You can't do that because it drives traffic, and they don't want you to use a giveaway to drive traffic to your videos. because it alters the algorithms. You know, it gives you a benefit, or what you will call it. Left my ass out about firmware spyware, yeah. Because Linux is all about choice. I honestly don't think Linux is about choice. I think it's a cop-out that we use for all the distributions we have over here. It's something we say to justify it here. I think Linux is about control. You can control every aspect of the operating system if you want. About choice, I think it's just our way of kinda... well, yeah, we do have all this fragmentation and these different package managers, but it's all about choice. I don't even think Linus made Linux because of choice. I think he just did it because of control. Anyway. Regarding privacy, I often use things like Brave and Brave is not that good, and DuckDuckGo has just gotten into trouble that is actually spying on you, I think it is. Because whenever I use Google and Chrome, I exactly target for algorithms. Yeah, DuckDuckGo just had a massive fucking... DuckDuckGo isn't that private anymore, exactly. What switched to Linux about DuckDuckGo? I think some ordinary gamers talked about it and stuff like that. I use Google search anyway. The people at DuckDuckGo work with Microsoft, but they ain't as bad as... Yeah, of course they're not as bad. I'm not even gonna waste my time with this. You don't even know how to write then. Oh, we have another grammar police in here. Oh my god, welcome in. Thank you for making fun of someone that's so dyslexic that they are almost disabled. Thank you for making fun of a dyslexic person. You must be a really gem of a person. Wait, do you really think you're the only one that have said that? We have been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Your IQ must be fucking high. Wow. Wow. I fucking love this. This is why I don't... this is why I don't make spell correction in stuff like this, because I love these fucking people here. I love it. I forgot the question mark at the end. Can you repeat that, Johan? I forgot it. I forgot the answer. We still have to talk about Esnik's smelling feet. We have to talk about Esnik's smelling feet. Oh, he founded an anti-LGBTQ+. I can't fucking... There's so many letters in that acronym nowadays. Foundation. Oh, he did? That's not nice. Here you have it. Smelly feet. Boomydosis or smelly feet is a very common medical condition. It's due to build up of sweat, which results in bacteria growth on the skin. These bacteria cause bad odors. Fungal infections like athlete's foot can also lead to boomydosis. Now you have it. Now we know why Esnik have smelly feet. Because Linux is all about choice. For the quest. Oh, okay. Okay, I get what you're saying now. You're what you call it? Yeah, you like it because of choice, or some people use it because of choice. I get it. Well, you can say his own grammar is a Linux user. Grammar is the only thing he can combat. Fine, I guess, anything. Nothing wrong with helping people out with correction, especially if the language isn't their first language. Fault survival, you are 1000% correct. But would you listen to someone that comes in and the first message is laughing out loud or not even going to waste time with this? You don't even know how to write then. It's then, Lord, better than. Not better than. There's a right way of doing things and there's a wrong way of doing things. This is a typical book wrong way of doing things. Had he come in, hey, do you know you have misspelled a word? And I could explain, yes, I just don't want to correct it right now. I wouldn't mind that at all. But coming in and being a smart ass, you will be treated as a smart ass. Okay? I treat people like they talk to me. That's one thing that universal with me. I talk to you the way you talk to me. I sometimes get it wrong because it's in text. I don't see you in real life and see your face expression and all that fucking shit. But if you're being a smart ass to me, I'm being a smart ass to you. If you can't handle that, I'm sorry. I'm not here to cater to your feelings. Because you're not catering to mine. That's all I'm going to say about that. Wear cotton socks instead of the mixer. You're right, Johan. Cotton socks or wool socks, marine wool socks, are amazing to combat smelly feet because like I said, I walk a lot. And I walk a lot in safety shoes, so there's not a lot of ventilations in them. And if I have bad quality socks on and I get home, I can smell up my apartment. Okay? I can smell up my apartment. But the talcum powder, if you put talcum powder around your foot, that should also combat the odor and combat smelly feet. But there are some people, like they say here, there are some people that have like a bacterial thingy-maduski on their feet that do that. They just have smelly feet. You want to hear something really crazy. Really, really crazy. There are a kink out there where people get sexually aroused by smelling feet. They get horny by smelling smelly feet. Think about that. Fun fact, many truffle oils are not made from truffle, but instead use manufacturing aromas combined, including 4.5. This is what the fuck is that? Again, I can't pronounce. Again, like I said, I'm dyslexic. I have no fucking idea what that's going on there. Dithipantane? What is that? Sometimes it helps me if I write it out. I could even explain why some people have a foot fetish. Yeah, some people have a foot fetish. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's a colorless liquid with a strong odor. Oh, it's part of formaldehyde. Or done out of formaldehyde. Oh, they actually have here about a myth that it's a myth. Truffle oil and... Oh. It's prepared by the acid catalyst condensation of methyl marzipan, the main aromatic compound in both. Oh, so it's the chemical compound. Okay, got you. Asking with the dyslexia examination midstream. Or diapers. Have I ever tried to learn Greek? So, here's the thing with me, okay? I speak Danish, speak right and understand Danish. I speak right and understand English. I understand Norwegian and kind of speak Norwegian. I understand Swedish and kind of speak Swedish. I understand German for the most part. So I have a lot of language in my head. I don't know if I actually can learn more languages. I kind of want... I always wanted to learn a language that a lot of people don't speak. So I really want to learn Arab, not Asian. I really want to learn Japanese at one point. I actually learned to I learned to say good day, goodbye. That was because I did a lot of martial arts in my teens. And I learned to count to 10 in Japanese. I learned basic Japanese. Yeah, I'm not that good at reading German. I'm more like listening, like understanding it being spoken to. Det er med it's something about German. Living something about German, in German or something like that. But again, I have to hear you say it before I understand it. I'm not that good with, like I said, I'm dyslexic to begin with. So reading and spelling is really hard for me. So I'm more Polish. I used to work with some Polish colleagues, and they actually learned me some Polish, but I have totally forgot it. But Arabic, I want to learn. I've thought about learning. Latin, I've thought about learning Latin. I really want to learn Latin at some point. I've been thinking about Spanish because there's a lot of people that speak Spanish and they love to talk to you in Spanish and then I would love to understand it. It simply means dear greetings from Germany. Yeah, like I said, I'm not. I can't. My mom can read German. She learned German while living where we are now. I can't read it. Or Russian. Russian could also be an interesting word. Don't lie. You try to learn Japanese because you're secretly a weeb. So when I learned Japanese or basic, like a really basic Japanese, it was like in the mid-90s. Like weeb was not even a fucking thing back then. And I did it because my martial art teacher, spoke some Japanese to us. And I wanted to understand it. And he wanted us to say thank you and hello and welcome and stuff like that in Japanese also, basic courtesy. We also had Japanese instructors once in a while, and he wanted us to greet them in their own language. So, yeah, weeb was not even a thing back then. It was just because I found it fascinating. And then I found that we had the Japanese alphabet in the back of my Danish book. So I started to learn to type from 1 to 10 in Japanese. I can't do any of that today. I haven't used it in over 20 years. How about learning Inuit? Oh. Ooh. That could be fun. That could actually be really fun. Yeah. Well, the fact that the Greek alphabet and words are the basis of all Latin-based languages. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. And Danes actually have a lot of Latin in it. Greek is the base for Russian. Latin is the base for Latin-based language. Greek looks like this. I think it's beautiful. I always liked the Japanese writings. I always been fascinated by Japanese things in general. I don't think I could live there though. I'm 6'4", and think things in in that area of the world tends to be really small. So I don't think I could live and walk anywhere without bunging my head into everything. So I don't think I could live there because everything is like, it's not built for people like me. But I've always been fascinated by Asian, especially Japanese and South Korean culture. I really want to visit it someday. Probably on an extended vacation. Sign language. I actually thought about that, to be honest. Yeah. Greek looked like this. Yeah, I know how the Greek language... I think it's beautiful. I really think the Greek language is really beautiful. It's so old. It looks old. It looks like it's something that the gods... Like, it's the same with ruins. Like ruins. There's just something like I think Greek is probably one of the written languages that have like the longest heritage to some extent, like because the Danish and English and Spanish and all of these things, they are still kind of new compared to like how you like you type in Japanese and Chinese and Greek and stuff like that. And I just like those old ways. Like I used to actually know a lot of the runic alphabet. I used to be able to type my own name in runes. But yeah, like I just like, you know, written languages that seem and look old. Does anyone have a CNI alternative to Plex? Ooh, I don't think there is one. I want to make a small, low-powered NAS server. Why don't you just share a folder? And then use... how are the Vikings doing these days? They are dead. Like, they've been dead for many years. They are long dead and gone, man. They are dead, man. I just watched a documentary about I think it was the Danish Vikings invading England. A part of England. Taking over a cemetery. Taking out the old corpse. Like unburying old corpses. Throwing them away. To then bury their own warriors and heroes closest to the fucking cathedral. Like, they were fucking brutal animals, man. Fuck, like... Oh, there's already someone occupying this grave site. Fuck them, man. I want to live here. Let's fucking unbury them and throw them to the sea or something like that. It is... They're fucking mental, man. Arabic might also need... Yeah, I really want to learn that. Gilik, then? I don't know what that is, Hector. Are you familiar with Ockham? The word is ringing a bell. I don't... If you explain it to me, please, probably... I don't know. Yeah, Spanish is also good. Yeah. I know the rune alphabet. At school, we used to write letters during class, and teachers couldn't figure out what the fuck... Oh, that's fucking amazing. You don't need Plex, you can use MPD. Oh, there you go. But I have met a Viking 5 years... Yeah, Vikings don't exist. And there is a big debate about what is... Because Viking can mean many things. Some think it was a way of life. That some people... Like... You know, this is just how some people lived. Some will say that it's an activity. You know, you're doing a Viking activity. And some will say that Vikings are basically our equivalent to pirates. That when you were going onto the boats and you were invading shit and stealing shit and raping shit, that was being a Viking. But when you are at home and just walking around and mending your garden, yelling at your wife, and getting kids all over the place, that you would just normal, you know, you would not be looked at as a Viking. Even though I think the consent is that Viking is just how, you know, a general term for everything in that time period. But there are still a debate about, did they actually use that word, or is it something we put onto them? Like, did Vikings go around and call themselves Vikings all the time? Or was it just when they're doing an activity, or when they were pilgriming places, or when they were playing pirates? You can also use Thing, which uses pretty nice, because there's no way to use MPP on a tablet or TV. Oh! Plex and FTP or file sharing is not the same thing. Ah. Oh, well, yeah, exactly, yeah. Either can't be heard to read as an dyslexic. Either can't hard to read as an... Are you trying to mess up my dyslexia? What? Because Kanji, it reminds me of the cat animals in Skyrim. Grease, eradicate, Athens suffered under wildfire. Those are the headlines. Oh, you're on fire. Oh my god. You seem a little confused. MPD is a server program you connect. I don't know what MPD is. I set up a self-host server just for hosting my personal website and sending seeding Linux ISO. So self-hosting is fun, but it requires a lot of maintenance. Yeah, I've been thinking about dabbling with home servers. I do have a free NAS server, but I also been thinking about having like a mail server, maybe a website server, stuff like that. But I don't want to deal with the traffic and the security aspect of it and stuff like that. Spin Pirate. No, I actually like Spin Viking. I do like it a lot. Then use Jellyfin or Plex. Yeah, but he can't. Right? He had some it won't connect to his tablet. What about if you run a Windows server? Would that be better? Because setting up a Windows server is actually... you can try Proto-Santic language. I have no fucking idea what that is. It is consistence of the earlier trace of the alphabet written dating back... Oh shit. Like... If I'm going to learn another language, it has to be something that other people understand, but not a lot of other people understand. I don't want to learn a language that only me and then some fucking, nerd knows how to speak. Like, I kind of want to have a conversation with other people also in it. Just use floppy disks. Yep. Yes, it can. It doesn't require GUI. It uses a web... Oh, so you want him to access a web server. Oh. It's long dead. It's a long dead language. Ah. Are you a dead language? I haven't messed around with my MacBook Pro in a while. I should do that though. I kind of miss it. I saw the Linux experiment make a video, a Linux fanboy look at macOS or what the fuck it is, and then he says, looks outdated. Yeah. It's consistent. Is that not what we call XFCE? Consistent. Like I know every time I stream we start to talk about MacBooks and macOS, but damn, dude. You kind of get the best of two worlds. You get all the Unix nerdy stuff without the community, and you get the support from Windows. It's just with a high price tag that I can't afford. Yeah, he just wants his accents colors, yeah. Did I miss the Robo Linux talk? That has been a wild distro for a long time. I have never looked at Robo Linux. I just saw that it just got updated, and I know Sudo Reboot really hates Robo Linux. I have no experience with Robo Linux. I think I have installed it one time for 30 seconds and I uninstalled it again. But after watching him bitch and moan about it, I don't want to have anything to do with Robo Linux. Like I'm done. Yeah, I'm no. The Linux experiment just wants to be an entertainer. I think that's what he wants to do. That's kind of like, because I like Nick. I like Nick a lot. I actually really like Nick. I like him a lot. I used to talk to him in comment section when he started out and stuff like that. And he's a great guy. He's really, really nice and sweet. But I think he just wants to be an entertainer. Because the Linux thing that he's doing, I think, is just a way for him to be creative and be an entertainer. because when he's talking about Linux, there's a lot of gaps in the things he's talking about that he should not have with the experience he say he has with Linux, and it kind of makes me a little bit sad because he is a good dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, with self-hosting, you need and I again, like I talked with Esnik about before, is that if that's something you want to deal with, being on top of with security to do some things, that's fine. It's just not an area I want to spend all my time in, because then I would not have time to rant about things on videos or do live streams or do the other things I do, because I would be fucking a nervous wreck by doing all of that things on a server. I do kind of want to get into Raspberry Pi. It's the only thing I have never messed with. Isn't that a little bit funny? I'd never messed with a Raspberry Pi. And you can run Risk OS on a Raspberry Pi. That's like one of the main reasons why I want to run it. Like I see all of these amazing Raspberry Pi projects with servers and stuff like that, and I really would love to get into it, but every time I have a little bit of spare money, there's a lot of other things I tend to buy that I find more interesting. Let me just toast for you. It will only cost 99% of your monthly income. Yeah. That would not be a lot of money, though. You'll be surprised of how little money I make. This I'm really interesting about. LXLE Fossil. I used to love this distribution. I used to run this on my old hardware back in the day. I thought it was dead, because the last update was like 3 years ago. And they were running 1804. So I'm glad that they're still kicking around. Where's the website? I want the website. I'm spitting all over the place right now. That's really neat. Yeah, I used to fucking love running this operating system. Or this distribution, sorry. Reviews. Soapbox. Oh, you know what I miss? Oh. 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 I'm going to show you guys what I miss. Give me a second. How about Delphi Linux? Is it Beta Dolphin you're talking about? The beautiful girl that sell bathwater? I miss I miss Esnik's feud with the Linux Lite. I miss this. Yeah, I've seen. I actually almost bought that a couple of times, Esnik. The Raspberry Pi keyboard thingy. Computer and a keyboard. I almost bought it like 5 times or something like that. But I was like, what the fuck? I'm going to use it like once in a while, then it's just sitting on a shelf. But it's a neat concept. Yeah, but I fucking miss it. It was so funny. Because the developer was so stupid. Like... he was so fucking childish and stupid. I loved it. I really it was like coming back to high school, where someone was angry at another one, and one of them was speaking out, and the other one was hiding behind the fucking, I don't know, gym teacher's closet and whispering like, "This guy is fucking mean. He's saying these awful things. He don't know what he's talking about." And then he's going out in public and oh, well, it was so fucking funny, man. But we have another drama we can look into. It kind of sucks that Chipsorge is not helping. Yeah. So did anyone prove him wrong? Yeah, everyone proved me wrong. Everyone did. Spin Viking, they're running the LTS kernel, so they version of Ubuntu. So that's probably, you know, the same kernel as the LTS version is running. I've had those type of reactions on Gurvada forums too. Yeah, Gurvada. Don't get me started on Gurvada Linux. I could. Oh my god. Yeah. I haven't watched these videos, but what is this about? Can you guys educate me? KDE Dev at war on Babywoke, my first attack. KDE Dev versus Babywoke. Is this for fun, or is he actually having a beef with Babywoke? Or what is this? What is this? Because honestly, this is not the way to go about it. If you really have a beef with Babywoke, just make one video and then forget about it. Yeah, I have not watched them. I have actually subscribed to him. I like his stuff. But doing, like... I make response videos once a week. But let's say I get into a war with someone. Or someone really dislike me. And they make a video in response to my response video or something like that. I will not do anything about it, because it's not... YouTube is not the platform where you have a disagreement like that. Because it will just become... Your channel will become you disagreeing with this YouTuber. And nothing good will come out of it. Babywoke pointing out downside of K. I don't know what's going on here. Babywoke is such a weird... Yeah, I don't like Babywoke. It's a fucking... again, his or her credential, I have in questions. He used no for a while. Yeah, again, I don't know what kernel they're using on 2004. Or 2204, sorry. But do you guys know what this is about? What this Babywoke versus the KDE dev is about? Because he's a KDE developer. Like, I'm a little bit like... You know what you're talking about. A fucking crazy VTuber. Just leave them alone. Or is it just him answering, you know, like... Okay, this is what Babywoke is saying is wrong, and then he's explaining why they're doing it, where he's not really being at war with Babywoke, but more like explaining. I've thought about making a response video to the first one, but I'm a little bit like, then I saw the second one came out, and now a new one. I'm like, this is a never-ending thing. I think it's just anime character bad-mouthing KDE. Yeah, why? Why? Like, he's the KDE developer. Just leave it alone, man. It's about a known fanboy versus a KDE fan. Yeah, yeah, I would have left it alone. I would have made one response video, or reaction video, or something like that, and then left at that, because this is not going to go anywhere. He's not going to change his mind, and Babywoke is not going to change his mind. And I kind of don't want to see his channel becoming a drama channel, because he's making good content about KDE as it is. But I never liked Babywoke. It's... that person seemed a little bit... I don't know, like it's a troll channel, or yeah, I don't know. I just get a weird feeling every time I watch that. It's like, first of all, here's the thing. I have... Okay. Okay, people. Don't take this 100% seriously. But if you are a grown-ass fucking man or girl and you're running around watching cartoon figures that's made to be like underage kids with their things almost flying out of their fucking clothes, that's creepy, okay? That's fucking creepy. That's massively creepy. And if you are an adult fucking person and you're portraying yourself in an anime as an anime underage character, that's also creepy. I'm just saying it's creepy. Like, it's kind of like, okay, I cannot mess with these things because they are illegal, so I do it in cartoon form. It's creepy. That's all I'm going. Like, I just think it's creepy. I could be an old motherfucker, but I think it's creepy. When I see a fucking 40-year-old, a fat idiot like me, having small little fucking figurines of, yeah, these kind of characters almost with no clothes on, and posters of these characters with almost no clothes on in their apartment. That's creepy, man. That's fucking creepy. I'm like, and like, I have watched some of those cartoons or anime or what you call it, and it's just like, it's like almost softcore porn, man. It's like, what's going on here? It's fucking creepy. Like, if I came home to Esnick and he had anime characters all over his place, I'd be like, yeah. I could understand if you were like a teenager, but yeah, like, I'm just like, where's your dungeon with all your fucking, like, do you have a white van full of fucking poppies and candy or something? What's going on here? Like, what the fuck, man? It's just creepy. Yeah, Warhammer. I never got into Warhammer. The new LXLE is based off of Ubuntu 2004. Oh, that's a fuck. That's not supported anymore. Why are they not going with 2204? Baby Vogue seems to be too much of a fanboy to be a troll. Yeah, he probably be, or she, I don't know if it's a man or girl. They are probably that's produced that. That's why I have military-based figurines instead. I actually don't have any figurines. I have old motherboards, books, Wikipedias in book form, documents, official NFL football, World of Warcraft Cataclysm box, the collector's edition, some caps, some peripherals boxes, a sign, American Chopper poster. That's a PV New York Giants American football, a Buddha statue. That's kind of the only thing I have around. Yeah. Lasers Plaza now has a floating panel option. Oh, that's actually neat. Seems bloated to me. I will not call KDE bloated. 2204 is supported until 2025, so it's okay, but yeah, supported, but it will not get software update. It will only get security updates. As a Linux fan, Windows 11 has better Windows snapping than Noma Plasma, and I hate it. I fucking love that. See that's how you do it, people. That's how you that's how you are a Linux fan. You can be jealous at the other people. You don't hate them, you're just jealous at them. But yeah, Windows 11's snapping tools are fucking amazing. I use them all the time. The only anime figure I own were a gift from my mom. Your mom bought your anime figures? Wow. I must be an old motherfucker, man. I don't need Windows snapping. I run a tiling Windows manager. You're one of those guys. Oh my god, you're the perfect anime person then. Anime figurines all over the place. Half-naked fucking underage cartoon figures on the walls. Tiling Windows managers. Pink desk. Pink chair. And you're probably in your mid-20s running around with a push-up bra that says My Little Pony. Back to Windows for Iotuku. Yeah. I do like Windows. It's a like, for what it is, it's actually great. I'm going on a bend from using Arch with DWM to Fedora with GNOME. I have a portrait monitor and there's literally no snapping. Oh, that sucks. I thought GNOME had some snapping. Don't GNOME have snapping? I thought GNOME had snapping. Why is it not snapping? Not only am I running a tiling Windows manager, I also do it under Arch. Oh my god, you're a poster boy for Linux, man. I never snap or tile or whatever. I do like snapping. Like, I do like snapping. I do like my... I do this a lot. On my secondary monitor, it's set up a little bit like this. So here I have my OBS, I have my Spotify, and then I have you guys here. On my landscape monitor it works, but I can't use super plus left, super plus right on my portrait monitor, and there's no zone for it. Perhaps it can be configured. Yeah, you should not have to configure it. Yeah, you should. Yeah, that's a problem with GNOME then. I got something. The NVIDIA drivers is better in Windows. Yep, that's right. Time to get myself knee-high socks to make it perfect. Yeah, knee-high socks, a short skirt, a My Little Pony top. And then make YouTube videos about how great Linux is. Right, and hashtag I use Arch, by the way, in all fucking sentences that you make. All titles, all thumbnails. I do nothing on Linux except email and internet for YouTube, Netflix, the NFL. Oh, I miss the NFL so much, and watching TV. Weren't you supposed to side with Linux? It's too easy. Here's the thing. If we... Let's pretend. Let's take ethnic. No, that's not ethnic. Humans seems to be doing a little bit of everything, gaming and stuff like that. So if we take a guy like Humans, and we made a list of the things he did with our operating system, the programs he ran and stuff like that. And we then said, okay, how do Windows versus Linux compare for each program, or if there is an alternative for Linux? How would it compare on speed, stability, productivity, and stuff like that? And then make a point list. Like, okay, I do photo editing in this, so it could be GIMP versus Photoshop, productivity, speed, capabilities, and all these kinds of things. Okay, he do gaming. What games do you play? How well do these games run on Windows versus Linux? And then for every time, for every point, they get a point to see who could score the most points. It will actually be a really fun exercise, but it will take forever to do. Because I honestly think that Windows will come ahead more times than you think. Oh yeah, and Fedora defaults to GNOME Wayland with NVIDIA with Fedora 36. Except the video starter and running under X11 movement Windows lags for hold. Yeah, Wayland is shit. I'm sorry. X11 was shit. Wayland is still shit. And in my humble opinion, Wayland has years it needs to work before it's okay. Maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years. I was wondering if Fedora had better idea than Ubuntu which dropped Wayland with NVIDIA. Turns out not it. And these are the reasons why I see, like I said before, it's those 10 to 5% that Linux needs to figure out before it becomes a real contender in the desktop market. And we can't figure them out because either we are fighting over the same thing, or there is 10,000 people trying to do the same thing and not want to work together, or we are just slow as fucking balls because we can't make a decision. I think Linux could benefit from having a dictator. Like, sometimes there needs to be someone making a decision. When we are talking development and stuff like that. Like, sometimes there needs to be, you know what, this Flatpak versus Snap packages versus app images. You know what? Fuck you all. We are putting them all into a hat. We are mixing them up. We are taking up a node, and the one that I have in my hand, that's the one we're going with. The rest is going to fuck out of here. All of these desktop environment, in a bag, in a hat, shake it around, pick a node. Whatever it says, that's the one we're going with. We need that under Linux. We need someone to fucking take a fucking direction. NVIDIA and Linux sucks. AMD is better with Linux. I personally have not had many problems with NVIDIA under Linux, but I also tend to run at least a generation behind with NVIDIA cards. So I'm not running the latest and greatest NVIDIA cards. NVIDIA open sourcing their drivers is not what you think it is. They are open sourcing their Turing cards, their server cards first. And then later down the line, they will support the GeForce line. But how and how much they're going to support, we don't know. NVIDIA open sourced it because of the corporate world, not because that you can get a better experience with Wayland under GNOME on your home desktop in your attic. They did it for server rendering farms, production farms, because more and more workloads are being transferred over to GPUs nowadays. There are people that are debating that we will not be running CPUs in the future. It will all be run off a GPU. NVIDIA even have a GPU with a CPU on it. A graphic card that is basically a computer that you can run off. And that's probably the future. I feel like there's always 2 or 3 monitor issues that makes things difficult, and anytime those get fixed, 2 or 3 more. Yeah, that again, welcome to the Linux world. The only field in which Linux will be better is either programming. Yeah, server hosting and programming, of course. Yeah, that's what I like to use Linux for the most. Programming, experimenting, testing. Like, I say this in fun, of course, but it's kind of how it goes. If I want to experiment, have fun, mess around, I run Linux or code. If I want to edit and do serious work, I use Windows. Because they have the most stable software, the most feature-rich programs, and the programs with the most support in form of education. Yes man. Windows 11, I think it can drop my TV cable with the NFL season ends. In NHL, okay, there you go. On Arch with the 1060. Oh, I have a 1060 also, just the 6GB one. No valence seems great, especially when auto-titling. Yeah, Matthias, I think if you're running older generation Nvidia cards, I think we are a little bit better off. Because, like I said, I have never had problems with Nvidia, but I never have bought the newest versions of Nvidia because I can't afford them. I've always been 1 or 2 generations behind. And I think that is kinda helping you and me a little bit. Because they have already been gone through extensive testing and stuff like that. I don't know why you're deleting your messages all the time, Exile. I kinda want to see what you're typing. I'm running a 1080 Ti, but at 240 Hz things. Get a bit heavy on Linux at times. Oh, really? Yeah, Windows feels smoother. No matter how well a game run under Windows, if you run it under Sorry, let me try again. No matter how good a game run under Linux, if you run it under Windows, 9 out of 10 times it runs more smoother under Windows. Like, you get a better experience. I am a heavy gamer, and I've gamed under Linux and Windows a lot. And I always, like, when I'm playing under Linux, I don't noticing it. But if I'm jumping right back to Windows and I'm gaming under Windows, I'm like, oh, there's something different here. Linux doesn't have support for new technologies, backward compatibility. Linux do have great backward compatibility. A uniform binary format they don't have. There's standards of any kind. Well, Linux do have, they have the Linux standard base and stuff like that. The problem is, just like with everything else in Linux, nobody is following it. Let's make a standard. Yep, and only a few select people are following it, and the rest is saying, fuck you, I'm doing my own thing. And then we are having a war again. Nobody is committing to a standard. We have quite a few, but nobody is committing to that standard. That will save me 45 Canadian CDN a month. Oh, if you drop the NHL. Ah, gotcha. It's an OS created by community. I want things and I want that so I can go do my own thing. So, Linux is not being created by the community. Like, honestly, Linux is not being created by the community. It's being created by big business. I will show you why in a bit. I like the idea what the BSD system, where at least the core system is run by the same. Exactly. That's why I love BSD, and I wish BSD was more popular than Linux, to be honest. Can we just paint Linux pink already? Yeah. This is kernel 5.10. Yeah, accept. Let's see if there's a graph down here. Most active 5.10 employees. Huawei, Intel, unknown, none. These unknown here can be are mostly companies, but they can also be volunteers. Red Hat, Google, AMD, Lenovo, Samsung, IBM. All of these. So even if you say unknown is the community, if you take all of these percentages here together, the community is being dwarfed by them. And this is just for the kernel. If you go on to, let's say, LibreOffice, GNOME and stuff like that, there is big money and like Ubuntu Canonical is doing a lot of development with No, I couldn't remember the fucking name for some reason. So if all of the corporate sponsorship went away from the kernel, there will only be little over 12% left. So that means that 88% of the development that's gone into the Linux kernel or even less. Well, here, if you here, by line changes. So this is like 10%. So 90% of the development of the kernel would stop if the Linux kernel stopped being a corporate entity, being supported by corporate people. 90%. So think about how much money and effort are being contributed from the corporate world to GNOME, KDE, SUSE, Canonical, Xorg. I will guess this is a really good picture of all of the big software development that's going on in the community. Like the big software, like GNOME, KDE, LibreOffice and stuff like that. I would not be surprised if it's either 50-50 with the community and the corporate world, or the corporate world is actually the ones holding those projects alive. So just imagine if Linux loses. Let's put Linux into one big bucket. Everything is just Linux. KDE, GNOME, all goes into Linux. Imagine if 90% or 88% of that development effort went away tomorrow. Then we can say we are 100% community based. How good of software do you think we will get? How fast development cycles do you think we will get? Linux would fucking crawl to a halt. So I love when people say that Linux is a community OS. It's not. There will be no community. There will be almost no Linux without corporate sponsorships. Linux is owned, driven, and controlled by corporations. It's the reality. If you think you're going away from Big Brother by running Linux, you're jumping into another Big Brother. Let's see what you guys think here. It doesn't have, I read that. Refurbished Dell, Octopus 50-50 for me. Oh, that must be a laptop you're talking about. Gaming is better on Windows convinces and media productions on Mac. Yep. File system on Solaris and BSD. Yep. Security is better on OpenBSD. Linux kind of jack of all trade. Yeah, I would kind of agree with that. Pretty surprised about how much Huawei is doing. Yeah, China OS, yeah. Yeah, it's I'm more surprised about that Red Hat is still quite up there, and SUSE is still up there. Oracle. MediaTek is also a massive company. We have AMD down here. Facebook. Like, it's quite big. NXP Semiconductor. Google. Like, this is the big evil. Google here. So yeah, Linux is... it's not your friendly neighborhood little community-driven thing. Sorry, wasn't being specific. I meant software backward compatibility. Oh, okay. Desktop hardware compatibility is better on Windows, same with retro compatibility. I think Linux supports more older hardware, if I'm being honest. In reality, I do all the kernel work. I know you do. You're perfect, and you do all of the kernel work. It is more economical for those companies contribute to Linux than produce their own individual Unix variant. Exactly, Esnik. It makes financial sense for them. Exactly. But that also means that when development is being done on Linux, who are they developing for? Not you and me. They're developing for themselves. We are like just a side note. I miss Windows 7. I do. I do like. I like Windows 7 a lot. I will say this: when I got over the whole Metro UI with Windows 8, I kinda liked it, man. I kinda liked it. But I still think Windows 7 was better. But Windows 10 and 11 of the modern area of Windows 10 and 11 from a technical standpoint, is the best operating system they have ever made. I will suspect that Windows 10 will probably be regarded as the new XP. what hold Windows 11 back is this whole fucking TPM debacle that they throw at us. People don't like that. I meant binary retrocompatibility. Old hardware is arguably NetBSD or Linux. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I kind of like your avatar there. I see if I can pronounce your name here. Adalberto? Sounds Spanish. Windows 8 UI was a tad awkward with the left to right scrolling. Yeah, like, when you got used to it, it was not that bad. But it was not Windows 7. I thought Windows 8.1 with the classic shell install was better than Windows 7. Yeah, it was. I kind of agree with you on that to some point, but it was just like the whole. I didn't see that big of a reason why you should update to Windows 7 if you were already happy with Windows 7. Windows 10 is still my favorite once you clean it up. Yeah, I do like. I love going on to this virtual machine here and mess around with Windows 10 from time to time. But there are some small things that I miss that I have under Windows 11, like hovering over here and get the tiling features and stuff like that. There are small little things that Windows 11 just do better than Windows 10, but they are not enough that way I could say like, oh, it's definitely better than Windows 10. Had Windows 11 not have TPM, it could probably have outthrown Windows 10. Because it is better than Windows 10. In my experience, it runs better, smoother, faster than Windows 10. But it has TPM. And I get why they've done it. I get why they have done it. I get it. But it should have been for the Pro version and not the Home version. The Home version should just have been for everyone. Or they should have done this. They should have been like, okay, you can run it without TPM, but we are not going to give you support. Meaning that if something fucks up, it's on you. It's basically you can run it, but we are not giving you any warranty. They should have done one of those two things, and then require it for Windows Professional and up. Because that's where it makes sense, because Windows Professional is for the professional market. They are more security minded and require higher security. And they have had, the corporate world have had TPM for fucking a decade or something like that now. But for us at home, not really. But I get why they've done it. Theoretically, it should make your system more secure. And I will bet, if I'm going to play devil's advocate here, I will bet if Linux have done the TPM thing, the Linux community would have praised Linux for being a pioneer in the cybersecurity aspects, being forward thinking with security mindedness. And Windows sucks and should just be fucking put to death for not thinking about the users and its security. That's how I think Linux world would have spawned TPM for Linux. If Linux would not run on anything that didn't have TPM on it. Then we would still get distributions that could, but I think that's how they would have spawned it. And now they are saying, why the fuck are they doing it? It's anti-consumer and blah. And yeah, it is fucking shitty they've done it, but let's be honest, we all have bitched and moaned about Windows being unsecure. Now they're doing something for that security, and we are still bitching and moaning about them not being secure. I get it. And from a security aspect, I think it's great. I just think it sucks that they have limited Windows 11 that way. Like I said, I would prefer that they've said you can run Windows 11 on any system you want, but if you're running it on a system that don't have TPM, you will not get any warranty. It's on your own risk. I don't understand why they haven't done that. At least, like, for this version. Then the next version of Windows, they could be like, okay, now we're doing it. Because then you get people like used to this TPM kind of mentality. And like I said, Windows Professional and up, that can require TPM because it's not meant for you and me. Windows 1.8 or 8.1, fuck me, man. 1 was the service pack for Windows 8. Yeah, it was, yeah. Linux will never come up with it because everyone and their mother has a different kernel. Yeah, just because they have a different kernel don't mean that they can't use the same technologies, because a lot of the kernels are using the same technologies. Like the memory management is in a lot. Like if you're running kernel 5.17, you have the same memory management scheme. What they are configuring can be a little bit like the hardware support. It can be optimization for specific tasks and stuff like that. But in general, they are a lot the same. I think a lot of the reason was to have an excuse to restrict the newer CPUs. So they could rely on newer features and more. Of course it was. It was also so their partners could sell more computers. Let's not fool ourselves here. They did it because they could force people in to a new hardware scheme. They could force people into new products, and they could utilize the new technology. They basically did an Apple thing, okay? Because what do Apple do when they come out with new MacBooks and a new OS operating system? And Apple only support 3 generations of the operating system, and I think they go 5 years back. So the operating system that comes out now will only be supported in general 5 to 6 years hardware back. So if you have like a 2009 MacBook Pro, you can't run the latest hardware or software. That's basically what Microsoft did here. Why are they doing it? So they can sell more hardware. And they can rely on the new security features on said new hardware. But of course, they did it to sell more hardware. Let's not fool ourselves. They did it for security, and so they could sell more hardware. It's a win-win for both systems here, and that's why they did it. Because they need more control. Microsoft don't control laptops. Microsoft really don't have any control over the hardware. Like, they don't tell Dell what to put in their laptops other than TPM right now. But other than that, they don't tell them what to put in it. Microsoft benefits when hardware manufacturers sell new computers, so it helps them if they force... They do and they don't. Because, first of all, when they buy license keys, they don't pay $100 per license key like we do. Like, what you are paying, like, if you go up here and do, like, Windows 11. Can I get a price here somewhere? Yeah. If they even sell it. I don't know if they actually sell it. I can't find a price right now. But let's just say you have to pay $100 for Windows 11. You, as a consumer, they'll buy it in bulk. You know, they buy like, is it hundreds or thousands of licenses at one. So they may only pay $5, $10 for it, something like that. Probably not even that per license. So it's not like they are making a shit ton of money on it. Like, why do you think you can go on to those key sites and buy a Windows license for $20 or something like that? That's because that's the OEM license. That means that the OEM have probably paid $5 to $10 for that license, and then the seller is earning $10 for it. They probably buy hundreds license for $50 or something. I don't know, but something to that nature. Like they pay like. I love how people, when they look at a Windows laptop and they're like, okay, I have to pay $100 for the license, so therefore $100 out of this computer is the Windows license. No, it's almost basically free for Dell. Like, they don't pay much money for it compared to what you will pay for it. So they don't earn a lot of money. What they do get is they get Windows in front of consumers. So Windows users, and what they also are doing is they are bundling, well, bloat. Get a free trial of Microsoft Office, whatever it's called. Get a free trial of Microsoft this and that. That's where they make the money. It's the software that are bundling with the computer. They're Windows software that's bundling with the computer. Then they sign up for this license. They buy this Microsoft product. That's where they make the money. They don't make the money on Windows. Windows is kind of like... I honestly don't know why they don't give it away for free. To Dell and stuff like that. I get why it's expensive for you to buy it, because you're like, okay, I have to build a computer, and then I have to pay $100 for a license. Maybe you're only saving $100 on building your computer yourself compared to buying it in the shop. So I can go through the hassle and building it myself, or I can buy it in the shop. You get what I'm saying here? Or pick up what I'm laying down. So yeah, Windows is cheap for Dell or HP or whoever you would call it. It's almost peanuts for them. But of course, if Dell sells more computer when there comes a new Microsoft Windows version out, they are happy. They will help Microsoft more. Like, it's a win-win. Like, if you wash my hand, I wash your hand, and this kind of thing. I think they also did that to prevent a second Vista situation. Yeah, you could be right. But if you can run Windows 10, you can also run Windows 11. It's not massively more hardware required. You don't need more hardware requirement, basically. Everyone would have signed their firmware, and hardware manufacturer would have to sign each of their operating system. Not happening for thousands of distributions. True. Every motherboard will have to sign Timmy's kernel. Not if the TPM in the kernel was required in all the kernels, or in all the kernels. Because who will run let's just say the Ubuntu kernel have it, the SUSE kernel have that TPM module, the Fedora kernel have it, and so on and so on. Who would want to run a kernel without it if it don't run on your hardware? So it could benefit, the distributions that have it, because now they are like, hey, we have TPM. This hardware can only run with TPM software. They can do it like that. My Windows 11 HP laptop was $500. Yeah, they are not that expensive. They are efficient giving it away these days. There are plenty of folks who just deal with the watermark, and that's the only problem. It gets a few. Yeah, exactly. Like here, I have it here. This is not a registered version of Windows. I have the watermark right here. Let's see if I change the wallpaper. It's not the same, but it's down here. I have watermarks down here. Yeah, I'm still going. I won't be on for much longer. I'm getting hungry. Win-win for Windows and hardware manufacturers, not for customers. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. Linux, you are not Linux's friends. You are nobody. If someone is building a product, you are not their friend. If you are a consumer, you are not their friend. They like you. They want you to use your stuff. But if you are a Linux user, you are not Linux's friend. You are not Canonical's friend. You can have a beneficial relationship. You can have a nice beneficial relationship. But they only see you as a customer or a user. Define it however you will. That's who you are to them. You are not their buddy. Oh, I got a hiccup there. You are not their buddy. And it's the same with Windows. Like, Linux have done so many anti-consumer things that I should make a video about it. Like, there have been plenty of Linux and open source companies that have done anti-consumer things. That it will, like, if we knew them all, we would probably be fucking amazed. Are we already done with smelly feeds? Yeah, sadly. I'm Linux's friend. Yeah, you may see Linux as a friend, but Linux don't see you as a friend. You're just a user. Even if you give back to Linux, you're still just a user. You're just a user that gave back. That's sadly. So how can you change the wallpaper when it's not active? See, my friend, I'm sneaky, okay? If you download Bing wallpapers, Bing wallpapers, you can get the wallpapers of the day. Or you can get the collection of Bing wallpapers on your desktop. That's all you have to do. That's the only... Like, you can't change much other than, you know, you're in Bing's hands, control, or what you would call it. If I go in here and, yeah, daily wallpaper refresh. So it's basically just downloading the wallpapers from Bing and put it on your desktop. So it's a little bit of a hack or workaround or what you would call it. And I kind of like that. Like the Bing wallpapers, I always found them really beautiful and nice. So yeah. Arts with KDEs, the windows are always wanted. Hey, that's a way of looking at it. That's a way of looking at it. Windows with a usable Unix CLI without using the new WSL. Yeah. I have seen, sadly enough, quite a few. I will actually say a lot, but again, define what is a lot of developers going from Windows to, from Linux back to Windows because of Windows subsystem for Linux. So Windows subsystem for Linux, in my opinion, is taking away users from distributions. Especially users that live in a Windows and Linux world. Funny, I just installed KDE on Arch out of boredom. It's because you can't have your smelly feeds anymore. Oh, it's great for Microsoft because Linux has always been regarded as a great development platform. And a lot of developers love developing under Linux, and especially if they had to work with Linux, it made sense. So they either ran VirtualBox or they dual booted. Now they don't have to do any of those things. They can run a really, really, really good slimlined Linux. And they are working on getting GUI support. Like there are people running GNOME, I think it is, on the subsystem for Windows subsystem for Linux. That's a massive fucking benefit, man. Yeah, to keep their nerds in there. Exactly, it's to keep nerds on the Windows. Exactly. They're not doing it because they like Linux. They're doing it to keep people using Windows. Me too. I'm now using Arch because of Arch install script. I hope you used SNX so he can be really, really happy and arrogant about it. Probably register keys. At least I got to use the sudo terminal on KDE. I like Linux with tiling VMs, but if I was using GNOME or Plasma, there's not much I'm missing out using Windows subsystem for Linux. Like I said, most developers can do 99% of the job they want on the Windows subsystem for Linux. In terms of just maximizing software that can be used, Windows subsystem for Linux is probably the best. Like if you're living in a Linux, like if you're an only Linux developer, it would not make much sense. But if you are working for a company that have both Windows technologies and Linux technologies, it's kind of like it's the go-to now. Where before you had to have Ubuntu or some other distribution running either on a separate hardware or in a virtual machine or dual booting. Now you just run Windows. And there's a lot of people out there that are running in those situations where they have to deal with both Windows and Linux. So for them, it's like Christian, my good friend, said from the Digital Life, it solved a problem that he had for 5 or 10 years. Because he lived in a dual world, a Windows and Linux world, at his work. And Windows subsystem for Linux just solved that. And it's a massive benefit for Microsoft to have that. And like I said, you see, again, I think it's a lot, but you see more and more people, if you look on the internet, talking about it or actually moving back to Windows from Linux. They don't see a reason to have a Linux installed. What would that mean for the Linux community? Well, now there's not so many developers that are using GNOME or KDE or XFCE, so they don't find bugs as much. They do find bugs in the kernel and stuff like that, of course, but the GUI element of Linux, we probably won't see much. We will probably see a down trouble of what you would call it, a slowdown in that area. But I have a video. I don't know if I should edit it and upload, but I have a video called Windows or Microsoft would make a better Linux than any other Linux distributions are doing it today. Because they know how to make and support desktop operating systems. Linux don't. They know how to get users embedded into a desktop operating system. They know how to support with documentation, advertisement and stuff like that a desktop operating system. Linux don't. So if Windows wanted to be Linux, they will make a better Linux than any other Linux distribution right now. They have the money, the resources, and the expertise to make a great desktop operating system. It will still spy on you, it will still take your telemetry, but it will probably run better than any other Linux distribution right now. And it will probably also become the top dog in the contributing to the Linux kernel. Backward support is a nightmare. It will probably be a nightmare, yeah. They have to rewrite almost any fucking program for Windows. Unless they do like what Mac OS is doing, having like a compatibility layer. But here's the thing, that compatibility layer may only work under Windows Linux. So if you want to run old Windows programs, you have to run it on Windows Linux with their proprietary compatibility layer. So yeah, it's they won't do it. For that reason only, they won't do it. Windows is probably the most popular Wayland compositor at this point. Here's another fact that you should think about. Let's open up LibreOffice. Windows probably is the most popular operating system to run free and open source software on. There are probably more users that use LibreOffice, VLC, OBS on Windows than on any Linux distribution out there. So if you look at it like that, would it be far-fetched to think that the Linux users is probably also the one that's contributing the most back to Linux? Like if the biggest user base for a software is on Windows, that would probably also mean that that's where the biggest contributors are. One would think. MS is waiting for Linus Torvalds to retire, then swap in and take control over Linux through the Linux. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? It makes no sense for them to do that. Why they are number one on the desktop. they are number one on the server market. If you look at the server market not as an operating system pie, but you look at the operating system as what company owns the biggest pie on the on the server market. Microsoft have 49% or 48%. Then we have Linux that have 52%, but it's not Linux. It's Red Hat has X amount percent. SUSE have X amount percent. That 52% is shared between 10 or 15 different distributions that are not only competing with themselves but also with Microsoft. They are already owning everything they need to own. They don't really need to. Because even if Linux is 52% of the desktop, server market, it's not really a competitor to Microsoft because Microsoft only have to compete with Linux. Linux have to compete with Microsoft and Linux. And that's a really negative for them. Like Ubuntu is competing with SUSE. Ubuntu is competing with Red Hat. Ubuntu is competing with X, Y, and Z distribution. Windows is just, hey, we have 48%. We have 90% of the desktop market or 87% of the desktop market. So why would they spend the money? I could suspect that they want more control over Linux. But owning it, I don't think they would do that. I think they would take more control. But any company would do that for some reason. Like... Oh. What happened here? Oh, thanks for the subscription. I was almost falling asleep here. They want to regulate Linux to the server world. It makes no sense because they're already the top dog in the server world. As an individual company, they're the top dog in the server world. Like, they are the only company that have that big of a percentile of the server market. As an individual company. I think Red Hat is the closest of Linux distributions. I think Red Hat is the one that have the biggest pie of the Linux pie. Or part of the Linux pie, sorry. Just prove they could do it. Yeah, that's not how Microsoft works, actually, lucky enough, Microsoft don't do anything nowadays without it benefiting them in some way or form. Bill Gates would probably do it just to prove they could do it, probably. But Microsoft today, I don't think they would do that today. The difference is a bit philosophical and political, though. Not really, to be honest. Microsoft Linux will instantly become the number one distro. Yeah, of course it would. Of course it would. But like we said before, it makes no sense for them to do so. Oh yeah, we also have Oracle. Oracle. That's a big part of the server market. No, Linux as an operating system don't make much money. And we move on to BSD. Yeah, a lot of people would be moving on to BSD if Linux became mainstream like that. The only problem I face with Linux isn't because of Linux, it's because of NVIDIA. I have a relatively old GPU and still now can't make it run properly. Oh, really? I thought they would be... Are you using the older Linux NVIDIA driver? Because NVIDIA have kind of two branches of their drivers. One is for the newer cards and one is for the older legacy cards. So if you're not running the old legacy driver, you probably won't get it to work. I would argue the importance of Linux is decentralization, which is a bit of a libertarian perspective. Yeah, but here's the sad thing. People don't care about that. People really don't care about decentralization and stuff like that. They only care about money, and they care about, is it working? Centralization of operating system could be used to limit computing to certain people. I'm agreeing with you, but people don't care about that. There was someone that said something about how to piss off a Linux nerd. I just told you how to piss off a Linux nerd. You just go up to them. When they're making a point about Linux, you just say to them, nobody cares. Linux is free. Nobody cares. Linux is more secure. Nobody cares. Linux is more stable. Nobody cares. Linux is open source. Nobody cares. Linux is a philosophy. Nobody cares. Just say that to them all the time, and they will freak out on you. Because that's how the mentality is with Linux and other people. They don't give a fuck, okay? All of the things you and I like and we talk about and we debate, they don't care about. For them, it's just, hey, it's like people talking about their favorite pen here, you know. Here. We could just as well be talking about our most loved pen. Or watch, if we were like a watch nerd. A watch channel. It's people talking about watches. That's how we sound to them. That's how we sound to 99% of the world. We are just geeks geeking out about watches. But it's just operating systems instead. Linux, the Chinese... So yeah. It's becoming the primary operating system in China. Out of all desktop users, maybe a small amount of people will move to BSD if Linux died out. Yeah, but you have to think about it like this. The people that support Linux, they want something like Linux if Linux died out. And the next closest thing we have to Linux is FreeBSD. So it's not like they're going over to a whole new operating system, because a lot of things that we are doing with Linux and the way that we run Linux and do things with Linux is the same way they're doing it over there in a lot of times and a lot of instances. So they're like, okay, we want a more open system. We want a system with more control, more choice, and you know, the open source thing and stuff like that. You can transfer that directly over to BSD. So it's not like they're going to run to like Haiku or you know some other operating system, because FreeBSD and Linux are almost like identical twins. Like they are not that different. Haha, true, yeah. The truth, though, is normies don't understand computing, so they don't know what issue can arise. It's not even... first of all, I hate the word normies, because everyone is a normie. You are a normie. It depends on who you're talking to. If someone is more qualified than you are a normie to them. So I kind of hate that term. But should they care, though? Do you care this much about the clothes that you have on? Do you care this much about the microphone that you're using? Do you care this much about the car that you have? Do you care this much about the floor that you're walking on? Do you care this much about your refrigerator? Or is it only because you have a really specific interest into Linux and operating systems? And if it's the last part, that it's because you have an interest into operating system and Linux, then they should not care about it, because they don't have that specific hobby. It's like saying everyone should be a runner, because that's my hobby to run. Therefore, everyone should run. You exactly can't do that. That's not how it works. Microsoft makes good lobby work, that they do. In Munich government changed back to Munich to Windows Server. They do. And that's really important. Yes, most people don't care about open source. They really don't. Try Astra Linux. No, I won't. If people tell me to do something, I won't do it. Okay? Like, you can go onto my Discord and make recommendations, but if people tell me to do something, my answer is always no. I tried 39X, tried 470X. Okay, yeah, you've done all your stuff. Yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah. I got it. I never ran into issues on Linux except by my own doing. Okay, so you fucked things up then. Yeah, I'm still alive. It's a long one, this one here. I haven't streamed in a while either, so that's why. In number of support devices, Linux is better, but the quality of the drivers is better on BSD land. Yeah, that's also what I'm getting from it. There's no health supported stuff, generally speaking. Yeah, like BSD just seems to be running more tight. Like they seem to have more, like they know. It seems like if you're looking at Linux versus BSD, it's like BSD is the professionals. Linux is just crazy kids running around building whatever shit they want to build, and there's not that much quality control going over it and stuff like that. I'm not a normie. I'm an arch user. But I forgot about it. You're running around in your knee-high socks and stuff like that. I do about the car and the fridge. Ah, well. That's nice. I hope your fridge is running free software then. Peppermint installed in 3 minutes on a refurbished Dell Oxyplex. Nice. And one is like mod of a stick, as EB is always saying. Yeah. I haven't checked up on him for a while. I need to get into his live stream. Have you tried the Nuvo driver? No, wow, I can't fucking pronounce that name. Because I don't want my house box. How small your world needs to be if you define regular people as normies. I think the normie is something that tech people have adopted to seem superior. That's why I don't like it. It makes them feel superior. Red Star Linux, maybe. Yeah, Red Star. My world is just me. I'm using Linux to make me look cool in front of... Linux is the way I get job easily, even though my job's not Linux exclusive. If you know Linux, it's definitely a plus. Astra Linux isn't merely a Romanian Debian environment, a custom desktop environment. It was okay. They have some custom tools for security and server setups. So basically just Debian with a script. The Nuvo is very poor in performance. Oh, that sucks. Linux people are the kids that repeatedly yell, "Hey, look at me, look at me." Yeah. Yeah, they do. They really do. Like, I know this is going to sound bad, but it's not meant bad, because I talk to you guys and girls and stuff like that, but Linux have never been about the community for me, because I don't specifically like the generalized Linux community, because I found them really obnoxious. Like, really off-putting and obnoxious. And I think mostly it's because I come from a construction, I come from a world where a spade is a spade, a hammer is a hammer, and a nail is a nail. And if you fuck up, you are being told that you fuck up. If you do something stupid, you are being told that you did something stupid. There's not this, you have to be nice and all of those fucking things. That's how I grew up. And the computing world and Linux world, this is going to sound really harsh, but it's not meant like that. For lack of a better word, they seem like a bunch of fucking pussies. If you talk to them too harsh, they get, "Oh, my feelings," or they sit and bitch and moan because you don't like the same distribution they do and stuff. That while people are running around on fucking roofs and laying roof on, or people are going to fucking war, or people are making sure that your neighborhood is security while they are doing, their guards or cops and stuff like that. And people in here sitting and bitching and moaning about System D. I find it really obnoxious. I find it really a closed world that I don't want to be part of. And I'm also been a big part, again, of the gym world. I've been working out for plenty of years. I need to get more into it. But again, if you are fat and you go to the gym and your mates are looking at you like, "Hey, you have gained some weight." Like, you put on some weight, all of this hippie culture that is with Linux has always been off-putting to me. But I guess that's just me, because I didn't grow up in that cuddly little let's all be special, let's all look special. Like, I don't like when people are arrogant. I don't like when people think they're special. I don't subscribe to that we are all special. Like, I always say this to people. You are the red shirt in Star Trek. You're the one with no last name or no first name. That's who we are. We are nobodies. And a lot of Linux users, they think they are someone. They are somebody, and it really, really, really goes me up the wrong fucking side of my body. I also have this saying: if you want to be somebody, do something the world will recognize you for. Do something the world will remember you for when you're not here anymore. Not just your family, but the fucking world. And nobody will care if you use Linux or not when you're not here anymore. Nobody. Nobody would care if you use Windows or Mac OS. Hey, Mario. So I kind of don't like this entitlement and arrogancy and I'm better than you that goes around in the Linux circle. That said, there are many great people, and you guys are some of them, or girls if there's girls in here, or aliens. I'm generalizing here. I'm not specifically talking about you in here right now, or if you know someone, or something like that. I'm just the generalized picture that you get from the Linux community. So as much as I love Linux, I really have not really done much with the community until I started my YouTube channel. Like, this is the most interaction I have had with Linux people, other than just reading. Like, I've read a lot about, what they've said or the wars going on and stuff like that, but I have never really replied to them or been like I'm doing right now, having a conversation. I've always been like standing on the outside and looking in with a beer in my hand and be like, what are those crazy fools up to today? And then drinking a beer. You get what I'm saying here. So I've never been as much engaged into the Linux community, and it sadly enough, if there is one good person in Linux, there are 10, if not 20 people you have to fucking push into the water to get to that one good person. And it's fucking sad to me. Because I do believe that Linux is better with the community. Don't get me wrong. If you find the right people that can help you, that can guide you, that can, you can talk this shit with, it helps you so much. But there are so many fucking bad people and political driven people and philosophical driven people. Like, I honestly believe that Linux is being taken over by politics. Linux is not about technology anymore. It's about politics, and I don't like that. That's my rant here. I will scroll up a little bit and see what you guys have said while I've been yapping along here, and then we can have a talk about this. So bear with me. Let's see where I came from. I have an arsenic sticker on my Fedora laptop. That's kind of funny. Still on Windows, Cody. As someone who lives in China was planning to switch to Linux for a long time, but they won't. That's how the government works here. It's all propaganda for their own people. Oh, that's fucking sad, Linux XP. APT, sorry. How do you run over the firewall of China? What do you use to get out of that one? If you're comfortable saying that, by the way. No, actually, I switched back to Pop OS. Oh, Lamer, you changed fucking operating system more than EB is doing right now. You're not Chinese, you're a foreigner in China. But yeah, how do you circumvent the big firewall of China, if I may ask? For trying to crop screen tearing, okay, you guys are talking to yourself. HP offers laptop with Pop OS, but Linux laptops is massively expensive. They are way too expensive. That's why they're not important, like I said in my video. I was listening to an interview with Jeremy, someone who works at System 76, and I really love some AK Pop OS business model. Yeah, I do. So I do like their business model, but Pop OS GNOME, I can't have automatically changing wallpaper, so I'm not using it. But my mom said I'm special. Everyone is special to their mom, okay? Don't get me wrong here. We are all special to our parents. But that's as far as it goes. Okay? Some of the best real hackers I have known just use Ubuntu and live their lives because they know what they are running. Doesn't matter. It's just a mean to an end. Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about, CG? If you run Arch, you should get on your hands and knees and kiss the floor of the Arch, the feet of the Arch people. No. They're smelly feet. I think you are annoying because of the people who said, look at me, I use Linux, not Linux itself. Yeah, I like I said, I love Linux, but I don't like the broader community of Linux. And we have a lot of those obnoxious people within Linux, way more than anywhere else. I can't stand the Reddit Linux circle, jerk. Please don't visit the place unless you hate yourself. I do go there sometimes to see what they are up to because it's so funny to watch them fucking going at each other. Using Linux in China is distinguishingly hard. Oh my god. Really? But for real, I always meant this, the people who are the real Linux the real community that tells you the truth are the truth. What? But for real, I always mention this. The people who are the real community that tells you the truth, there you go, are the ones who get silenced by the Linux community who's nothing but politics, and I couldn't agree more. If you use Reddit and want to switch to Linux, delete Reddit and choose a distro. If you go on Reddit for tips about Linux, you really are going on a source. Yeah, they are fucking crazy on there. My mom said I'm special, but she did not mean that I mean that in a good way. We all know, Esnik, that you got dropped a lot as a kid. It's not your own fault. If you don't need any OS exclusive tool for work, what you'll use Windows? So, oh, yeah, that's a good question. If any operating, we're only talking Windows and Linux, not FreeBSD and Haiku and all of that shit, because I will probably go with Haiku. But if Linux could do everything I wanted to the same degree and easiness and look, just as good as on the Windows, let's just say just as good as on the Windows, I would probably be running Linux for the fact that I can customize and make Linux. Like, I'm a creative person. That's why I make videos. I like to express myself, and I miss that on the Windows. I miss that I can make Windows look and feel the way I want it to. And that's one of the biggest draw points for me with Linux, is that I can morph it into whatever I want it to. So yeah, the Linux community or OS communities like this and EB are the ones who are the real Linux community. I don't regard this as a Linux community, Blamer. We are just nerds. Like, we also talk about Windows, we talk about watches, we talk about beer, we talk about food, we talk about traveling. I don't see this as a Linux only. It's a nerd community. It's a geek community. And I'm a little bit also sad that I kind of put myself into the corner of being a Linux guy. I want to do more with Windows. Why I'm doing this stream today. I want to do more with other operating systems, but it's so easy because the viewers I have expect Linux, you know, so I can't do this all the time. But I hate calling it a community, because when I'm talking to you guys right now, it's like talking to my friends, even though we don't know each other. But I don't see myself as having a community. Like, I'm a nobody on the internet. You are just like-minded people that I'm having acquaintances, friends, call it internet friends, call it what you will. We just have a friendly conversation about a subject, even if they get heated sometimes. So I hate calling it a community. Even though that is probably the right word, but it just feels like I'm the one that you guys are, you know, around, and I'm the important one and all of that, and it goes against everything that I believe in. Because Esnik is just as important in here, and Lamer and FN and Linux, APT, you're all just as important as I am. Unless you're an obnoxious idiot, of course. The same with Lovely, you're all as important as I am. So when we're talking about a community, you know, I'm kind of the one that the community is evolving around, and it goes a little bit against the way that I like to look at things, because I'm nobody. I'm not important. And I think it's important to know that you're not important. Don't you want to? Yeah, I should get some food, man. Show some respect to Retro boys. Yeah, the Linux community is simply a mirror of society, good, bad, and ugly. That's not exactly true. Because if you compare it to other societies, or other communities, we have too much of one thing. Like, we kind of have the same mixture as the Snowflake community on Twitter. That's mostly bad and ugly. That's the problem. We are mostly bad and ugly when you're looking from the outside in. That's kind of a little bit sad. But I will agree with you that just like any other group of people, there's always good, bad, and ugly people. I will agree with that. The problem is we just, from the outside in, seem to have more of the bad and the uglies than other communities have. And that's kind of an image problem, if you want. I like to think I'm part of the good. You are part of the good one, Johan. A community is something you have in real life. Not really humans. A community in general always means that you're gathering a group of people around something. You know, it can be a community around a piece of software. So the software is the driving force for the community. It can be off-grid living. So it's the lifestyle that's the community that's driving the community around it. It can be a community around Logitech peripherals. So it's the company Logitech or their peripherals that are driving a community around them. So if you look at it like that, if you guys are my community, that means that I am the driving force around this community, and that goes against everything I believe in. I hate those Linux Redditors who say stuff like, you're just a stupid Windows user with no experience if you use XOS. I swear to God, those people are the most... Yeah, I get you. I'm important. We are all important. Like, we are all important, but we are not all special. Proper 74 is really good. I think it's the problem. Yeah, I just hate... Like, with the GNOME version they're using, it's really hard to have changing wallpapers. And I want my changing wallpapers. Yeah, I love Kubuntu also. It's one of my favorite distributions, to be honest. I wonder what the Rust version will look like. Yeah, me too, man. I don't think we are mostly bad. We are geeks and we attack people with certain idiocracies. That's ethnic. That's like saying, oh, we are passionate. That's why we are toxic. Being an asshole, there's no excuse. Like it's a cop out. Like it's a cop out. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm a geek, therefore I can be more toxic than, let's say, a makeup artist or makeup geek. No, it's not an excuse. There is no excuse. I'm sorry. I asked this in EB's Discord a long time ago. Why people are so angry under Linux, and everyone, oh, they're just passionate. That's no excuse. Like, I get you're passionate, but that don't give you the right to then be obnoxious. And if it's a character fault or a fault in the way you are as a person, maybe you should look at the way you are as a person. Like, I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago. I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago. I try to be the best person I can be tomorrow or today, and I try to be a better person tomorrow. If you're hiding behind being a certain person with certain quirks and passionate, you're kind of disregarding improving yourself as a person. And I don't believe in that. I think it's a cop-out of just saying, oh, that's just who I am. If you don't like me, walk away. Yeah, I kind of get that. I'm on the same philosophy, but that don't mean that you should not think about other people and how you are towards other people. Yeah, I really like that too. It's really clean and a good distro. Hey, if it works for you, yep. When you say Linux community, I think you should be specific. It's the KDE community, Linux kernel community. No, honestly, it don't matter what part of the Linux community you're part of. There is a lot of bad apples in the Linux community in the most aspect. Like, if you take even if you sort out the Linux community into like systemd communities, in general, and again I am generalizing here. In general, no matter how you slice this up, there just are more toxic people on the Linux community. Been in a long day. I'm also off in a bit here. The name wallpapers upload. Yeah, they are. The Bing wallpapers extension is really good. Yeah, but I want my own wallpapers. That's the problem. I have collected like almost a half a gig of wallpapers during my time that I like to use. I used to use Ubuntu or Xubuntu, but now I use KDE because I discovered that I kind of like KDE more than XFCE. Yeah, the same here. I'm the same here. If you use XFCE, I don't care if it works. Yeah, I'm the same here. I started to find XFCE to feel outdated. When I can go back to my 20-hour audiobook, never. The word toxic is generalizing. That does not describe most people. Toxic is a label to use when you don't want to understand where people are coming from. No, it's not. If I call you a stupid little fucking idiot, that's me being toxic. That's me being toxic. Hey, that's me being toxic. And you can maybe like, okay, why are you saying this? I just don't like you. I can't stand a word you're saying. You're just a fucking idiot. That's basically toxic. And you can try and understand me all you want, but I'm like, you won't get anywhere. You can understand people, or you can try to understand why people are the way they are, but that don't change the fact that they are toxic. Okay, like if someone is abusive, you can try and understand them, why they are, and it makes sense. You know, it probably will make you understand why they are like that, and it will probably you will look at them in a different light, of course, if you understand why they are abusive, but they will still be abusive. That don't change. The only thing that changes is your view on them, but they are not going to change, and most people are not going to put in the same work to do that. You get what I'm saying here? So again, you're making an excuse for people being toxic or being obnoxious or being bad or being ugly. Call it what you will. I use XFCE. I used to love XFCE. Again, I think it's outdated for me now. I don't know why. Activate Windows. No. Bro, I'm using Linux for 2.5 months though. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. And then I would avoid you. I don't complain and allow you to waste my energy. Yeah, exactly. But didn't you just say that if people are toxic, you should understand them? Or calling them toxic is trying to not understand them. And that's exactly what people are doing with the Linux community, Esnik, is that they see people do what I just did, and they are walking away and not engaging with it. And then when they have a problem with Linux or they need help with Linux, they don't have anyone to go to. And then they go back to Windows. Because we're acting that way. I will agree that toxic is a generalized term, just like a Danish person is a generalized term, or an American is a generalized term. But it kind of, being toxic kind of evolves, you know, the bad and the ugly that you were talking about before. And I use Void Linux right now. I have not used Void in a long time. There was a batch script for doing Reddit and enabling wallpapers with Windows 7. Oh, there probably are, yeah. By the way, your donation link is giving me a yeah, I don't take donations. Sorry. The only thing I kind of accept is super chats or thanks. Because PayPal and chargebacks, and I think you can get doxed through PayPal also to some extent. I just don't want that liability to be like that you could probably end up being doxed in some way or form or another. I've heard that some people have. I haven't researched this myself, so I could be wrong, but I've just heard that people got doxed through PayPal, that they donated to someone and yeah, they got the information. I should take it away, but I just copy paste all my information into my live stream. So yeah. I am thinking about getting a YouTube Premium. Oh, I want to activate Windows. Did you ask this question to anyone or someone? What do you mean, Mario? If you don't take donation, then why do you have a... Yeah, I need to take it away. It's my bad. I forgot I had it there, you much. Like I said, I just copy-paste... I just copy-paste my things into my... what the fuck is it called? Description. So I just take the description I put in my last live stream and I copy paste into this. But like I said, this is like the lowest effort I do is these live streams here. It's just to hang out. I don't take this seriously at all. Void Linux. I need to get into Void Linux. If you guys read Nazi, you read about resentment people, which he applies to Christians. They are angry at other people for having themselves locked in a community ideology. Don't be like that, please. I don't mind people being part of a community. I don't mind people, like, I'm part of a community. We are all part of a community. I'm part of the community of people living in the city I'm living in. You are part of the community. Even if you're not engaging with the Linux community, you are still part of the Linux community because you're using Linux. You get, we are all part of a community. It's just some communities are better than others, you know, like if you're in a dictatorship community, that's probably not the best place to be. You get what I'm saying here? But depending on where you live in the world, you're part of the communities around you automatically just by being there. It's just, are you engaging with it or not? So I don't mind communities. I just don't like that. It's a Danish mentality. I think it's a better way to think. So we have this. We tend to not be arrogant in the northern part of Scandinavia. Or in Scandinavia, because we kind of have these unspoken rules, like don't think you are someone, don't think that you're better than us, don't think that you are you're more than others. We are more about that you are not better than the collective group, and we kind of use that to kind of keep our ego, our self-righteousness in check, or I do anyway, and stuff like that, because something that's really easy to foster is the human ego. Hey, take care, Estik, and thanks for stopping by. So that's why I don't like people saying that they are my community, because it like I said, that means that I am someone. That means that I am doing something that people are rallying around, and I don't like that because you are no more than I am. We are the same people. You are not. I'm not more than you. I'm not less than you. We are all the same people in here. And if I call you guys my community, I already have elevated myself to be more than you. I hope this makes sense. And that I don't like, because this is not what this is about. This is about like-minded people talking about amazing stuff. So that's what I mean about the whole community thing. I have not read any fucking philosophers or philosophy or any of that fucking shit. I don't really care much about it, to be honest. I just have a certain way of living life, and I don't believe someone is better than others. And I want my channel to be run that way. If you're a mouth-drooling idiot, I will tell you you are. But that don't mean that I think I'm better than you, unless you act like you are not, If you act like a fool, you'll be treated like a fool. If you act like you are stupid, you will be treated stupid. But that's on you. That's something you have brought into the conversation, not me. Please summarize again what Windows do. So, I will... I don't know if you can see this, but Google this here. Major Linux problems on the desktop 2022 edition basically sums up everything that Windows does better than Linux. It is a little bit of a lengthy read with the comments, but it's a good summary. It's a good way of looking at where is Linux versus Windows. It is like he also have one where Windows, major Windows problems on the desktop. You also have that one, but this one would be a really good idea where he talks about hardware acceleration for certain things, HDR support, echo cancellations, SPTA, pipewire, pulse audio, printer scanners, laptops, battery life, and so on and so on. Software support, Exos, Wayland, what the problems are, the general graphical API issues, the Linux kernel, like it goes in here to KMS has no save mode. In most cases, kernel crashes equal panics are invisible if you are running an excellent. Like, just Google this up here and you'll get. It's a really interesting read. Really interesting read. What's the hype around Void? It's kind of becoming the new art. It's becoming the new art. There's so many colorful icons here today. I don't care about init systems. Honestly, I have no idea. Like, I barely know how. I know the basics about init systems, but I don't care about them. It's not something I look at them as a starter for an engine. They are there to jumpstart the Linux kernel. That's all they're good for. And other than that, I don't care much more about them. But again, some people care a lot about init system, but some people care a lot about this desktop environment, and some don't. HDR gaming software will see. Yeah, again, Google this article here and read it. It's actually a really, really, really great read. And like I said, he also have made one for Windows if you want to go the other way. So the switch from XFCE desktop, I'm really digging. If you want a GTK based environment, I'm really digging Cinnamon. I'm really digging Cinnamon. Anyway, people, I need to go now. I need to get some food. It's getting really late. I actually wanted to order food in, but I don't think there's anyone open yet. This has been a really long-ass stream. But yeah, I will see you all later. Have fun. And go do whatever makes you happy and make you laugh and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I'll be streaming next week, but maybe the week after that. My work is a little bit hectic nowadays, so. But yeah, I'll see you all later, man. Be safe.